화이팅!
농심 기도 화이팅!
네. 농심
김기현 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are back here once again on a wonderful Friday afternoon, and it is KT Rolster up against Nongshim Red Force. And in a different season, in a different time, we'd say, oh, this is an easy one. KT got this in the bag. Well, that's not really the case right now, Chronicler.
I just take offense at you thinking anyone would ever say KT has something in the bag, Valdez.
People still say it.
I know.
Even though curses are real, as you are, you know, admitting to right now.
Yeah, right now, I would say on a good day, 50-50.
Yeah.
On a bad day,
50-50.
also 50-50.
Yeah. Either they win or they don't.
I think Nongshim, what they've shown has been way better. I think KT are on the up and up, right? It seems like they've settled on the roster that works for them. Dokdam is performing more like he was before. We can see as well that the difference between, and this is again, a lot of the games are already in play. We've kind of gotten past the point where strength of schedule can make you look way better than you are. I think that these placings for these two teams right now feels fair, so it doesn't feel like too big of a jump. But Nongshim, when they play well, I think should be way too tough to deal with for KT. As we see here, predictions, this was for the LCK Cup, where, is this where Wadid's streak started?
Yeah.
I feel like it was.
It was. And notice that nobody predicted 3-0. I think a lot of us had an inkling that Nongshim was going to win. Obviously, Chronicler, our predictions GOAT, did get the 3-1. He was the closest. Actually, the only person who was the closest, the most close out of all of us. And the key to victory is the mid lane matchup, rather. Which side will Azir end up on, as it is the BDD Classic #1 Azir versus Calyx with a game-winning spicy toss. The spicy toss can have many different meanings. It's tossing the game away.
No, it's when you're walking your noodles and you're doing like the toss to get the sauce everywhere.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, now that I think about it, why don't we have Walk Azir? Where the toss, you know, the shuffle is just a bunch of cooks wearing walks?
Yeah, that actually looks, that sounds good.
Right?
I like that, actually.
That's
only Nongshim's allowed to use it,
That's
though.
Together with the, that's the Nongshim World Skins, you know, together with Noodle Neela.
Yeah.
One day that'll happen.
That's actually goated. We need that skin right now.
Come on, Nongshim, get it together.
They just need to make it anyway, even if Nongshim don't win Worlds, which maybe this is their year, right? You know, they're in 4th place. Our LCK 4th place teams seem to win Worlds pretty often.
After what happened with DRX, anything is possible.
Yeah.
You can tell me anything from the future, and I believe, well, okay,
DNF?
maybe not, I was about to say maybe not everything.
Well, you said anything, so.
Yeah, that was too much.
DNF with the big turnaround in round 3. Rising up in the Rise group. You can't write a better story than that. You mentioned the KT roster. Casting, cuz BDD obvious, but then Dokdam and Peter in the bottom lane. And then for Nongshim, Calyx still starting. And you and I were big on Calyx when he first came up, but his debut was pretty lackluster. And honestly, he looked still like a Challengers player, but I feel like he's gaining some traction now with more consistency and more time here in the LCK.
Yeah, and you have Challenger player endearingly and Challenger player derogatory, right? And unfortunately, we've seen a wide range. Right now, though, Calyx is still looking a little bit volatile, like you would expect, but he's starting to look like he might actually make the jump, right? Something that we never saw. We saw glimpses of with Bulldog, where you actually are able to stand up. Now, is BDD still the favorite in this head-to-head? Absolutely. I don't know how much is going to matter for the match, but BDD is still an elite mid. I was worried that his back was going to give out, but it seems like the rest of his team has woken up. But Calyx both has that level of explosiveness you love to see, and seemingly the hands to back it up. Still not perfect, still inconsistent, but a player that is looking like he might be able to actually stand up to some of the top-tier mid laners. Is casting kind of the same, not quite as flashy, but it feels like he is getting more and more comfortable with every game that we see of him, which is necessary because, again, KT was struggling basically everywhere at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and both of these teams are coming off of big 2-0 victories. KT 2-0ing DRX. clean 2-0, obviously nothing to see there.
Yeah, not even remotely contentious.
Not even close. And then Nongshim with the 2-0 over BNK, which BNK, you know, they did take out T1. I think that T1 right now are in a big crisis mode, you know, in a struggle street, you could say. There's many different ways to call their current situation. And so BNK did benefit from that and took the victory, but then they lost to Nongshim. So it's hard to place where BNK is, and it's hard to really know where Nongshim is at. You know, how good are they really? I think today, if they take a clean victory, we'll get another, you know, analysis point and say, hey, well, they dispatched of KT pretty cleanly. That seems like they're a pretty solid team right now.
And Peter facing off against his old buddy Jiu. Jiu, who has been shockingly definitely the worst part of this roster.
Yeah,
it's something
strange.
Which is strange if you've watched his team in 2024. Even in 2024, though, I feel like that wasn't quite as crazy as the year before. It's, yeah.
What is happening here?
That's the crank hand.
Says, I'm going to pull our fifth win. Fifth win, rather.
My
What
God.
is going on here?
This might be the greatest fan sign I've ever seen.
Pokemon versus Digimon is what it said.
You can't have two amazing fan signs. You can't
But
have
they did it. We keep leveling up. Our fan signs are just so good. They're really taking it to the next level.
Every time I think the meta is settled,
Yeah, no.
you don't need patches. Valdez, they just keep finding new ways.
It's like your favorite game and the patches just keep getting better. And you're like, what? They're supposed to mess it up at some point. But no, it's not the case. Well, KT are going to start on the blue side. That should help. I don't know if it's going to, you know, secure them a win or anything like that. But really what we're hoping for is for KT to play up to Nongshim's standard and to give us a strong showing and maybe a third game. You know?
That is the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is Nongshim plays to KT standards, and KT doesn't have standards. But they do make for some entertaining League of Legends.
Yes.
So we'll sign up for that.
Always fun.
Always fun. Kingen has been at the forefront of some of the more esoteric meta developments in top lane, together with Zeus, but whereas with Zeus it feels like generally it's kind of a smash hit. For Kingen it's Diana top.
Yeah.
Didn't quite end up working out. Even the Anivia, which Kingen was the first one to play, I'm pretty sure.
I think he was, and then Zeus played it.
Zeus played it and Kingen played it a few more times, but then Kingen just never looked quite as good. And still think Kingen has had a good season so far. He's been one of the more stable parts of Nongshim, which feels weird to say, together with Gideon. And Lehens.
Look at that Xin Zhao and Cuz respect.
Yeah.
I like that a lot, actually. I think it's a very strong B1 pick. Generally, we see it in Game 2, though. I'm not sure about a Game 1 ban on red side, but that's why I called it a lot of respect towards Cuz and the champion.
Yeah. Xin Zhao and Vi both taken away, so two of the best junglers. Are they also going to ban, like, Sejuani? Are we really triple banning Cuz? And I do actually think Cuz, and I'm a big Cuz guy. I felt this guy was criminally underrated in 2023. I thought he got kind of done dirty when he was on the Kwangdong roster last year.
Yeah.
But this year, he frankly hasn't been that good. He's been fine. I think he had like 1 or 2 games where he did really pop off, but he's been fairly inconsistent as the Kalista versus Varus trade. Certainly to come through here, is my guess at least.
Yeah, I don't know about this. I feel like Kalista is strong, but B1ing it definitely just kind of hole you into a specific kind of composition.
Yeah, Rumble Varus. Maybe Sejuani pick away. You don't have to pick up the Varus now. You can do it in 3 as well.
Sejuani Rumble?
Sejuani Rumble makes sense. Yeah, could see that.
Or maybe they just wait for the Rumble and then they pick Galio. 2-0 in the top lane. Or they just pick Elise to deal with the bottom lane.
So this is both a pick away and a preemptive Renata counter. Now, if Elise actually is a Renata counter, we're going to kind of leave it in the middle. I think that that's a definitely favor, but it's a skill matchup. Lance is obviously the Elise support guy, played it before it was cool. But it does mean that I think both the Renata and a lot of the other engage ports should go lose value. Peter, though, plays Nico, which we have seen people pick into the Elise because it's range versus range. You can block the Cocoon, and it's really hard to lock the Nico down. And also, Peter is actually our best Nico in the moment. Like, it used to be Carrier, but I think right now I actually feel very confident to say that it's Peter.
That's a big step up for Peter.
It is.
Who was really struggling even on Yuumi a couple seasons back.
And they also locked in the Kalista. So like Kalista and Nico is basically the dream combo. So I have a hard time really getting too enthusiastic about what Nongshim is doing. I do think that their draft in isolation looks fine. Also, Lahens is kind of the guy for Nongshim that gets stuff done around the map. The Calyx, Yone would make sense. They'll probably ban away some of BDD's champions that he could go.
Or more junglers. I mean...
Yeah, could be as well. But I think now you've gone kind of to the point where whatever they pick, you should be fine with. Maybe a Viego ban, something I could see, because Viego is Cuz's next favorite champion, and it goes really well with Kalista as well as the just upfront burst that's already there.
Yeah, I mean, they've already targeted Cuz, so they're going to dig deeper. The hole that Cuz is in with this. I'm very surprised they just gave Rumble over without really showing any signs of dealing with it. I mean, they can still pick Galio if it's not banned, but yeah.
I also think as there is a Viego ban, I also think dropping Kalista Prio for Nongshim is a big mistake. Kalista to me is one of those champions that really struggles into the Taliyah. And it also is a good pick away. It's one of BDD's best. I imagine they don't want to walk into a counter, which is why they went for the Yone. It also works well together with the Sejuani. And it's a pick away because they were definitely going to look for that Rumble-Yone combo. Is the Aurora, which obviously most likely would have been the counter pick that Kingen can go towards, but it's Kingen. So who knows what he will pick.
Diana.
I hope not.
I mean, I feel like Galio is very safe in this draft. I mean,
good.
you're already dealing with a lot of dive. It
yeah.
does very well into the top lane. I feel like it's a free pick, and I'm not sure why they didn't ban it away, but they had to ban Varus, so Ezreal comes out. And then they banned away the Aurora, which is a more aggressive answer to the Rumble top.
And as Elise, it's fine. This makes you very heavy on the AP. I'm not the biggest fan of this. I get the combo, you know, it's cool. You get the 1-2 of Lilia and Rumble. We talked about this, but we never actually see those combos hit. And I do think it gives you so much AP. I would have much rather seen even picks that aren't as strong right now. Something that was, that was actually, yeah, I was expecting that. So
the last thing I wanted to see.
Okay, if Kingen plays it well, I actually think this is good. Okay, because Rumble should really struggle into a champion that severely outranges him, which the Anivia will do. You were lacking AP on the top side of the map, and now you have a consistent AP threat. I actually think this is a fine angle. I also think that Lilia's ganks early on are really, really weak, and post-6, I think it's really hard to punish the Anivia. Like, these are circumstances where I can see it be good. Now, do I trust it? No. No, do I think
is Galio much better in this situation? Yes.
I wouldn't say
that's what I personally believe.
Yeah, maybe.
But for the player, he's probably a lot more comfortable on the Anivia, which is weird to say for a top laner, but it is Kingen, who has played it a lot, and I'm glad we did talk about it right before this draft because he does love the pick, and I hope that he shows its power this time around because he definitely didn't last time. Showtime.
He is on his Ezreal, but Gio, I wanna see him return. You know, shake off that 2024. That was a bit of a rough year for the whole team, because Nongshim right now is looking good. I'm gonna have to see both these drafts in action. I also think the KT draft is execution heavy. Which, do you really want to do that, KT? Maybe not.
No.
But they did it anyway.
They did it anyway. They started with Kalista, and we'll see how it works for Duckdom in this game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, off we go. Game number 1 begins now between KT and Nongshim. And that last sign we saw said, hold on tight. We're going up on the KT roller coaster. It always does seem to be that way nowadays. As BDD is here, by the way. They don't know about the Corki hiding in the bush. And that's just to use Flash. Now, he is Ezreal, but it's still very big, especially in this bottom lane situation.
He should be able to get back to the wave by the time the minions actually get there. So, like, this is nice. if this was another AD carry, I think it is actually big, but Cuz is Lilia, so his early ganks aren't real. And then I also think that as long as you respect the Nico and Kalista, you should be fine. It's still nice, you know, it's still like good on BDD, nice little trap being set there.
Yeah.
But I don't think it is the end of the world as King, and that's disgusting. That's Grasp. It's Grasp and Ivia. And are you
done this before, right?
Are you seeing? Yeah, well, I know, but every time I see it, are you seeing the conga line over there?
Yeah. The other Anivia tech.
Yeah.
Just blocking all the minions. And it means that the wave gets stuck right in front of your turret, so even if there was a jungler that could gank pretty well, you're not really too concerned about it because you get a nice little freeze right in front of your turret instead. So you're never really in any danger of getting ganked. You are in danger of getting dove at times, but you do have an egg, which is the other part. So even if you die, quote unquote, you go into your egg and they can't stand with the turret. So
it's also one of those matchups where, again, all that King wants is he wants to like get a base in, get to his tier and a chapter, and then hits level 6. And at that point, I think the lane becomes extremely hard to manage for casting. He wants to try and get as many leads as he can early, so I do like, you know, just trying to push in as much as possible, try and get as much damage down the turret. Obviously, because King wall, we also can't actually trade at all, outside of the Grasp autos, which we do see him throw out. We'll see as expected. Calyx struggling in this matchup. Early BDD has been the shining light for KT.
yeah.
And this is a matchup where you can really show your laning prowess and keep a lot of pressure on the enemy opponent. As we do see Gio actually, it's wave behind.
That's the way it goes for an Ezreal who lost his flash. That is a good point. The one thing I wanted to mention, it's funny you called him the shining light of KT because there's a lot of fan signs that use the Korean word for shining light, which starts with B. It's actually beat, you know.
Perfect.
So they use that for BDD as kind of the shining light. So you're not the only person who considers him the shining light of the roster.
He's the headlights on the roller coaster. Yeah.
I don't think roller coasters have headlights.
Oh, these do.
Well, we're just killing Peter. Okay, he's just dead. That happened very quickly. They just used all their abilities into an eco, and Peter did not see it coming. As Gideon elects to die as well, they stick around. They say, no, we can win this. And they absolutely could not win this. There's now flash on him from Cuz, and Gio's just going to die. That's a double kill for Deathdom's Kalista 3 minutes into the game.
Is this not exactly what we wanted and expected out of this game?
This is exactly what we needed.
This is exactly what we needed. We're 4 minutes in. We are flipping the game over a crab. KT has a lead. I'm just going to be very upfront with you, everyone. We are going to treat leads in this series between these two teams as fluid. Okay, they're not set in stone. As the initial player is great. We have Lance, just actually gets it, doesn't get phased by the clone, take him down.
Leave.
But just leave. Just leave. You don't have prio mid. You don't need to do this. You got the kill. You know, your Ezreal that was in the hole, out of the hole. And then you go back and you start digging again.
I feel like Lehens has to be the guy who's making that call, right? Because it comes down to somebody yelling in comms like, we win, we fight. And
he's Elise. So it makes sense if you're the Elise. But if you are the Ezreal or the Sejuani, you should be like, hey, whoa, this is Kalista and Lilia. We are not winning a longer trade. And that's, again, not even taking into account the fact that PDD at prio was always going to have prio, made his way over.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Duckdam had already attacked Gideon a bunch of times as they were killing Peter. So there were already a bunch of Ren stacks stacked up, like even before they decided to stick around. So I think the clear answer should have been just to abandon ship. And instead they didn't, and they gave 2 kills over to Duckdam up against Xiu, who still doesn't have his flash, doesn't have barrier. Lehens just came back, and Xiu already took a bunch of damage from this double buff Kalista with 2 kills. So this lane is kind of the definition of cooked for Nongshan right now.
You could have just taken the kill in your Ezreal. Maybe you give up 1 more kill, right? Like that, I could see that happen. But I don't think you have to give up that much, as they did. Now, this is only about a 500-600 gold lead. So we're not going to go too crazy. BDD does have both his Valkyrie and there's just a little drive-by from Gideon. we're probably looking to play towards those grubbies, as Calyx obviously has the better ult for team fighting. And there is no sleep just yet for Lilia.
I mean, this Kalista, it's only a Vam Scepter, but it's definitely a very strong Kalista anyway, and they have setup, and they have Prio. I don't think there's really any world in which Nongshim was going to fight that one. Instead, they just group up, they watch them do it, and then they leave.
Yeah, you just have to take a look to make sure, are they doing it? They're doing it? Okay, let them have it.
Yeah.
Now it's the SpongeBob meme, the let them have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, let them have it.
It's one of my favorites, yeah. BDD, he's not scared of the Yone. The Corki early on does have a very good matchup into it.
BDD missing a few, or Calyx sidestepping if you're feeling generous. Is Lahans?
Generous Giga Chad. Yeah, I don't think Cuz really cares.
Well, it should be. Oh, Crab here for Gideon. Gio, though, guys, I'm really happy Lahens got 20% damage on Cuz and we get Crab, but Gio is getting zoned out of... Okay, that's not on Gio, right? Like, this is... What are we doing? What? We're not even getting Dragon!
I don't think Lahens knows either.
We're not even getting Dragon!
Sejuani on a 7-game losing streak, including junglers like Owner, Lucid, Hambach even, Canyon. Just not finding success with Sejuani, and that was the first pick for Nongshim.
I'm not sure about you trying to flip Hambach by, and I say that's something.
Well, I said Hambach.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, but I feel like you went with Owner, Lucid Canyon, and Hambach.
No, I said Hambach and then Canyon, actually.
Okay.
But
that's not better.
Hambach.
I like Hambach.
Well, I was highlighting junglers that I consider like top tier, right?
Sure.
And then Hambach kind of came in.
He was also
at the
there.
end.
No, it's
yeah.
okay. It's okay.
You know, he's good.
I'm just making sure.
It's just
I know. Yeah,
he's not the best.
We're on the same page. I truly do think that it's also because of Cuz, who was, what was it, last year or even maybe in 2020? I feel like Sejuani and Viego every single game, and it worked out very well. Yeah, I don't think Gio has had the best season. Dr. must cleanse, so I feel like, yeah, he also knew.
Oh, he got the minion!
Yeah.
Who was running in a straight line in front of Duckdom, who was standing behind them.
Again, at most they get cleansed. But I don't think Gio has the best season so far, but this lead is not... Like, it's whoever made the call in bot, and then we're trying to make these things happen, which makes sense because we're playing Elise. But again, I think that chunk on Cuz and Gio giving up a wave, was it wave and a half, is fine if we get Drake. We didn't get Drake. Now, Kingen is, on his next base, going to actually be a champion. So he should start getting more prior from that point on. Now, I say should, because I don't know if either team is really going to play by the rules, but that's what I think should happen from here on out.
I don't think the rules apply to this series,
no,
honestly. I think these two teams, they took the rule book and they threw it out the window. Especially KT. They don't follow the rules. But Nongshim, they decided... You know what you said right before we started? As long as, you know, Nongshim don't play to KT's standard, we should be fine for them and for the series. Well, they're playing the KT standard exactly. And that's not good.
Or it is good if you like entertainment.
It's good for us to enjoy the series, to have fun. But
not great for Nongshim.
Nongshim might struggle a little bit. I'm curious about the stacks for Kingen.
There we go. Base is in. Yeah, they do ping the minions, so not falling for that one. Catalyst in as well. Things are looking up. Anivia has a champion. Will they fight? Will they just give this over? I think that they can. But engage needs to be crisp, and looks like they're not going to take the risk. Just give this one up.
All right. Well, that's KT now with 3 grubs, the first Drake. 2 kills on the Kalista. An Ezreal on the other team that doesn't exist. And they gave over Rumble in the draft to pick top Anivia. Yeah, I think KT are looking pretty good in this game.
Now for KT, the one thing I would be scared of is that there is so much single target CC on Nongshim, and they don't have a front line. Like at all.
Lilia can be a bit tanky. It's not a real front line. Now KT are kind of just going to give this one up and corral them into the pit. There's a couple of guys there that could potentially get over the wall. There you go, but Lahens will have to flash. And Calyx had to use his ult for it. Kingen was never joining, didn't have TP, neither did Casting. So just 4-on-4, but Notion, I mean, they get the grubs and they get out mostly unscathed, so feels pretty good for them.
Any second now, Kingen is going to start applying pressure. Right?
He's playing Anivia.
But yeah, I know
Still,
that, but
he's still playing Anivia. Yeah, I feel like he should have drafted the Rumble too.
Yeah. I don't get this obsession. Like with Nidalee top, I get it. Because Nidalee top, it basically is like every top laner's dream to just have full control over any lane. Right? It's like why Kalista top was a thing.
Yeah.
It's just because it's like there's no way you can ever punish me and I can do whatever and I have cryo in every single situation. I get it. It's nice. Top laners, they don't get a lot. I give them that, but
yeah.
Obsession with the Anivia, not seeing it. We'll see in team fights because this is a short range composition for KT. It should be really hard for them to play into any situation when Kingen is there. Just hasn't been there for the fights, and I do want to see Nongshim actually play. Maybe they're looking for the one-item spikes, right? The one-item spikes are crazy for GU, for Calyx, and for Kingen. Although Kingen obviously is going to need some time to stack up, but still, it's going to feel pretty good.
Lions going in on this one, actually. Peter might be in a bit of trouble. Goes in the Pop Blossom, and the Sejuani ult does get flashed. So Peter trying to hold on to that spot. Casting taking a bunch of damage. There's the stun. Gonna have to replace that ult, though. Casting quite low. Kingen going in, not really caring about Casting's damage at this point. And now, Lahen's coming down. That's no dodge on the stun. The Cocoon predicting the flash, but instead they just kill him. And you know what? In the long lane, against the melee champ, that Anivia is going to enjoy her time.
Only downside is that Lahen's got the kill. I think it's a little bit too late for the Elise to get the kill in an ideal scenario. I like the counterpunch from KT, though, immediately, just seeing that Lahen's is on the bot side. Applying pressure towards top. This turret is definitely going to fall, but it's still nicely done by Nongshim. They get a good amount of damage towards the bot side turret, and it still accelerates Kingen. And that's something that I think was really a necessity. I do think that they have very clearly opted into that we are going to out-teamfight them, and you need your Anivia to be a champion. So getting a Roa done is definitely a big boon for them.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason, you know, you asked about the obsession with Anivia. You know, with Roa being as strong as it is, she is one of the best champs to use it. Surprised we don't see more Ryze, but I guess, you know, not really in the best spot is Ryze outside of the mid lane. Whereas Anivia, you know, with her blocking the minions coming in, there's a lot of different tech you can use with her in the top lane. You're pretty immune to dives, etc.
I got it. I understood it more when it was a lane swap now. I'm like, oh, that's a cool piece of anti-lane swap tech.
Yeah, but then Kingen saw the Roa, and he's like, oh, I gotta play it every game.
Roa's busted. Gotta give it a go. So next Drake fight coming up in a bit. We have a lot of very, very high value souls still available. It'll be fun to see if like
what is
Hextech?
What is the worst?
The worst?
Out of these?
It's a very good question.
I feel like it might be Cloud.
Is it? Like...
But Cloud is so good.
Yeah.
It's just less obvious. It is incredibly good.
I think
but is it better than
it depends.
Mountain, Infernal, and
Hextech? Hextech and Infernal are always better, I would say. I think Mountain...
I don't know if Infernal is.
I don't think if Mountain is really good if Nongshim get it, but if KT get Mountain, I don't think it's unwinnable for Nongshim, if that makes sense. I think Nongshim has a lot of consistent damage in fights.
Yeah.
Whereas KT, I think, are going to be very reliant on bursting people, so... so maybe it's Mountain, but...
It's probably Mountain.
Cloud.
I feel like it's Mountain, and then like Cloud and Infernal are similar, and then Hextech is best. That's my official rating. We'll see what it is.
I think Infernal also solves a lot of issues that KT might otherwise has, because I don't think their comp skills that well. Unless, again, the execution is crisp, as we do have a possible fight on our hands here. Kingen and Casting both having TP. First one comes through.
Jiu's kind of zoned away here. He's trying to join the team. We'll see if he can. In goes College. They're going to find that backline, but Duckdom, he survives, and the Pop Blossom keeps him super safe. As also the Drake did go over to KT, and now the Kallista's untouched. Finally, King does get over here, but one ult, and that's about it. Jiu not able to do anything, and now they're getting run down by the Rumble as well. As Cuz goes in, tries to set up the kill. King not able to get him, though. And now King will probably pay for it here, although he does flash. And he will survive. Oh, the ult comes in with the stun! And they at least get that one kill, as it's the only thing that Nongshim will get from that fight.
Why wasn't it Nivea there the whole time? The moment the bird shows up, the fight looks close. Just drop the wave.
These are questions that don't have answers.
I'm not even joking. I think if they have an Nivea here, right?
Because his ult is on the wave.
So they try to go on top of Duckdom and Peter. Peter obviously has a defensive Pop Blossom. Duckdom actually uses his sums very nicely, is able to get out. And then at this point, once King arrives, the fight's already lost. So like, look how much he still does in this very short time frame, because KT is a short-range comp and they're trying to play into Nivea, but Nivea wasn't there!
Yeah, I really think he was just finishing off the wave and then ETP. I legitimately think that.
That's what it was, yeah.
I didn't see his wave state, but I saw minions there, and I think he was like, no, I'm gonna get this wave and then I'll go.
I get not wanting to TP on like the aggressive ward. I think that's valid, but then you do need to TP earlier because you need to be there.
Yeah.
Because Caustic was there. He did his job. He toasted. You know, they didn't get any kills, didn't get an assist, but that's okay. I don't know about the flash on Ezreal, but that was definitely, it's Ezreal. Maybe just...
I mean, he got them pretty low.
Yeah,
I think it was
he also
close.
got King and Flash.
Yeah.
In extended sense.
Yeah, I think it's okay. And yeah, I mean, you've been highlighting the power of what this Nivea does. We've talked a lot about why King likes it, but specifically into this comp, it can be very strong. Especially Kalista. You know, we think a lot about Talia, but if you're Kalista and you're trying to like hop around, there's walls and there's like big slowing zone, you're taking a bunch of damage, you're trying to get very close to the enemy team, but you can't because of Anivia. That just doesn't feel good ever. But in fights like those where KT are leading the charge and, you know, King has to reset his ult and people are dying in front of him and they don't really have a front line, then the Kalista is really going to pop off.
Some great hypotheticals about how good Anivia could be.
Yeah.
If she was there.
If she was there. Well, next time. There's always next time,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. It's fine. It's Hextech. We're not going to give up Hextech's soul point for free.
It is the best soul. You and I both agreed on that one.
Is either team truly ahead or behind? What's your take? I know KT's ahead.
I mean, KT are technically ahead.
But?
Yes. But are they actually ahead? In reality, knowing KT, knowing Nongshim, what they're capable of, I'd say not really. I'd say this is a very even game. Especially now, I mean, Nongshim got the Rift Arrow. They're going to do a big chunk to this mid turret. They're not going to get it. Looks like very close, though. One auto from Gio actually does get it with his W, as they are trying to punish it, but in goes Peter, and now the Pop Blossom on a 2. Gio, though, just going to burn him down, but it will be the trade that is absolutely worth for KT as they take down the Ezreal.
Giving Ezreal for mid lane turret is probably okay.
Yeah.
I think Nongshim will take that. Not too much invest on either side. We do have the barrier used for Gio, which you won't have available for the upcoming fight, but nothing too crazy. Peter also not using much more there besides just getting thrown in, as it's Gio going for the final W here that prompts this play. Have the ultimate come through with the slow, and then even with a really nice ultimate there from Gideon, plus the attempt at zoning out from the Nivea, they still get on top of the Ezreal and will be able to take him down. Now, time spikes are going to be hit, I think, for, yeah, there you go, BDD not having his transformation. Gio might get it.
I feel like he only had the money to buy it because he didn't buy anything else, but he only had the money to buy it because they got that mid turret. You know, I don't know. I'd say just don't ask questions. I don't think they have answers in this series.
Okay, it's fine. Just reset it. Just reset it. Just let it go. No. I don't
retake aggro in the pit.
I don't know if you want to take the team for. If they drop the debuff, it might be fine, but I don't think. No, it's 50 stacks. Yeah. Alex, you don't have resistances.
Well, they're gone now, and he took a bunch of damage. And now they've gotten it low. They've gotten it low for KT to potentially take down. Doesn't look like they'll be able to, as it does leash back.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're not doing it.
But the dragon is about to spawn.
Yeah, I know.
So Nongsum took a bunch of damage, and now they can't fight over the dragon.
Going back from mana and then shoot a second item.
You're doing it.
No, it's fine. KT should also not be doing it.
Just do the dragon. Oh, boy.
Oh, Kingan's going to show up.
Yeah, Kingan's here. TP's in.
Look at their health bars.
Peter's low. Casting low. No resistances. Gets the flash already. And now that front line is being chipped down, and it's just a flip. It goes to Notion as the smite was at like 2,000 for Cuz way too early. And she was just going to withdraw. You see that Kingan as well is kind of going 1v5. I'm not sure why. He got that Voracious Otacon buff. In goes Gideon, trying to set up Calyx, who is going to beat out the Pop Blossom. And it actually does kind of work out, as now the Hands wants to keep going, but might just die instead. Okay, well, they get 200 gold over to KT. And the Drake is still up. It's still there. And G's going top. I guess they're going to get it anyway.
Only KT versus Nongshin can get this level of entertainment, Valdez.
It's only just beginning. We're only 20 minutes into game one.
And we know it's going to be 3 40-minute bangers.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm strapped in. I brought my seatbelt.
I just don't get this obsession with Otacon from either team, because Otacon, as we saw, just turns you into paper, and there's so much AoE damage on either side. So if you are in the position, and I get it, like the concept is you try and force them into an unfavorable fight, right? They need to come into you into the choke point, but that's just not how it has really worked. Nice attempt there from Calyx, also is able to actually get out. And then Lahens is like, I can take them. And there's a lot of low health bars in your release, and I get it, but there's also 4 people there.
And you're elite support.
You're just elite support.
Who had flash.
He had a rocket belt and a dream.
Yeah. I feel like during the play-by-play, I think I said that Cuz smited. I think it was actually the Ren from Duckdom that came in. I think it was just a, Cuz in a bit of a wonky spot. Kingan is trying to bait them into this fight, but not quite able to. But yeah, I think Duckdom rended and then Gideon smoked. So that's just miscommunication, to be honest. If that is what happened, it's possible also that Cuz just smited. As Duckdom now in a lot of trouble, trying to flash away from the Yone, but that is Yone, ladies and gentlemen. And he does not care about the flashless now Kalista. And Calyx going to pick up a nice kill.
I don't think it's an easy game to play Kalista in, but still a little unfortunate. Duckdom did start off very strong, picked up the early kills. We already mentioned back then that, you know, what it means we don't quite know is, ooh, Gideon gets spotted. Can't get slowed, but does get tagged, obviously. So we are going to have a fight over this dragon in about 2.5 minutes. We take another look here.
I'll try to get Kalista. Nice. I like how he had no hesitation on the flash. After he missed his Q, he's like, no, it's flash kill. Not wasting any time.
We're setting up side lane traps. I agree. I think Calyx has also seemingly gotten a lot more confident. I think that was something that was really lacking when he debuted last year, where we saw him, what, like 2 or 3 games, I want to say, like a few series maybe. As I said, very confident.
All right, Curse is definitely not real, Chronicler. Immediately goes in and just dies.
Yeah, I said it was a side lane trap. The trap worked. They sprung the trap.
Yeah, you also said it was confidence, which that was confidence.
Exactly.
It's not the right type of confidence. It's overconfidence. Casting, I think, is just dead. Like, if you're just running away from an Anivia, you're eventually going to die. Either you go in and you try to trade, or you don't go in at all.
It's working! The bird is here! He's level 16, by the way.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't really highlighted that. But he is a level 16 Anivia, 2 items in it. I love the Swifties as well. Want to highlight that. A lot of slows on the enemy team. And you're Anivia, so you're really gated by, can you be in range? And do you think Corky's going to have a better time into Anivia? He's not. I mean, it can wave clear safer than casting can, but
he's still a low range carry.
He's going battle Nivea. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he's very tanky, right? I mean, he's got Grasp, he's got Rod, he has Seraphs. He's not really going to die anytime soon, so I think he can get a decent amount of value out of it. This feels like Leandres is also very strong. As Duckdom in a rough spot here, he's going to cleanse and gets away. But that is now his cleanse and his flash down, and he's half health with the Baron available.
Yeah.
And with Notion, the way they took the Otacon last time, or tried to take the Otacon, they might just start Baron.
I understand now. Noshim did Otacon to then bait KT into doing Otacon. And it worked! That's a great plan!
5-head.
Now,
Next level macro.
The zone control of this Anivia should be able to at least delay them, and they're going through this rather quickly. Calyx has so much damage. This is gone.
Yeah, they have so much damage with this comp. Gideon so
Cuz,
low, though. He's going to get out with that, and yeah, just not able to get into the pit. And there you go. They just steal it away. Notion now in the lead. They got that first Hextech Drake. They might have to give up this next one, although with Hextech Gates, maybe they get there on time.
Ooh, so yeah, giving up Soul
backing.
Point is a little. You are getting a lot, right? Because you're going to keep this push going with King in the lands. It looks like KT isn't sending anyone, so you're getting possibly 2 turrets with the pace that we're on. So I don't think that's a bad trade. Oh my god, we're sending 3. Yeah, definitely getting an inhib for this, it seems like. I like the backs coming in already here from KT to try and mitigate this. We'll see if they're actually able to get through, but the dragon is still being taken, and looks like Peter didn't want to run the risk, so it's just casting going back.
That was so close. That was really close. We don't see a lot of Ezreal steals nowadays.
Yeah, if they lose that, well, especially with Ren Smite, you can't.
The King is so strong right now. Like, casting is just, there's nothing he can do.
No.
All he's done in this game is throw out a couple of ults, and but in the side lane, he's just useless.
It's as mentioned. And this is what I just happened later, though. Maybe I was expecting a little bit too much of the early Anivia. But it makes sense. Rumble's biggest strength is that he wins against basically every other melee top laner in such an extreme fashion, right? And then you can build an early lead. But against Anivia, you can't build early leads, as we saw. And then later on inside, you need to walk up to do any damage. But if you walk up to Anivia and you don't all in her, you just don't get to play the game.
Yeah.
There's melee laners that can try and just blow her up in a combo if she is caught with her cooldowns out, but Rumble can't really do that.
He's kind of hanging out in his own jungle as they're Hextech gating in. That is a clone.
I love the second zoom.
Yeah. Uh-oh. BDD Valkyrie has to flash the Anivia special, just gathering flashes from the enemy team. You know, I wasn't a believer in this, but considering the way the game has gone, and the side laning he has done, that's another flash. King in. Going to take down Peter's flash. That is pretty big on a Nico as an engaged support as well. KT really just kind of wilting, it feels like, in this game.
Just desperately trying to hold on. Top lane in it is open, but no one is making their way over. It's just Gio in mid, pushing steadily. They did get Soul Point though, which means that not all hope is lost. They are definitely going to lose this turn. We'll see if they can hold on to the inhib.
Yep, last Baron push here. Fake Lilia going forward. Notion not going to be scared of that one. No Sejuani ults come out either.
Oh, Cuz has flash. I think he's looking for something.
They got to do something, right?
Well, they're going to give up this top inhib, or this bot inhib. I think it's fine to give up one.
Yeah. Well, seems like they don't really have a choice on that one. They want to go on a Cuz. There's an ult onto him, and maybe it gains some space, but they don't get that last auto onto the inhibitor. It lives. The inhibitor is alive. Cuz is not able to go in, but now we got ults flying everywhere. As now KT extremely low, not able to do much. BDD just frontlining by himself. Desperation coming out here for KT, and instead they just die. And now they have a wave in mid. Notion might just be able to end the game.
Well, no, they can!
Yeah.
Baron had run out!
All you have to do is clear the wave. All you have to do is clear the wave. And instead, they opted not to. Super Minion is already here from mid lane. Sleep finally comes out. Lilia has had 0 value in this game. Getting pretty low now, and while Cuz is going to die, only 2 members left. On that side is now a stun going to hit casting. Once again, not able to do anything. Ziyu just going on into Duckdom, who was just left by himself. Might be able to take out Gideon, but he's not able to take down the game as that X is getting incredibly low. They got to hit it. They will at the last second. Calyx still had half his health, but you know, they wanted to make it interesting at the end of the game. Nongshim, a clean game, nothing to see here.
And next time King says pick me in Nivea, the people will respect him. I am sure the space will have a lot to say about that game. There were a lot of decisions made that I don't think really hold up under scrutiny. But Nongshim, the counter pick worked. The priority was, I think, a little off when it came to the draft. And for KT, it really does feel like with the early lead that they got, they should have been able to actually push it. But I think for me, their draft kind of missed the mark. It felt like it was kind of jumbled together. Particularly, this Lilia to me just didn't... I need to see... I know the damage is okay, because again, it's percentage health, but it just didn't really feel like it fit in with the rest of the composition. And what should be a really threatening mid-jungle 2v2 right between Cuz and BDD never really came to fruition. And then the team fighting, I think, was always going to be an uphill battle with a comp as janky as this.
Yeah, it was a janky draft, I'd say, across the board, but Kingen makes it work with the R5 Anivia into that Rumble. Was not very close, as he did the most damage on his team. So Nongshim gonna get the win. It's what we expected. Maybe not the game we expected, but they got the job done. KT will have to go back to the drawing board, back to blue side, probably here for game 2. We'll see how it goes after this quick break.
풀 조심해 얘들아. 릴리아는 공 있어. 천천히 타워. 릴리아 나 아래 거부터 칠게. 타워 치면서 보자 얘들아. 나 릴리아 큐 막아줄게. 이거 큐 막아줄래? 내가 일단 타워 쳐. 미사 하나 둘 셋. 내가 우측 플레이. 오케이. 내가 준야 있어. 괜찮아. 원코다. 약간 여기 쪽으로 봐. 오케이. 확인. 뭐야? 나한테 1인공 했다. 위로 뚫 수 있냐 이거? 맞아. 근데 맞아. 여기 너무 높을. 릴리아 볼게. 잡았어. 왔다. 여기까지. 너무. 라인 타워. 오케이. 타워 칠게. 빨리 높을.
everyone, and welcome to the space. It is Nongshim up 1-0 over KT. That was a game of League of Legends. A little bit of a bro and brew, but without the bros, just some brewing.
You guys have seen the Magic School Bus, right? They go on whimsical adventures. Every character has like unique archetypes about and catchphrases. You guys know Arnold, the character with the glasses?
We're getting deep cut here.
I knew I should have stayed home from the LCK today. That's kind of how I felt after that early game and the draft, which I think we have to talk about as much as Ox and I are not 100% sure we really want to. The Kalista first pick was risky. The Nico felt super obvious when Lehens decided to blind Elise for some reason. And then they ended up drafting Ezreal into this lane anyways. But it didn't matter because it all went disastrous in the early game. But a pretty bizarre setup from both teams. Looked really bad at the beginning for Nongshim. But then with the Lilia lock-in and the Corki at the end, we kind of felt like Nongshim got a slight edge actually overall. But it was kind of weird.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, you didn't need to take the Elise there. I guess maybe they were really worried about like Kalista Elise, but you just ended up giving them a favorable lane matchup. You could have taken it on 3 and banned away things like the Nico. Maybe even baited them into taking the Renata if you wanted to play like a range support into Renata, which is normally a favorable matchup. The Lilia coming in when you already had like the Rumble Nico, that was also strange. Just a lot of decisions, I feel like, from both teams where, you know, sometimes you come out of draft and you're like, whoa, this team has a big edge, or both teams are pretty reasonable drafts. This one I came out, I'm like, oh. Neither team really filled me with confidence with how things sort of panned out. A lot of decisions I didn't necessarily agree with.
Well, you know, every good episode of the Magic School Bus starts with something going crazy. So the first trip on our Magic School Bus journey of game number 1 is here in the river where we just flip. Let's just flip the game. Sure, why not?
And the thing is, you know, this initial pick from the side of Nongshim, actually pretty good. They managed to catch the Nico before the clone comes out, so they managed to burst Peter pretty effectively. Cool, great. Why don't they just immediately get out? And what really blows my mind is, like, you see Lehens is like, okay, let's start stacking passive on Lilia, and then he's like, you know what, let's stack passive on Kalista. Kalista's cleanse. It's also Kalista. Look at the spears in the Sejuani. Why are you still here?
I'm dead.
Rip. Kalista, one of the strongest early skirmish AD carries to exist. And if you were going to play this out, I think you had to go onto Lilia and hard push there, but they didn't have mid-prio either. So very puzzling decision there to continue to play. Love the initial pick onto Peter, who had some pretty big engages throughout this game. I want to roll the second clip, though, because the second clip is where he doesn't, right? Where they try to take the Otacon. It goes really, really poorly for him. He gets chunked down early. I'll play the clip. He gets chunked down early in this fight. And, you know, initially Nongshim, they start the Otacon first. They take a ton of damage. It's not really a safe take here. The casters criticize it. They back away. Ultimately, we can kind of speed it up to get to the point where that actually does happen. They back away, and Peter ends up taking a ton of damage. He wants to be the one to actually find the engage and find the setup here. He ends up taking a lot of damage himself, though, before the fight actually breaks out. So initially, you know, back away here from Nongshim. We're going to see a bit of a turn. Peter gets walled off here, takes a bunch of damage, wants to be the one to engage. But he's so low that he can't actually stop them. Oh, if KT just hold the choke point with the Nico here and threaten the Otacon and try to push the bottom lane, try to threaten the turret, there's a lot of things they could have done here, but ultimately decided to stick the Otacon with Peter still being so low health on the left side of this fight, and it actually allows Nongshim to get into position, because if the Nico's standing at that choke, there's no way Nongshim can actually approach, but Peter's super low. He has to flash away here, so he's completely out of the fight, and then they look for the Rend, and it's so mistimed and miscoordinated here that actually the Sejuani gets the steal, despite the fact that they had Rend smite. No smite here from Cuz means that they win the Otacon, and now Nongshim are happy to take the fight.
I actually think it ended up working out so well for Nongshim because they made an awful decision, which was starting the Otacon. And it was very funny because I was tracking the resistances. Calyx at one point was down to 4 magic resist. 4! But then they back off, you know? And then KT are like, hey, why don't we start the Otacon? And I legit think it's so crazy that this Hextech Dragon would have been the 3rd dragon for them just there. And then just completely ignorant of it. But I just feel like so many teams are still falling for this bait of the Otacon, and like the shred it has, the damage it does, put you in such a dangerous position. I think you have to be super confident, as Wolf was saying. The second something goes wrong, and in this case it was Peter being super low, so you can't really offer that same control, just back away. You know, it's not that big of a deal.
We've seen so many times here the Otacon flip. So I feel like This was just a great call by Nongshim to
I
be
also
like,
think-
let's start it here. And they're going to remember the first flip that we did went well, so we're going to flip Otacon, and that's how we come back into it.
I also
right?
think
Right, guys?
Gracious Otacon has been nerfed so much, I just don't think it's that big of a deal anymore, you know? Because originally it was like, okay, we have this buff, you get no gold for killing us, we can just dive towers and instantly be back on the map. But now, like you see so often, a team gets Gracious Otacon, there's nothing else to contest, you know, Baron's not available yet, and they kind of just meander about for a bit, and then it wears off, and you have, like 25, is it 25 extra gold on kills? Like, who cares? I honestly think the Voracious Otacon is like so over-prioritized by teams because they have it in their head, oh, if they get it, they auto-win the next fight. But then we see so often they don't win the next fight and you end up getting still a decent amount of gold, or just no fight happens. You know, you don't always have to fight in League of Legends, and a lot of the time there's no objective forcing a fight.
It's like teams it took a long time for teams back in the old early days of League of Legends to realize you don't have to fight for Baron when it spawns. You don't have to fight for Baron non-stop. I think we're still in early days of Otacon here. We'll see some changes, obviously, moving to the next season as well. But I think that this was the moment where complete control was lost for KT. Like, they lost this fight, lost control of the map. Baron goes over. They're very slow to contest. They don't get the contest there, and that's the game. And they had such a winning position. They had such a fed Kalista. It was an unlosable situation. KT, get it together.
Wasn't that such a wonderful field trip, everybody? It was great. A lot of learning was done. Well, we learned that Nongshim got game number 1. And to get into game number 2, let's send it on over to our very own Mrs. Frizzles. It's Brandon and, of course, Chronicler.
Thank you, Degon. My name is Brandon Frizzle. With me is Chronicler Frizzle. Did you ever watch the Magic School Bus? Do you even know what they're talking about?
I do.
Oh. Okay. I thought maybe it was an American thing.
No, well, we did have it, but obviously it was Dutch.
Really?
So, yeah.
What was the title in Dutch? I'm just curious.
I actually think it was called the Magic School Bus, but I'm not sure. Because,
Like with a Dutch accent?
Well, no, they just said that was just a theme song, and then everything else was in Dutch.
Okay, that makes sense. Was Mrs. Frizzle still Mrs. Frizzle?
Definitely not. No, that would be too much.
Okay.
I don't remember what it was, though. But it
Seems
did
like you
exist.
didn't watch too much.
Well, no, Brendan, it was like 20 years ago.
Yeah, well, you're 30, you know?
I know, yeah. Well, 31 now.
Yeah,
but
oh.
like, that doesn't really...
Rough.
No, no, it's great. I don't remember a lot about childhood shows. Unfortunately, including the name of Miss Frizzle.
Okay, that's fair. We're really targeting Gideon this time around with a couple of bans already. And then the Gwen, which they don't want to play.
And also, they don't want to first pick it because you might run into King and
Yeah,
Diana.
you might get counterpicked.
Yeah. I love that even though King has had a pretty consistently great year so far, we just keep going after him for that one pick.
It's just getting memed.
It happens to the best players. You know, Barrow is still kind of an enigma this deep into his own career. As Jace is up.
Why did we ban Sion instead of Jace?
Do not pick Mbessa. If he like slams Malphite, I'll be all for it. You know, just pick other stuff and then R4, R5 Malphite. I can see it. You know what's also open is Varus. If they go Varus Jace,
Varus Jace.
It's free low.
Yeah.
I mean, that alone. So just
Sinjal's good.
slams in, slam another prio pick, and just go from there. Because they have a plan, right? King is going to counterpick something. Because you don't just let Jace go through. You know that Jace is going to get picked. I don't think you want to play Mbessa because as strong as she is, she's definitely the lowest of like the, you know, the top tier of Gwen, Rumble, Jace, Mbessa.
The top 4 tops.
So I don't want it to be Mbessa, anything else. And you can wait.
Varus.
You don't have to do it now. So this is great. I think this is a really good 1-2. It also takes away a lot of picks. And it also means that BDD doesn't get to play it. And if he ends up going into something like an Ahri, it is a much more strategy specific, right? Like you can go Ahri Viego here, for example, because Ahri is one of the picks that can circumvent the rocks. Silas is another, but it doesn't mean you're going a little bit more all in on that specific strategy.
Yeah,
There
Ahri
it
seems
is.
good.
Yep.
BDD definitely enjoying his Ahri.
Ahri Viego. Is that what we're looking at?
Or like a Wukong.
Yeah, it could be. But Wukong into Taliyah I think is not fun.
Or Pantheon.
That would work. Yeah. Because he gets
Ahri,
stunned, but it
Pantheon.
doesn't really matter. That's a
Yeah.
good combo. I like that. Okay, so don't just let them pick Varus. I'm telling you, it's R5 Malphite.
Just
So
let
it's
them.
so free. I gotta walk right into the trap.
Maybe they ban it. Maybe you got to pick Malphite here.
I don't think they will. And also,
Maybe
I don't
he'll
think-
play
I don't-
Diana
I don't
into
even. I
Jace.
don't even. Oh god, I don't even think the matchup is as good as it once was because of Grasp Jace, right? Like when it was
Yeah.
Conqueror, you could actually out-sustain him, but now it's a little crazy as the Varus will get banned out. So guess we're not setting as big of a trap as I was hoping for. Very sad.
Yeah. I do wonder what they're going to pick for Kingen in this game. Or what Lehens is going to play here. Because you could pick top on 4 and then save support counter pick. Or you could wait until you see the entire comp before making your decision on Kingen's pick. But
They are banning Poppy. Makes sense, because Poppy on 4 here is really good. It's good into the comp, but it does mean Lehens can just slam Rakan on 4 and there's nothing you can do about it.
yeah.
And Rakan's in, I think is quite strong. Not a
Or you
lot
could wait and
left.
see if they pick it
Yeah,
into Taliyah.
yeah, I hope not. I don't think they should. Is Ali?
Alistair?
So is it like Rakan Rel?
Or you pick your top laner and you wait
Nah.
to counter pick.
I want to see what AD carry they pick. Telling you, pick Lehens here and we R5. Leona makes sense. Leona also is, you know, again, we've talked about this a lot. It's not really a hard counter into Rakan as such, but it's still a good matchup. Still nice. And it sets up Taliyah really well. It's a strong 2v2, so I don't mind it. Also, there is, I imagine, somewhat of a suspicion that this might not be Pantheon jungle, right? It could be. I think it is most likely, but we should consider that it could be flexed, as Rakan still makes sense, even though you're playing into Leona. Does not make sense playing into Taliyah, though. I do think that that is
Yeah.
just something we've seen consistently be tough. Really good Rakans have pulled it off. But you just really limit your playmaking potential. And KT, you've been on blue side for 2 games, and I don't feel it. You know, I don't feel the blue side power. I'm not...
Yeah. They have been struggling a bit. Kaisa is a pick that is very strong and is top tier in the bottom lane. That was kind of avoided. They banned Jhin instead.
You already have Taliyah. Just pick the rock. You know, you have two rocks.
The Rock.
Can't beat that. It's not going to be that. It's going to be something else. It's like Ornn?
Jax?
I feel like Kingen is going to... But like Jace just...
Yeah.
It's
I
like
mean,
Wukong top? That's an old Jace counter. Okay, well... not what I was hoping.
Yeah, this... Yeah.
So how about that game 3, huh?
Well, they're setting up really well for the game 3 with the top Nidalee. You know what Nidalee is really good into? Into melee tanks especially, but just melee champs in general. You know what Nidalee is probably not that good into?
Strongest top laner on the current patch.
Jace.
I just don't... I don't see it. I'm willing to be convinced, Kingen, but I'm not right now. Because I feel like with Grasp Jace, because if it was, again, there's been versions of Jace that are really strong, but they're both squishy, and they don't have that much sustain. And then I can see the Nidalee actually work, because you can just poke and prod, right, and out-trade and heal up. But it's Grasp Jace. Like, he's going to be both extremely beefy, he's going to get Shojin, and then he's just going to boom you in the trades. It's great artwork here. Very evil little raccoon there. I flew 13 hours to see KT win.
There you go.
That's dedication.
Smiley face. You see, he tried to write it in red, but the pen was running out, so he switched to blue.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Didn't even get a new sign. He's like, nope. Shows my dedication.
I appreciate that.
Probably wanted red for KT, but it's fine.
Good.
Because Noxum are also red, so.
It's a bit confusing. Isn't it?
Yeah, blue is better because KT have been on the blue side twice now. Well, guys, we're getting ready for game number 2. Top Nidalee is back into Jace.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초
Well, off we
남았습니다.
go. And you said you were willing to be convinced. Let's see how well Kingen can convince us. Because theoretically, you know, if you can sustain through the damage of Jace, and, you know, he's not going to be bullying you as much as a melee champ.
Early kill would be great. Would help a lot.
That would help, but casting spots him, and he gets out.
Okay, he actually went phase rush. I don't know how I feel about that.
I guess maybe for chase potential, you know? If you get like an opportunity to really burst, your phase rush goes off, and then Nidalee would try to hop away, and you're just like, no. As, okay, well, that's a flash at Calyx.
That's a really big win for Calyx. Because now BDD started Charm level 1 and also doesn't have Flash.
But if he got him.
Yeah, okay, but he didn't.
But if he did.
But he didn't.
But let's just say he did.
This is what happens. I swear, this is what happens when you're you're on a team that loses too much. You start just making plays, go like, I'll go, oh, it's worth. It's not worth.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's gonna matter again, but it is definitely interesting as well. Casting going for Gathering Storm. Wow, Gathering Storm, absolute focus. So seemingly just thinking, with the Grasp, I'm still not going to be able to outtrade. It's just not worth it whatsoever. So maybe we overestimating the Jace damage potential a little bit there. Because now he's definitely not going to have a good time in these early trades, right? He won't have that additional sustain. So he's instead going for a setup that has great scaling, and I think inside has a lot more leeway with what you can get away with in terms of how far you can push up, but you are a lot squishier, right? Grasp does actually make a big difference, also because you get access to Resolve, which right now he will not, as that should not come as a huge surprise, given that Ahri is picked, I want to say almost exclusively right now as a counter pick into the Taliyah.
Very often so, for sure. And I feel like Ahri oftentimes is picked with a very strong jungler that she can mesh well with, and just gets a decent amount of wins anyway. Here comes Cuz. Calyx not going to spot him until it's too late. The charm hits. Now Calyx doesn't have Flash, so he's just dead. There you go. First blood given over to Cuz, who's already making the Pantheon jungle work.
I didn't mention it earlier, but there is obviously one big benefit, and that is if you revisit the lane, Calyx gets caught off guard. Nicely done there by BDG, connecting that charm, and it's an early kill. Cuz making his early impact known as Casting is not having a good time. Maybe this is what we needed, is another Apex Predator that can punish the Jace that top laners actually play.
Yeah.
Which in this case, again, is Nidalee. Nidalee is, if you can get away with it, it's just peak top lane experience. You win every matchup. Who cares about getting outskilled, and you just side lane all game long.
I mean, it's fair. As long as you're winning your lane, you're doing something well. It's better than losing lane and losing game, which like a lot of our other top laners would do. Yeah, you know, if you just like handshake and you're like, okay, I just hope to go, you know, even or something. And casting, he didn't do very well early on, and Kingen hit level 2 first and has Grasp, whereas casting did not take the OP rune. And that just means his time is going to be pretty rough.
He will scale well, so that's something, you know.
Yeah.
Went for a full scaling page. But it does mean his early lane is going to be even more rough, and King has also been having a great split, as mentioned. So I think he's going to be pretty happy with the whole situation. So we do the double scuttle setup here for Gideon, thanks to bot lane Cryo and Calyx roaming with him as well.
Yeah, you talked about the pure top laner experience. I feel like Kingen is the guy in the top lane that has really embraced that, you know? He's like, I'm going to play all the weird stuff. I'm going to try to just win my lane. I'm going to do all this research on the weird counter picks. You know, we saw the Diana, we've seen the Nivea multiple times. And oftentimes it has worked. And I feel like casting is just not really a match for Kingen tonight. I think the Rumble, he really got kind of caught out, didn't know what to do in that lane, and really struggled.
I do think that one is like purely matchup dependent. Like, I actually think that the Anivia, when played well, not punished early, should just... That one I don't feel as bad about. This one, we'll see how he can manage dropping as little as possible. But also casting is obviously new to the LCK.
That's why.
Yeah, Kingen is...
I feel like it's the perfect prey for Kingen, you know what I mean? Like, it's the newest top laner. And Kingen is like, this is my guy. Like, I'm going to pull out all the weird stuff. He doesn't have nearly as much experience as someone else. even like Morgan, a guy who has a ton of experience but isn't like the top laner. Like, he's the Lord, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I feel like even Morgan would have a better time dealing with these rough lanes that casting has been put into.
Another lead there for Nidalee. We'll see, casting has definitely gotten better. Yeah, between Zeus and Kingen, we have two of our... I will just pick whatever I think is good. And then we have Keen and Shiu, both of which I think are also playing incredibly well, but are a lot more measured. I think they don't have nearly as many crazy counter picks.
I don't feel like Pantheon wins that extended trade. Really nice charm off the wall. That's going to get Calyx kind of on the wrong side of it. But yeah, in the 1v1, I would say that Xin Zhao still wins this against the Pantheon. And Gideon identified that very early on. Now the supports are going to get in. Spirit Rush here for BDD means that Calyx can't really stick around. Gideon taking a bit of damage. They want to go in. Another stun comes out from Lehens, but BDD, low on mana, going to get a bit more. Here's Kingen now, and Cuz comes back, and Lehens just kind of left by his lonesome, but at least Calyx comes back. And eventually Lehens will die. The only question is, can Notion get anything back? Kingen gonna get the flash and the kill as he flashes over the wall, takes out casting, and Gideon is still alive on the grubs.
So Gideon was trying to sustain up the grub. Well, he also got the first grub, but Gideon, while all of this was going on, was trying to sustain. Obviously with Xin you have a good amount, but he was losing because it was free grubs.
Okay. Trade the flashes.
I don't think that's okay.
This is fine.
Yeah, he gets flash, but if he was 6, I think that's okay. That's fine. Cuz will visit me. It'll be worth. So as Fells was saying, I think Xin Zhao right now is just insanely strong. If this charm doesn't hit, they lose that fight very, very cleanly. Because now, because of the position he's in, I think otherwise Calyx can actually flash behind the Pantheon when he does the flick, and they definitely kill him. But he's not. Then Lehens shows up, and Lehens is obviously a lot stronger in these type of messy skirmishes. Gideon stays alive thanks to the amount of food he gets. Watch this, by the way. While all of this is going on, check Gideon just fighting for his life against the grubs. Doesn't have flash, so he's like, well, try and be as useful as possible. And then Kingen actually making his presence known on this Nidalee, kind of showboating there. Really big kill that accelerates him even further in the matchup that he was already winning, by the way. And they got free grubs and just gave up Lehens. So maybe it was all according to plan.
Yeah, and you're accelerating your Triforce on the Nidalee as well, so
yeah,
you're just kind of winning for Nongshin. Now, they're not ahead on gold. The jungle gap, the 2 kills that went to Cuz, it feels good right now, but that's not going to feel good as the game comes along, even though Gideon's behind for now. As here goes Cuz, they're trying to take out the Xin Zhao, but that is pretty difficult. They finally do take him out, though, as casting will go down here as well. But TP comes in, and Nongshin have to abandon the play. KT will win it, but now casting isn't top, and it's probably that tower to go down here.
Just don't
demolish.
No. Pull the camera away. It's fine. Short term, this is great for KT.
They
got
the
Dragon. They got a bunch of kills. It's great. It's great. Don't look at... What am I saying? Don't look at top. I don't want to look at top.
Okay.
Casting can TP. There's another wave that's going to go into the turret. They get Dragon. They get kills. It's great. There's no downsides to this play. It's a cannon wave, so actually, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Turns out to be...
It's not great. I don't think it's goal positive.
No.
Okay, it does deny the play
for now.
Well, there we go.
Curses aren't real.
I think if BDD doesn't TP, this play is basically perfect. Right? This is nicely done. You set up a play and Gideon here. Actually, really nicely done there because he knocks Cuz away. Actually doesn't take as much damage because when you ult, you get the full stacks. But I don't think he actually got as much damage off because he got knocked away immediately. So he just got the stun, but that was it. And then as a result, Gideon stays alive for a little bit longer. And BDD feels the need to TP as, oh god, you can't do this to casting, guys.
They absolutely can.
Then he is...
This is the risk.
Very dead.
When you play someone new to the LCK, they will get bullied. That's a miss on the seismic shove. The phase rush is going to save him. It's going to get him out.
He's rushing out of there.
Now he lives, but his turret doesn't.
Shh, pan away. There we go. That's back to bot lane.
Yeah. Well, the Nidalee is so far ahead It's incredible. I can't believe I doubted Kingen for a moment. Should have seen that Nilly and been like, this is perfect.
Yeah, I doubted.
Although perfect.
I doubted him too much, and also, you know, I was like, oh, Malphite. If he picks Malphite, he get to the point where he was relevant now.
Yeah.
Instead, he has a 1.6k gold.
He's still Nidalee, but we've seen that.
Okay, so
I feel like our players are getting better at playing her.
I do
as a
also,
top laner.
I do also think that she is one of the champions where I actually see split push work, and they're actually split pushing with it. You know,
It's like a better version of 80 Kennen.
yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Because you have arguably even more escape potential.
I think, yeah,
Because
Malphite.
Kennen has it initially
You're just worse in
with his
team
lightning
fights.
rush, but she's more consistent. And yeah, you're worse in team fights.
But who cares? Just don't team fight. I do think KT have one of the best comps possible to side lane, right? They have two semi-globals that can impact side. I think Calyx is just dead.
Oh, he's gonna try to ult out! He gets out! They don't take him off the wall in time! Meanwhile, Duck Tom nearly goes down to the turret, but Cuz comes in and is gonna get the cleanse here, but Lehens might have to pay once again. That's 0 and 3 now for him.
No, pan away, pan away, pan away!
And the turret's just going down. This is gonna be like 2,000 gold to lead here for Kane. 12 minutes into the game. Not something we've seen happen ever.
Is there anything that can stand in the way of Kingen and his 13 out of 13? That's what I want to know. Well, losing this game, obviously, that would do it. No, not even.
No, they voted for Duro yesterday.
Yeah, but that was base. Duro had a really good blue.
No, but they've done it before.
I don't think so. I trust.
I feel like VNCast is very based, but sometimes they get a little bit too based. Like they overcook, you know?
Dr. Why are we not just cleansing immediately? Because we could have done that. It ends up being fine, right? Maybe it was because he wanted to bait in, was communicating with Cuz. Let's punish there on Lehens. It does mean that KT, they're making good plays. All the money is on Cuz, and I actually do think that Pantheon skating is somewhat underrated. I will defend this opinion. You guys couldn't see the face that Val was making. But he gets so many free stats, right? Like the amount of armor pen he gets is crazy. Basically, just true damage. The problem is that I do think it's very hard to actually play. It's like, it kind of reminds me of the way that if you're playing like AP Nidalee, you need to like weave in and out. You need to get the most out of your cooldowns. You can't just go in and try to face plant your way through, which with something like a Zinzo you can do, right? Face plant in, press R, and you will do well.
It's part of why he's picked so often.
Yep.
So reliable, so consistent.
It really is.
Like, even if you mess everything up, at least you have your ult. So.
And your Q, right? Like, those will always be good.
Yeah, Calyx. Face checking a Jace. That'll happen every time.
I haven't talked about Calyx yet. Calyx is not having a great time, Val. He doesn't have an item. Now, he has good components, but he doesn't have an item, which is why casting kind of bully him around like that. Level down as well, but doesn't matter.
It's a 3v3, but the Kai'Sa's going to get there earlier. The Charm comes in, and Gideon is in a lot of trouble. You can't get away from that Kai'Sa. Ult not going to help you there as Zhu comes on over, but yeah, I don't think you're winning this team fight with the Nidalee, as the Kai'Sa got in first, and now Kingen elects to go for the fight.
We're going down
running away, and now he's flashing. I mean, maybe he gets out through the jungle, but no, the flash comes in from BDD, and that'll be the end of him, and that is a shutdown as well. So much gold just went to the Zari.
As it turns out, we were right to ignore the Nidalee the whole time, because the rest of the map was not doing so hot.
Why did they fight?
I don't...
Why did they fight that?
Don't know.
There's no reason to. And, ooh!
And we're just
uh-oh. It's a lot of damage.
If I'm KT, I'm honoring casting for Tilt Roof, by the way. The man got a monstrous matchup, got bullied, got repeatedly they repeatedly attempted to dive, and is still making his impact known as we.
Jubu's running to mid lane. Jubu's running to mid lane. If it's Ashe versus Kai'Sa, he needs to be there if you're gonna fight.
They clearly did not expect there to be this many people. That's the only explanation, right? Like, they didn't have that much.
Well, they saw 3 of them.
Well, I know that, Elvis, but I don't know how else I can explain this. You want to play towards your strong side of the map. You want to play towards a Nidalee. But I don't actually think that's true. I actually think Nidalee wants to be alone, and you do. And I know the Dragon was there, which is the reason why this is happening. But I would have much rather seen Kingen just be top and just get the inner. Because now you lose the Dragon, Another Hex Tech, by the way. Love to see it. You lose the Dragon, and KT, the one lead you have is on this Nidalee, and if you try to teamfight with it, I just don't think it matters. I don't actually think the Nidalee provides enough in the teamfight for that to be valuable as casting. I did give him a little bit of credit. Maybe
he's got his flash. The stones come down way too late, and now he's just using the phase rush to buy some more time. Rift Herald should go over to KT as the arrow. That is amazing, actually. Gio perfectly on the mark. But everybody's bot, so they're just going to lose the Rift Herald for the trade. Not sure if worth.
Caution didn't flash either. Like, probably, yeah, that's probably fine for KT.
I think they like that.
They'll be happy with that. Again, the Herald, you get a ton of pressure towards mid. I think it's good. I don't mind it.
The Jace was 0-2 already.
Well, he's also, outside of his direct lane opponent, like, he's fine, right? I don't think he's substantially falling behind in levels. Yeah. And never mind, not looking great when it comes to the levels. I think the lack of CS really playing a big part there. But this mid-jungle duo for KT is so strong right now.
They're only a combined 6-0 and 8, 17 minutes into the game.
Well, we knew Velda.
And it's Ahri Pantheon.
we did know. We saw this draft and we're like, I don't know, KT.
But your mid-jungle is kind of cracked.
And you also know that this series is going to be a free gamer.
Yeah, we knew that. And
don't be fooled, because it's
Alex,
fine. There you go.
He trapped himself in between his own wall and the jungle wall. And so he put down the wall, and then Cuz just flashes out. So we're just trading turrets here, but it's a trade up for Notion. They should be able to take the inner, and they're playing towards their Nidalee. We didn't necessarily want to see this, but it's working for now. See how far they go with this. BDD still not backing, and the wave is cleared, so Notion will have to back away. But can they get out?
An angle. Oh man, those spears don't do anything. It's so funny. Because you're used to normal Nidalee, right? Jungle Nidalee, where you see that you go, ooh.
Yeah.
Is Nidalee now just a triple flex? Is that where we're at?
Yes.
Like the Poppy of old?
We haven't seen the support yet.
Top jungle and support. That's just our life now.
Here comes the Rift Herald.
Didn't really need that. Well, I guess we can use it for the inner charge.
Yeah, because their back was delayed, right? But the charm comes in on the Lahens. They're still going to go in on this one. TP coming up, and the big knockup from Peter for the peel as they take down Lahens, who never had a chance. In goes Duck Dom, nearly takes off King instead, who has to flash it. And Gideon, yeah, I mean, he gets away, but Kingan's over there, not able to kill anyone. I feel like he should just be sat in the side lane, but they're not playing as a team around this Nidalee very well.
Well, that they are and they aren't, right? Like, I feel like we are just grouping with Nidalee.
But that's not...
well, no, I know that. We saw the best example was Zeus, who just never was seen near his team. As we take another look at classic Lahens call, I want to say. They do get the TP, which is nice, but Lahens does give his life for it. And Gideon's flash, which I think is actually a big deal, right? Flashes out, doesn't actually die. Spear doesn't quite hit him there from Cuz, but I don't know if that's really worth... Oh,
uh-oh. Okay, well, trying to get on the Lahens here. They want to turn it, as now Lahens will engage on a BDD, but that is an Ahri. No damage comes out. He has to flash over. No Spirit Rush. So BDD now down a flash.
That is a lot of cooldown to use there. I think Nongxian might be feeling good about playing aggressively towards this dragon. Lahens is a little low.
Well, it's getting healed. It's not big heals, but
still nice.
Little heals here and there.
Ooh, deep TP from BDD, just a big moment. Kids can get this. Game's looking good.
He's got a Spirit Rush back. The arrow misses as well, and now Nongxian kind of have to abandon ship, or at least re-center themselves as a team. Oh, that was so close on the Duck Dom, who does have Flash Cleanse, and avoids that as well. Here comes BDD now, and just going to escort them out of this one. Nongxian, I feel like it's the right call to not fight that, but you're still falling behind, as now it's Hextech Soul Point to KT.
I don't trust this. It's too clean.
Something must go wrong.
Decisions make too much sense.
Oh, they're just... Maybe KT starts the Otacon, and that's where the throw comes in.
Could be, could be. Is the gold lead on Nidalee real if the rest of the map is on fire?
Not really. I mean, especially the way they're playing it, where it's, you know, the Hullbreaker Nidalee who's not playing the side lane. Like, that's not winning. You're not winning that way, unfortunately. And I feel like Nongsum got a bit unlucky with the Hex Texel because you want a little bit more time to side lane, but you also gave up the first couple of Drakes. But I don't know if they even if it was a different soul, would they have side laned anyway? I don't know. It doesn't seem like they're doing that.
Well, that's my point. It's also, it's much easier said than done, because from the perspective of Nongshim, at any point, if casting hits a knockback, if BDD hits a charm, Dokdam could just instantly warp in and blow you up, right? Even though King is relatively tanky, at this point, especially with how far out Dokdam is, he just blows you up. And then Cuz also has his ultimate, so actually side laning is, I think, a lot easier said than done when there's that many threats. But it also means that Nongshim don't have that much pressure going on, and they really need to, because the rest of their laners are substantially behind. So that is Rakan.
Gonna go in after the Celestial opposition, but still Rakan. Dashes away. This top mid duo still extremely strong. 7-0 and 9 now for KT.
They have parked King and inside, which I do like. That's good. Keep him there.
Yeah, it's good. You know, they have vision of the Kai'Sa in mid, at least. So, for now, he feels safe. Maybe he just remembered the Pantheon. Backs away a little bit. Yeah, he doesn't really have much pressure. Doesn't feel like KT are doing much with the lead they have. It looks like maybe starting the Otacon here soon.
KT doesn't have to do anything, right?
Well, they're going to go in on hands, and not the best target. Here is Cuz in a lot of trouble, but the turn onto him isn't going to work. He just flashes that one. Gideon has to ult now, but the charm comes in, and they have a very melee comp trying to get into the circle. Not going to be able to do so, but a lot of damage already going in as the flick back comes out from Calyx and gets them the kill as 2. Immediate cleanse, very nicely done. A very close fight, as in they go on a 2, and immediately he goes down. As Kingen finally here, but his entire team is dead. So the TPs come in, and Kingen's far less impactful than the Jace. So now he's just kind of walking around them, but not able to do much. It's 4 members of KT up.
They do have members advantage. I wonder if they actually want to do Otacon, because don't forget, they don't have Smite. Gideon is up, and he can Hextech gate over. They're going to try and burst it, but Kingen's here to play spoiler.
Yeah.
Again, Gideon is getting close. Like, they don't have a Smite. Oh, Cuz he might try to ult in.
Yeah, I mean, Hexgate and then ult in, if they can keep at least.
KT, I don't like this!
Throw on the Otacon, he said. Seems like Valdez knew. He saw the future. Cuz gonna ult in, but now your whole team is so low! And now they're indexed into fighting this one. 5 members of Nongsum coming over, giving it away! And you know what? At this point in time, I feel like that's the right call.
Yes!
You've already put yourself in a bad spot. Arrow gonna go wide, and the wall is coming down, and there's the knockback. He's gonna hit it. This time once again, and Cuz is the sacrifice. The Solar Flare goes wide, but Nongsum now taking big strides into the lead after that one. We'll see what they can do with this Voracious Otacon, though. Maybe take a Baron here in a minute?
It's fine. This is just a normal roller coaster experience. If we go back, take a look at how this started. So I think looking for a pick here is great, right? You don't actually need to do Otacon, but just kind of fishing is good, because this 4-man unit is way stronger than your opponents. I want you to pay attention. So they try to go in. I know. Watch Gideon's flasher, because it actually ends up killing Jiu. I think it was Gideon, maybe it was Calyx. But right here, that flash from Calyx, if he tanks it, Calyx actually I think is not nearly as big as a deal of this fight in Jiu, because Jiu has to use his cleanse and still takes a ton of damage. And that also sets up the ult for Dokdam. So BDD sets up, but then KT make the call to go for Otacon without their jungler when Hex Gates are up. And really the combination of Hex Gates and Neo Objective, I think, is just going to be indefinite entertainment. It doesn't matter what stuff we add, but Hex Gates really throw off your perception of how long it takes for an enemy jungler. But they've been in the game for, what, like 3 years now? I feel like we should be getting used to them.
Yeah, we should know about the Hex Gates, at least. The Otacon, you know, we're still getting used to that one.
Oh, Cuz if he gets the Smite still, none of it has mattered. It's all okay.
BD goes in. Lahen's trying to go in onto him. The flickback comes out again, but he's got Zhonya's. BDD in a bit of trouble, but he's able to flash out. Kingen now on the backside. Fighting! They still have the Otacon, and they're going in. Look at that burst out, coming out from Kingen. He takes out BDD, and now Noxim are just winning the fight as Duckdown goes in after the fact, only gets the one withdrawal. KT, it didn't have to go this way. And Noxim take a big one. They deny the soul. They have the Otacon, and they might get the Nasher here. As they're grouping, especially with the Hex Gates, which we keep pointing out. They have Smite, might as well do it.
I can't with these back-to-back Otacons, Feldes. I just... Oh my god. Okay, so maybe they can do something about this Baron, but it's Lands that finds the engage onto his old teammate. BDD that gets taken so low. And then you can see kind of the hesitation, right? Like, Carson is already kind of dipped. Duckdown, I think, right there, he is dead, right? Like, I don't think he gets out, so I think the ult didn't make sense, but KT just looks so disjointed, and nope, they cannot stop the Baron.
You know, he could have ulted onto Kingen and gotten out.
Yeah, it would have been better.
Yeah, but it was just, it was a fight that was kind of up in the air, and you're like, yeah.
You know, it's
just hindsight is like, yeah, that would have been the play to get him out, but yeah, there was just no escape by the time he ulted, so. That is fair. This feels bad for KT that it felt like they had such control, and then they go for that Otacon play. And now Noxim are in major control here. They denied the Hextech Soul. They got the Baron. And, I mean, at this point, you know, KT have something big to do, and they're really struggling into this Talia, like, multiple times. Peter has tried to engage, but rocks are on the ground. And it's just been, it's been a rough time, as we predicted.
And the gold lead is gone. The mid-jungle gold lead was like 2K.
Yeah.
It's evaporated,
They had 0 deaths as well. Now they have 4. Chronicler just rode in his POM boat.
I was expecting a free game banger.
Yeah. He's not happy. He's not satisfied with the 2-0. And, well, let's see. I mean, Peter gets in. This time he's not going to be denied by the rocks, but instead he just denied by death. And Duckdown has to do something. He is going to die as well. It's KT, one last-ditch effort. And, you know, they weren't even that far behind. Like, there was still a chance in this game. But that fight was not it. That's not going to win you the game.
Come on, KT, we need a third game. That's a start, Okay. Oh, come on, he needs to die. No!
Well, they get the flash. Casting goes in and he gets taken out. Yeah, well, they did get Calyx, but they are also both going to go down. It's not feeling good. The game is crumbling before our eyes for KT. And Noxim, they got themselves out of it somehow.
Why? You were winning!
I hope Laura's not watching this game. Well, maybe this is a chance. They're going to take down the Hens, but now we got one coming in. And Kingen is so incredibly strong, and so is Gideon. You know, he's got us under Sky. He's incredibly tanky with the Black Cleaver. And that amount of damage just isn't going to do it.
He has the same items as Cuz. Cuz is just made of paper.
Yep.
Well, okay, so it was definitely, you know, they got the Baron there, and you see how it's like a little dip on the gold graph. Probably they get a few turrets.
But then this happens.
But then this happens, and the worst part is, this is if the rest of the team is here. Peter buys a lot of like they're in a choke point.
Duckdown just didn't go in.
There's just no damage. Well, it's also like they're not on the same page again, and then here, so they do eventually take down Calyx, but his stall is amazing, right? Like gets the stopwatch up, then here Casting goes in, and look at this. PD just hits the edge of the stones. Look how low Gideon gets. If he doesn't get stunned for just that second, maybe he can walk back, get the redirect, get the pullback, and then this, I don't even, it's over now. It's done so.
No, we must force you to watch this. Don't watch live in bottom left. Watch the main screen. As they tried, and they failed.
It's kind of insane that Gideon just evaporates Cuz like that. And he's up 2 levels.
And he is maybe one of the best junglers on the patch.
I know. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Disappointed we don't get the 3-gamer. That's fair.
It's fine, Cuz just ult in and steal this, and then we have a game again.
I don't know if, well, Maybe we do.
No, it's 5 seconds. It's not happening.
I mean, if he did it and he got it, maybe we have a game.
Hextech Soul is so busted.
But they're like 7,000 gold behind.
It's fine. They get Hextech Soul. Nongshim also need to do some funny business, but we know they're capable of that. We know they can. Just haven't really done it yet. They're pretty locked in.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever killing King in here.
He's going Zhonya's next, isn't he?
I think it's a good call.
Yeah.
I mean,
the only way you lose is if they just all blitz you.
Yeah. And Italy, you're still using the AP, obviously. You don't have to go only 80 items.
Is Calyx really going to be the second person to win with Talia in an Italy? Or it's Ari specifically? I feel like that's also not a very fair representation of how the matchup between these two guys went. But Calyx post-laning phase, like in the teamfights, has actually been super high impact.
His seismic subs have been fantastic. Like, he hasn't really missed a single one.
Just got Giga gapped early on, but it looks like KT, like in game number 1, they just can't actually take that lead and turn it into something.
Yeah, very much all over the place in the team fights. Lens is going to immediately McNails himself, it looks like. Very nicely done there on the charm. But just trying to create space so they can take down the turret without the Baron. The only thing is that taking down mid-turret or even the inhibitor doesn't really do anything for the Baron, you know?
A Rakan with a dream. One man.
Spotted.
Okay. They know.
Now, still gonna go in, and now we gotta see Duckdown pull the trigger. They're gonna take down Calyx. He is incredibly low. Peter goes down here as well, and, well, they just didn't go in. Okay, now he's gonna go in, and for the third time, Duckdown goes in after the fight and dies. And the coordination is just not there for KT. It's just not happening, and Nongshim are benefiting every time.
I no longer want KT to win it. Take it back. I think it's fine if Nongshim wins. I think they've earned it! Quick 2-0, nothing to see here? For Nongshim?
It's not KT. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. I don't know why. But Nongshim, congratulations to them. It's actually a relatively clean 2-0. A little bit to see here and there, but they got the job done. It's still a 2-0. It looks good on the standings. And you take down KT, who are still struggling to somehow break their way into the top 5 or even the top 6. But with this loss, they'll be at 3-5. And Nongshim, I said at the top of the day, you know, if they take a decisive victory against KT, that will help us in determining where they're at in the standings. How strong is this team really? Kingen pulling out the 2 crazy picks and getting big wins in his lanes is definitely going to help them a lot. And then they go on to eventually take the 2-0. Kingen very happy. I'm sure he's having a lot of fun in this meta.
And KT, there were some individual under and over performances. I think Casting struggled, but his feels a little bit more excusable. I think Dokdam, unfortunately, had kind of a drop-off after what was a really great re-entrance into the LCK in the last couple of matches. Gio was fine. He was there. I don't think he really needed to do too much, but Kingen, obviously, complete pop-off. Calyx, though, I know the early phase of the second game was rough, but his team fighting, it feels like it just keeps improving, and I think it's been the big difference between this consistency for Nongshim that was lacking before, right? I feel like Fisher had games where he really popped off, but I do think he lacked a consistent level of form. And it looks like KT.
Yeah.
Everything is slowly coming together for this team. And the mid-game shot calling between these two teams is obviously, it's not even remotely close, right? Like, because Nongshim and Lens, they might flirt with throwing it out of comp, but they don't actually do it. You know, it's just like, oh no, I'm not serious, I'm just having some fun. Which is good.
It's very true. I mean, that's the way you gotta, play it. Got a C+ in my major, but I'm here for Nongshim. Midterm season nowadays for all the students.
These early fights are good for KT.
I feel like this was a bad fight for Nongshim. It was a good setup for KT.
It can be both, right?
Yeah.
I feel like King and I definitely could have if he just punched up and flashed, but and then BDD, he's trying so hard. He's really giving it his all, but Cuz, I think, unfortunately, another performance that doesn't really inspire a lot of confidence. And the shot calling for this team, it's been a consistent issue, but it definitely needs some work.
Yeah. Definitely the biggest issue here in Game 2, where they get ahead and they don't really know how to close out the game. So we've seen this from other teams in the LCK, but unfortunately they're only teams that are on the the right side of the standings. Not the top teams. The top teams know how to close out games, and unfortunately KT are still struggling with trying to become a top team and don't really look like one right now. Whereas Nongshim, iffy at moments, but they still got a 2-0. They didn't let KT win this game even from ahead. They fought their way back, and that deserves a bit of praise.
We've had some fun with it, but the reality is, as much as some of the early skirmishes look pretty even, Nongshim, they keep looking more and more consistent, and they're really showing why they are a lot higher up the standings than KT are. I think KT, at the beginning of the year, looked absolutely dire, right?
Yeah.
I think that KT now, and particularly the first week of LCK as well, I think KT, they're still slowly trending upwards, but there are a lot of core issues that they clearly have to deal with. Whereas for Nongshim, it's looking good. The only thing I would say is that they talk a lot. Like, guys, the game is won. You can just push the Nexus, it's fine.
Got Ari's ult. Try to go for this. Just hit the Nexus. Lens had his hands in the air. More damage done by KT, but they're the ones that took the most damage on the standings. So.
KT really is not able to deal with objectives. That really is the key issue here, and that's something they got to fix, because League of Legends right now, more so than it's arguably ever been with the additional Void. Come on, guys.
No way! Really? VN Cast, I'm looking at you. Will we have the 13 out of 13? How about you, Soup? Who are you voting for?
I don't know who else you'd vote for. I don't see it. I don't
Gideon?
I don't. Oh.
I mean, there's just not a good other answer, which is why I'm memeing it. I don't know. There is no other good answer.
And vote for Lahens if you enjoy chaos.
Yeah, he made it pretty fun.
He had good
That's
engages.
fair. That's fair. Well, guys, Deer will take it away on the translation here.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Kingen on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations! Thank you. Following the last match, you secured another victory, and Nongshim is back on the rise. How do you feel? Because of our losing streaks previously, we had to really flip it around and start anew, and just being able to accomplish that makes me feel great. And in Game 1, you guys banned 4 junglers, target banning the enemy jungle. So what were you watching out for? First of all, just based on our tier list, I think we thought that it would give us a lot of advantage to ban the enemy jungler. And in Game 1, your choice was Anivia. And this card has only been played by you in the LCK. So last time against Jackson, this time against Rumble, what strength does she have? At first, I actually just copied Zeus playing Anivia. And right now, I guess the only data of Anivia is really from me, but I just feel like there are so many good aspects that Anivia can provide for the team. And in both games, it looks like Nongshim had a comeback at Atakan. And in Game 2 especially, Nidalee gameplay at the Atakan fight was amazing. So how were you able to stay so calm? I don't think that it was a clean game today. Based on just capitalizing the enemy's mistakes and just trying to come back after the good plays that we made in the Arakan, I don't really think there was anything specific that I did especially well to stay calm or anything like that. So it just left a bit of a disappointment, honestly. And in game 2, we have to ask you about the top Nidalee. Some people are pretty doubtful about this pick. So do you personally recommend top Nidalee? I think it really depends on how the player is feeling that day. Against Sion, I feel like it gives it an easier matchup, but I think it really does swing really hard based on the matchup that you get. So I guess, I wouldn't necessarily recommend top Nidalee against every matchup. And your next opponent will be D plus Kia. What do you have to say about your matchup against you? I know that I've never played against you, but I know that from what I've seen, Shu's a really good player and he does not have a rookie aura, so I'll have to keep my guards up. I'm gonna keep myself on my toes and do well against you. Looking forward to that matchup. And that's the end of the interview with Kingen, and back to the space. Thank you.
Well, that's us. Thank you, dear. As it is, Kingen the King of Chad getting it done in the top lane against a phase rush Jace. Just need to throw that one out there. If you play against an Italy while playing Jace, phase rush will get you talked about here on the desk. In a
True. Let's take a look at some votes.
Yeah, let's see. It's time.
Any Palm votes?
Yay! We did it!
So Pony said something really funny on his stream. It was either yesterday or the day before, where he said, like, how celebrities can wear anything. Like, if you're a celebrity, you can put a sock. He said if you're a celebrity, you can wear a sock on your head and make it look cool because you're super handsome. If you're like a super famous actor, you can put a sock on your head. People might be like, damn, that looks cool because my favorite actor wore it. I should put a sock on my head. For Nidalee, you probably shouldn't play Nidalee unless you're a celebrity or a world champion. And Kingen is a world champion. I did not like that Nidalee pick in this scenario at all. But he won lane. He had some side lane pressure. He kind of did some team fighting. That part we will just gloss over a little bit. But the guy wins on Anivia. He wins on Nidalee. He's the Palm.
I think the ultimate thing is, despite the fact we saw casting with 2 of the premier top lane picks in the meta, Kingen had confidence in his counter picks and was able to dominate both lanes. And I think that's the main thing, is that we've seen Jace kind of go unchecked because he beats the other. Like, there's the big 4 right now in the top lane, which is Jace, Ambessa, Gwen, and Rumble. And Jace kind of beats all the other 3 in lane. But we've seen it go the other way. Like, we've seen Rumble have good matchups in a Jace if the Rumble player is really good. And I think Kingen just has such confidence in his own abilities in lane.
And despite some of the counter picks that he's used, like the Diana, he is willing to experiment. He is one of our top laners that wants to roll through and try the different types of champions. The Anivia, obviously, we talked about a lot. What's the other one I'm thinking of? He's willing to play the Gwen, so he's flexible to whether play an AD, AP, top laner. Let's take a look at some of the comments that we've had from our experts here. Ox, there it is.
Pretty basic one,
King of counter?
Yeah, because I don't know if you've noticed, but actually his name is Kingen. And if you take the last 2 letters off, it's King, so...
He was also in. They didn't sub him out.
He was in.
Yeah.
He did some counter picking, so,
He locked them in.
it fits.
Wolf go.
What will he play next?
Hopefully not Diana.
Well, I'm kind of postulating like what is going to be the next new champion he hasn't played yet that he plays next. Is he going to pull out the Urgot? Is he going to be the guy who plays Vayne top, bring it back a little bit? Twisted Fate?
Hopefully not Vayne top. That was Keen, right? Keen played that one? I don't know.
Yes, it did not.
Yes.
What else? What else is missing that is there? Urgot was a good call out. Is there anything else?
Fizz top?
Fizz?
That was a meme. Khan did that once.
All right. Let's move on over to Kronny on the cast. Kronny have one? Maybe? Yes. There it is.
It's weird how Chronicler, even though I think he has a great mastery of the English language, he still doesn't capitalize his eyes on his prom comments.
And they don't they don't back him out and just do it for him. You know, they leave it uncapitalized.
Well, they got to keep it authentic.
Yeah, they 1-to-1. Apart from yesterday when they added that weird emoji to mine, which I definitely didn't have.
Just own it, dude. It's okay.
Today this was true, but remember that Diana was a counter pick.
Yes.
And he definitely did not give a win then. So today this comment is true, but it's not evergreen, right? There's sometimes where the counter pick isn't a win.
No.
Let's see what the Korean cast had for us there. Do they have something for us? Are we almost done yet? There it is. Okay. Today, we're going full zoo mode. I love that one.
There's a bird and then
a bird and a cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the ice, like, there's a lot of rare birds at the zoo. And I guess, like, maybe, is there wildcats at the zoo?
Yeah, there can be.
Yeah, it can be, I suppose. Yeah. So, yeah, cougar maybe, you know. All right, fine.
You know, people often see, like, lions, tigers are the go-to, you know. But, yeah, it fits.
King and Zanivia was the chicken stock that Nongshim noodle broth needed. Yeah, Pony! That was a good one.
Yeah, it's rare to have, like, the Nongshim noodles with chicken stock, though, but maybe sometimes you need that.
Maybe this is a bit of a Pony cooking tip, as well as, like, a POM comment. Maybe someone needs to test that out. New tech.
I was going to say prony. It's like a prony tip, but never mind. We'll just move on from that.
Powerlifting. Anyways, you said you were going to say it. Then
Powerlifting continues. Thank you, Cloud Templar. Again.
This is the best one, actually, to be honest, because Kingan has big guns, and he did do some heavy lifting in this series.
Yeah.
That's a good... Cloud Templar's got the winner.
No champion can stand against overwhelming muscle.
Anivia known to be quite ripped.
Yeah. Vince yesterday said, henceforth, today will be known as, whose day was it yesterday? Was it Calyx Day? I forgot.
You set yourself up to not remember and then fail.
Gosh. I'm just a good alley-ooper, right? All right, let's take a look at a couple of the highlights.
We never dunk it. We're just like,
yeah, Ali's, but he doesn't oop.
I just end up with the oops.
Speaking of oops.
Nice.
This did happen here in the bottom lane. This game, once again, seemed unlosable for KT Rolster.
It actually seemed harder to lose.
Yeah, like, they had such big leads, and... Like, we bigged up Kingan for a really long time because he had Palm, we were doing Palm comments and stuff, but he actually didn't make a huge impact in this set of skirmishes we had here. Obviously, there were a few team fights that did not go Nongshim's way. He joined a team fight late, like, on the top side, and didn't do anything. KT cleaned up. Like, KT should have won this game. It's kind of awkward to talk about. I feel like we danced around a little bit, but, like, KT could have 2-0'd this series, and I think should have.
Very comfortably. And even then, like, one of the things with the Nidalee top is the gold lead that Nidalee has isn't always super relevant because he doesn't offer that much value in team fights compared to other picks. Like, if you had a Gwen with that much of a gold lead, the game is just insta-won. It's more about keeping the other top laner down, but one thing that can happen is if you join fights and you die like that, you give over so much gold. So we had this Giga-fed R in the mid lane, this Giga-fed Pantheon, the Kai'Sa was fed too. It's kind of crazy we went from that, and even though I watched it, you watched it personally, it's still they went from that and they lost the game.
And although they didn't quite lose it at the Otacon dance for the second time here, they lost it here at the Drake fight after the Otacon into an Otacon team fighting over Soul.
I mean, the Otacon's a bigger story, I think, in a lot of ways, but this fight is a bit of a disaster. I'll let you get into it.
I mean, they're kind of late on the contest because we don't see a situation where Cuz gets in range to smite it. This would have been Soul for them, such a huge boon, Hextech Soul. And then they go aggressive here. And BDD just ends up so low and having used all his ult charges and his Zhonya's off the rip. So even though there's decent damage coming back through, they then lose his Ahri, who is very fed at this point. And we see that members are just falling left and right. And look at how the whole time Nongshim are like 3 or 4 people hitting one target from KT.
And KT are completely split. Casting is chasing the Nidalee and finally gets him to withdraw, but offers no damage in the fight, doesn't collapse into where the rest of his team is, where BDD is in stasis. It was a disastrous fight, and, like, they had such a winning position. It was insane. They had Soul Point for Hextech Soul, and it's these Otacon calls, these decisive calls they didn't necessarily need, that it's so bizarre to see. Like, you could have just snowballed the map. You could have just choked them out. You could have kept the Nidalee out of sides, and I'm disappointed. I think a lot of people should be disappointed how this goes, and I think for Nongshim, like, we can celebrate King and we can celebrate those counter picks a little bit, but as Nongshim, their coaching staff probably not too happy about how this series went either, because without those KT big errors of judgment, they walk out of this series 0-2 as well.
I honestly feel like that fight was like in action films where you have the hero and like the henchmen just come one by one. Just one by one, he's just like knocking them out the way. One of them, because of some bad choreography, he actually just falls over, he didn't actually hit him. It felt like that. It felt like at no point was there like a combined resistance offered by K. It's I don't know, it just felt like they weren't really in that fight. They just weren't really committed to it. Like they missed out on the dragon, they're like, you know, I guess we kind of fight, maybe, we've lost.
Yeah. Well, with that loss there, KT do plummet a little bit further down the standings. And Nongshim solidifying themselves as one of our best teams here. Now in 4th place, ahead of the team that we're about to see in T1 and right behind the team that we're also about to see in D+.
I find it so hard to trust both Nongshim and BNK right now. Like, they've both shown us some fantastic series, but there have been really rough ones as well. It feels like we still have such a massive gap between Gen.G, Hanwha Life, and the rest of our teams, and then D+ is one tier above the rest of them as well. Like, they're in this kind of consistent spot. And everyone else is like, form on the day is really important.
I feel like consistency has just been not there for a lot of these teams. And I think you know, I mean, we joke about it because obviously we do our predictions and it's kind of all over the place, but I genuinely, I'm like, I have no idea when it comes to this. Like on the day, and there's so many different outcomes that could happen, and I wouldn't be particularly surprised. I just think a lot of teams are really struggling to solidify how they're supposed to play, how they want to play, and also just a consistent level week by week.
Well, keeping on that trend, we have this next match for you. D+ and T1. That's right, both these squads are back and looking for a big win. Who'll get it? We'll find out after the short break.
DM플렉스 오늘은 첫 승 신고하고 싶었을 텐데 다음 주로 미룰 수밖에 없게 됐습니다.
그러니까 이게 일단 이기면 분위기 반전이 어떻게 될지 모른다는 겁니다.
그렇습니다.
눈을 뜰 수가 없나요? 이게 돌격입니까? 폭풍이 부는 겁니까? 디아블 강점이 연타로 나오고 있습니다. 어떻게든 내가 살기 위해서 상대를 그 아래 심연으로 꺾어내려야 됩니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
쓰레기 같은 놈. 쓰레기 같은 놈. 쓰레기 같은 이거 들을 때마다 웃겨요. 한 걸음 이렇게 전진해 있습니다. 쓰레기 같은 놈, 쓰레기 같은 놈. 미안해 쳐다봤어.
실제로 카운터.
들을 때마다 누구 생각났어요, 뒤에. 이거 들을 때마다 웃겨요. 진짜 웃겨요.
실제로 제 챔피언 폭을 다 카운터 치는 챔피언.
쓰레기 같은 놈.
제우스 선수 만나서 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 현장에 많은 분들이 와주셨습니다. 박정민 배우님도 오셨고 당근님도 와서 또 응원을 하고 계신데요.
일단 박정민 배우님도 제가 굉장히 좋아하는 배우인데 와주셔서 너무 감사하고 영광인 것 같습니다.
어떻게 생각하세요, 저거?
네, 좋은데요.
취업을 급하게 가리셨는데.
저는 굉장히 영광이고 감사드리고 그 죄송스러운 마음에 그래도 우연치 않게 앞에 두 글자가 같다라는 생각이 들어가지고 제우스 슈퍼솔저로 급하게 용도 변경했습니다. 다음에 또 찾아뵙겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
최초로 펜타킬 하셨는데 어떠세요?
CL 때도 펜타킬 한번 해봤었는데 LCK에서 또 처음으로 펜타 해본 거 훨씬 더 짜릿한 것 같아서
펜타 상황이 어땠어요?
2차 하는데 2차를 이퀄 깔면서 밀어낸다 이 느낌이었네요.
자, 안 맞아서 다행 그나마 최대 피하고 있습니다.
야 럭걸 공공 한번 쓰자. 나도 공공 한번 쓸게.
나 이퀄 깐다 이제.
천천히 좀 빨리 좀. 잠깐만. 야야야 미포. 야 아찔아 얘들아 아찔아 안돼 존나 있어. 안돼 존나 있어. 나 죽었다.
가능. 근데 안될 것 같아. 안될 것 같아.
적을 처치했습니다.
알았어.
더블킬.
쭉 갈게.
킬. 허락킬.
저희 팀 다 만들어줄 생각하고 마지막에 버디 형이랑 유명이 형 타워팅 받아주면 고맙게
너희는 월드 챔피언이다. T1 파이팅!
글라스기아 화이팅! DK 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for T1 up against D+ Kia. And on paper, you'd say, well, this should be a very close matchup. These two teams are oftentimes very evenly matched, although T1, I believe they do have a pretty nice winning record over DK. But that's not really the case right now in the LCK, as DK look like the much stronger team right now. Very curious to see if T1 will rise to the occasion up against D+.
Yeah, we've never seen that before, right? DK looking great and then facing off against a team that
never
in recent times have not looked stronger than them, then getting a confident game 1 win and then completely collapsing, thereby shattering the hearts of everyone that enjoys watching them. Would never happen. Can't see it happening today because T1 unfortunately look out of sorts. We've seen them had their fair share of struggles over the last, 3-4 years. Usually, though, those struggles are reserved for summer. But summers come early, the whole season is very different than it was before. And clearly, T1's kind of struggling with that because a lot of the issues that has plagued them, both with rosters, with players not being in good form, is something that the last couple of years in spring, 2024 spring, they were amazing. Up until MSI, they looked great. 2023 was obviously their best season, even though they didn't end up winning. But right now, I'm with you. DK has looked a lot more consistent, which I can't believe I'm saying, and just looked like they have a better read on the patch, and the team cohesion in particular is a lot better.
Yeah. Well, we take a look at the remaining opponents for round 1. The schedule here for DK much more difficult with T1 and then Hanwha and Nongshim. Whereas T1, they have DK, yes, but then they have Bro and DNF, a couple of teams they should be favored against. Guma is starting for the first time in 19 days after the match against Gen G, where Chovy did kill him and then go on to win the game. With Guma starting, how will he perform against Aiming?
There's been the big talking point. Obviously, in the last series, neither AD carry really came out unscathed. A lot of errors, and it kind of ties into the larger talk of form that we have mentioned as Showmaker 12 kills away. Don't look at number 1 on that list. I don't think anyone's going to catch up to that anytime soon, but Showmaker might be hitting it today. If we get 3 games, 4 kills a game, that's not something that should be too hard, as somehow it seems fitting that Zillion and Kassadin are both on this list.
Yeah. You got Lucian there as well.
The one that really gets me is how little TF games he's played. That actually is a surprise. The win rate should not come as a surprise for anyone that has watched Showmaker since his debut. But that it's this little is really interesting. The LeBlanc, the Zoe, none of those come as a surprise. The rest are just really big meta picks and always have been.
Yeah, LeBlanc and Zoe, big picks back in the day. Back when he was a new recruit. Coming into the scene. And always has been a very strong player since then. So obviously a lot of kills on those champs. And we're taking a look at the head-to-head here. Owner and Lucid exchanging smiles as they go back in to their seats. And C+K right now in a very strong spot. They've only dropped one match that was against Gen G. Everybody has lost to Gen G so far that has faced them. And DK even took a game off of Gen G. So really, D+K locked in for fighting for second place with Halma Life Esports, who also look strong. Whereas T1 sitting at 3-3, we're not sure exactly how they're going to finish off their round one. So we'll have to wait and see how it does look tonight.
There's a lot of factors that make it also harder to read. As mentioned, Halma Life is still on the board for DK. I think Halma Life thus far have looked a lot better. Even though the Gen G series between DK and Gen G was closer, there's a lot of other circumstances, right? Humble Life and Gen G played very early on. Also, we have seen DK, particularly in regular season, often bring the heat. And Showmaker has individually, I think, been fine. He just hasn't been that impressive when it comes to the stats. That's not really what he's for on the team. And particularly when it comes to the individual performance, there are two members on T1 that look like themselves, and that's Faker and that's Owner. Faker, I think, took maybe a little bit of time to really get to form. But after, like, I want to say week 2, because LCK Cup, I think he was pretty muted. But since, I want to say week 2, I think he's been great. Owner has obviously just been good the entire year. And then Carrier, kind of the classic up and down that we see with him often. And then both top and AD Carry, unfortunately, have struggled. And that's going to be a big problem here today for T1. And I think a reason why I haven't seen the predictions, but I'm pretty sure it's very heavily leaning towards DK, even though DK has a tendency to sometimes struggle.
We did have a couple of guys going for T1 on our side. It was Wadded and Atlas, I think.
Makes sense.
Not sure about Degon because his came in late, and I don't remember what it was during the pre-show when he did them on screen on the desk. But yeah, it does feel like T1 are definitely the underdogs here, I guess is what we're trying to say. But you can never totally count them out, which is why we still have a couple of guys that do vote for them, because who knows? I mean, Doran has a good day, Guma has a good day. You could be looking at a T1 victory with DK kind of, not taking them 100% seriously. I think it absolutely could happen, but they're still a favorite and an underdog.
Even if DK take them seriously, right? T1 obviously have a ceiling that I think with the removal of Zeus obviously has changed, but we'll see what they can bring here today. The main thing I want to see for T1 is just bring up the consistency. I think the form of many players has been below what we've seen of them both domestically and in some cases internationally. And for DK, it's just try to be consistent, please. One time. That's all. That's all anyone that watches.
One time, please.
Just one time, please.
Yeah.
But they won't, because that's also what makes them, I think, a team that is so scary to face when it comes to Fearless in particular. A willingness to play a lot of random stuff. And yeah, the bot lane for DK has been performing admirably. Aiming isn't even the main character on this team anymore, the way he was particularly last year, right?
Top jungle now, which is the two rookies. Jungle. I mean, Lucian's not a rookie anymore, but like the two new guys on the team.
Yeah.
Right?
It's very reminiscent of what we used to see, right? Many fans calling back when it was Nuguri, Canyon, and Showmaker. And Showmaker also, I think, kind of slotting into the same role of being an enabler. But we'll see. We've seen that Chovy, when he turned it on, made Showmaker look completely helpless, right? When we go back to the LCK Cup, it was a bit more close when we faced last time, but Faker has been known to do that every now and then as well. Wouldn't be too much of a shocker. And after not getting a free gamer in the first series, I just hope that this one won't let us down, Valdes. I have my hopes up.
DK wouldn't let us down like that. They'll definitely win game 1 and then throw game 2. It's just the way it goes.
That's how it goes.
Against pretty much any team. T1 are no different. And there's Kalista, there's Vi. Will we see a Sion ban? Jace going to get banned.
Gwen is still up.
Yeah, I think you got to ban the Gwen. Although Rumble is available.
I don't know if you do.
Maybe you don't.
Maybe you don't ban Gwen.
I feel like my initial reaction is like, well, that's really strong. You should ban it. But if you leave both available, well, maybe then Doran plays Rumble and then you go Aurora. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. Or maybe you play Anivia, right? Or you just ban the Gwen instead. That's also an option.
Still going to take out the Gwen. Azir is a notable pick that is still open.
Varus.
Varus is another. Kalista has been taken away, unlike last game where we did see her get swept up. But it is just Azir. Nothing too surprising there. Faker has been performing quite well. There are obviously a lot of picks you can go into this. Talia, I think, is most likely. So, Rumble, Talia, and then at some point just find something AD for Lucid. With a decent amount of picks already taken away. Still don't think he'd be too bad. Maybe you go for the Rumble. You can also go Yone, so you can go Rumble, Yone here on 1-2 and then kind of see what owner picks. When it comes to jungle, you can pick up Pantheon as well. I think I have liked that, but Pantheon is not the best of the best. Sejuani is another. Poppy is one that owner might gravitate towards with that Azir.
Yeah.
A lot of picks here.
You don't have to pick the Talia here. I do think that's a good option into the Azir, but you can just pick Nefiri here and then go for Talia next. Or Ahri. Or you just take the Varus. I mean, that's still up for grabs, so Aiming says, well, I'll just play a game of Varus.
We did see Poppy be used with great effect by Peanut, was it, into Humbug?
Yeah.
That was a slaughter. Okay, that matchup is also
Peanut
a slaughter.
just feasts on junglers.
I know that. But still, I think Poppy definitely an angle, also good into the Azir. So Jane comes out from Guma, one of his most iconic picks, great neutralizer into matchups like the Varus. So either we pick a jungler for... I like this a lot more because Lucid has shown that his champion pool is actually very resilient. Compared to last year where it felt like he was a lot more tied to specific picks. Even one of the few junglers that has consistently picked Ivern and been able to make it work. Obviously also requires the team to play around it, but is kind of a signal to his diversity being up. Talia is one of the best picks on the patch at the moment. It's really good into the Azir, so kind of a no-brainer there.
Galio comes out as the ban. I wonder if they're going to ban, like, Aurora or Anivia. Like, you can't ban them all. I feel like our teams are beginning to figure out more and more counters to the Rumble in lane.
Feldas, if it's Doran and Nivea, I think you take that. I think that's okay.
Yeah, I kind of agree, unfortunately. Also, part of that is that Doran hasn't played it yet.
Yeah.
It's unproven, you know.
But Doran's form is really interesting to me because for all of his flaws, I feel like right now he's underperforming to the level he's had for 3 years, right? Which is a big deal because ever since 2022, he's been a top-tier top laner within the LCK. And right now, I don't feel like he's hitting that, and I hope that he gets back to that level because then we'd have like 5 amazing top laners between Zeus and Keen and Shio and Kingen, who's now really had a big glow up as well. As the Bard is taken away instead. Is a classic.
Yeah, Jhin Bard, Harry's Bard.
Actually, I'm looking at these first 3. I don't. Yeah, playing in a Bard sounds like a nightmare. No one gets out.
Just die.
Oh, just Skarner.
Just Skarner.
It's good. It makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I think you have a lot of ways to punish guys that are going to look to go in. Thinking about an Ornn here for the top lane. That's a choice.
Carrier, I know you've been playing this. I know you've been playing this, Carrie, but you cannot blind that. Cannot blind. Okay, good. Can't blind Nidalee. Well, you know what? I thought the Nidalee into Jace wasn't going to be a complete stomp, but then it was. So, what do I know? What is Barrel's pick going to be here? Unless we're doing some really weird flexing, which I don't think is going to be the case.
Way obviously here.
Well, he is playing into Nico, so he might have something.
Renata?
Braum? Braum into Ornn always feels good. Braum into Jhin feels good.
Just a Barrel classic.
That's the Barrel classic. Just going to pick his Leona.
Yeah.
It really makes sense, right? The only downside I see is that the Mercs value will skyrocket, but it's not the end of the world. There is not that much AD damage towards the top side of the map, which with the Ornn might become a problem initially or eventually. I do think aiming is going to go on hit in this, try and just maximize the damage. We'll see. I think T1, if it gets too late, is going to be feeling great, because I do really worry about who will kill Ornn once he starts stacking enough resistances. But I also think that the early skirmishing of T1's comp, not that cohesive, right? Like Neferi with Azir, I don't think is that crazy of a combo. Compared to the DK comp, that does feel to me very cohesive in what it wants to do and what it wants to try and play through.
Absolutely. We got a full house here at Wall Park. Everybody coming down, sold out. And we got Mid-King Showmaker. That's signed by the man himself. Also a Tom Kench DK skin.
I'm looking at the little Hamtaro that's singing. I think he really wants to. Is this a classic?
T1 win.
Oh, I thought I saw the top there was like the T1 fan and the D+ fan, and they're sitting side by side and
maybe
rooting for a different team.
Could be the classic. Had a lot of classics today. Well, let's see how it's going to work here on the Rift for game number 1.
생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, game number 1 of our second series tonight. Curious to see T1's form today and how well DK can take this one down, or if they do at all.
Ooh, aiming going for Common, so looks like he's going lethality instead. Will make him a bigger threat towards the rest of T1, so it makes sense from that perspective, but does even more so, I think, ties them to trying to perform as much and as well as they can in the early game. And not worry too much about what will happen if we scale into the later parts. Looking at rune setups outside of that, nothing too surprising here. Doran going for a Grasp, I think, is pretty optimistic into Rumble, because early on you're not going to be able to really stack that.
Yeah, interesting choice. But if you do take a lot of trades, at least you'll be getting a decent amount of stacks, but your trades not as strong. So Barrel went in onto the Nico at level 1. And it doesn't look like they lost any XP or anything, but they're definitely going to get pushed in by this lane. When you see the Nico and the Jhin and you pick Leona,
you know
this is what you expect.
Yeah, you know. With DK, really think they're playing for early and mid-game fights. They'll have decent team fighting as well, right? My main issue is just that I think eventually, unless you really set the Ornn behind, it becomes hard to chew through if it just itemizes pure MR, which I feel like he should. But mid-game, that's not going to be nearly as much of a consideration. Also, the dragons we have to take into account is a lot of minions being lost here, so Goodman Carrier can be feeling good. But as you mentioned, you're playing a matchup that I think particularly pre-6 is always going to be very, very tough to play through for the Varus and the Leona, and then post-6, at least they get some all-in windows, which right now aren't really a thing.
Yeah. Ornn in the past, when we didn't have the current meta, definitely was played a decent amount into Rumble, just because, you know, he's Ornn. He does kind of everything, especially in the past, but he can soak a lot of the pressure, can take decent trades as well, as long as it's not at the wrong time when Rumble's overheated and you're taking a bunch of damage. So I am curious to see how Doran does play out that lane. Definitely going to be important. Siu did get a pentakill on Rumble the last time out, which has been highlighted in our in-between game content. And, you know, we were expecting when T1 had Guma and Keria and they were a solid duo and the lane swap meta was removed, right? We expected this duo to be very strong in the 2v2.
Yeah.
I feel like right now they are showing that. They're able to do it, you know, partly matchup, but also partly just doing a good job, these two.
Oh, are they going to spot Lucid? Will at the end there, and with the health bars aiming, and Barrel don't really see an opportunity to make a play. Also, they knew, right? Because Owner took the topside crap. They had pretty good vision there, so if he's not there, spotted there, you kind of know what's going on as faking a back and instead going for the shove in here. We'll be able to maybe deny a little bit. We'll see if Beryl gets to catch this wave because they do really want to look for a buy. Looks like Beryl should be able to at least keep the range mains, but Carrier doing a good job and forcing him to go for the crash. As unsurprisingly, Doran, his job is to just get beaten down and then go back up, come back up, and then get beaten down again.
Yeah. That's what he's there for.
That's Ornn.
Yeah. I thought maybe we were going to see Sion at some point, but I think you got to give Xiu credit as well, that he could potentially play something that could counter it. But instead we get the Ornn here, especially with the Rumble shown already. Ooh. Makes a lot of sense.
So DK not going with this crash as Xiu getting his base cancelled is a little annoying, but I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to go for a TP anyway. Doesn't look like DK wants to match, so they want to, I assume, play towards Dragon. We do have Beryl towards the mid half of the map, and no, it looks like instead they're going for a later swap. And this is not getting shoved in very quickly here by T1. I think we're... Oh, no, never mind. We're having some question mark ping there. Some anticipation and
plus
questions going on. Well, I'm fine with them not playing for grubs.
Sure. It's just the back and forth that it's like, okay, we're not on the same page. There was a ward in the middle of the lane, by the way, that spotted the Varus there very late, even after he pushed the lane in, so T1 know ahead of time that this is happening, but they want to go for the 2v2 here, actually, as Beryl coming in, and so is Lucid. Guma in a bit of trouble. He does have the cleanse and the flash, but now going to get stunned down. There's the cleanse, but you just can't get away from the Rumble, as it is a very nice gank set up here by D+. Owner does come up, gets stunned, but Beryl is in a rough spot himself, so they do trade it back eventually, right?
He's dead.
Yeah, okay. Eventually, okay, they almost give the kill over a Faker, actually, which would have been nice. But Owner does pick it up.
Interesting sequence there. You'll take that trade if you are DK. It's aiming also forced to flash. And Doran's ult is on cooldown, so my guess is that 1-and-1 makes 2. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that while this was happening, which is definitely suboptimal. So they trade 1-for-1, but the grubs go to T1. There wasn't really any cross map. This should be a good angle for a dive, though. He's already aggroed on the turret, but I think it's fine.
Oh, well, they kind of just juggle the Ornn in between the turret, and Doran is going to go in onto Showmaker, and now he flashes, which you're already dead, so you're not going to get away anyway. Just wasting his flash, and now trying to flash in is Keria. That was never going to be a kill either. Maybe didn't know Beryl was there, but either way, kind of a funny scenario that they do find themselves in. So kill goes over to D+. And maybe they do the Dragon, but nah, we're going to back away.
Not the cleanest sequence of plays I've seen there on either side. As we take another look, so we go back here first. I think they thought Beryl had already moved down, so they think that this is at worst a 2v3 or 2v2 because they do have Owner towards the top side of the map. But Guma, this was a problem for him in the previous series as well. Overextended, trying to exert his pressure a little bit too much. And then trading for Beryl was nice, but this is still a lot of resources that the Jhin will not be able to get. Just Owner does pick it up. I think Owner getting kills on the Fairy is fine, because it is one of the strongest snowballing. And then here it starts off really well, because he gets the flick. I think Doran thought he was out, and because of that CC layering, Doran doesn't get to... I don't even know if he had it, but he doesn't get to use the W to negate it. This flash, though, no idea. You're not... Like, I know Karia's there.
And then, they're not even going to show the Keria flash.
The Keria flash. If Doran had his ult, you know, he did get the flash for aiming, but if Doran had his ult, he might have lived there. Unfortunately, aiming won't have his flash for this fight.
This is going in directly on the Guma, but that is pretty deep. Keria zoning with the Pop Blossom as Lucid getting incredibly low. He will be punished for going that deep, but they do trade it back onto the enemy jungler. Now trying to take down Showmaker, but it's not exactly working out. They finally take down Beryl, and now Showmaker 1v3, but Faker dashes over the rocks and aiming nearly full health. He's going to take a big chunk, but now DK immediately turn it around as they go way too deep for that one, and they get punished immediately by DK.
You could have left! T1, just leave! You got the dragon. You got a nice kill onto Lucid.
How do we still not know what Talia does?
Just, I don't.
Maybe you thought the rocks were going to expire?
Yeah, so, well, so the rocks are down here, so I assume he just didn't expect it to be up already. Because when he goes for this play, just watch this. The timing is actually quite crispy from Showmaker. There you go, just the last second, and because of that, the play doesn't work. But even if that flick does work, like aiming is just, I know he's not on hit Varus, but in these longer fights, once a kill comes through, he gets his passive, he gets so much free attack speed. As he gets multiple blight stacks, he's still going to be doing a lot as a counter. Turn on barrel.
Yeah, trying to go on a barrel here. I think barrel is just dead. 1v3.
Yeah.
He's going to start clearing the wave.
Hey, he warded.
Yeah, nice.
He gets value. Good stuff.
Okay, they finally killed the Leona.
At the bleed.
Nice.
Fine. So the skirmish goes to DK, the dragon goes to T1. Depending on how a lot of the next 10-15 minutes go, that can either feel great,
isn't it?
It might be. I'm okay with that. I don't mind
I'm fine with that.
If it's Infernal, Infernal would be cool, because I think Infernal will solve some of the issues that DK will have when it comes to eventually, like on a long enough time frame. I do think they can cut through Ornn, because you have pretty good shredders, right? You have percentage health on the Rumble Q, you have Talia who's going to go, I assume, for Leandries. We'll have to see. Early lead though for DK, I think is definitely what they're aiming for. Barrel also has been the biggest amount of deaths on DK, and I think that's also where you want to be. That's kind of the sweet spot. And Ornn is just trucking along. You know, he's not using the trucker skin though. He is, and that's true. Which that actually is a big mistake by Doran, and I'm a little upset about that. But the thing I always look towards is staying even in XP, and he's still behind, but obviously did die once due to the dive. Because XP for me is the biggest thing. When you can start giving out your ornaments, so much value is given. W is used by Owner. Yeah, he does back away. It's a bit of a fight for the grubs, but I think, you know, you've got Dorn and bot. He does have TP, but a fight doesn't really break out. T1 don't want to go in on the grub fight, so they just back away. The Showmaker, they're going to just accept. This is something that DK in particular do, and Showmaker does this more than almost any other mid. That one's called fishing for cleanse. He didn't hit. Because Showmaker loves dropping waves to go for objectives. A lot of, we see particularly against Genji, this becomes a huge issue. Because if you drop like 3 waves, then Chovy suddenly is up 40 CS. Which is not he's creating minions in the bottom lane by himself. He is a conjurer. Certainly is. For T1 though, I don't think you're too bothered with the way that the early game is going, because your mid to late game fights are great as Owner. Takes a bit of a beating, but should be okay. Yeah, not able to clear the ward, and does use a bit of time to do that. That's Mercs, so he's a Merc value. Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. Leona on the team. Good amount of non-knock-up CC as well. Yeah, so a decent amount of action early on. It's fine. It's been a lot of skirmishing around the top lane when the top laners were there, and also when they weren't. Which I do appreciate. You know, it's just area consistency thing. Yeah. DK do really want to fight for this second Drake. I think the fights from DK thus far looks a little better. So we'll see how that's going to go when this next one kicks off as Banana Brush control. Lucid trying to get that. Should be able to here. Crab control though. I mean, is Zona really going to get in on that? Looks like no. Shu makes his way up from bot lane and secures it for the team. It looks like we might just have a 5v5 on this Drake. Really depends on how hard these two teams do want to commit for this objective. But with it being a good Drake soul coming up, pretty much guaranteed at this point, you definitely want to make sure you get one. You could do the Nongshim thing where you really skirt on the edge of like, oh, we'll just give all the Drakes but never give the soul. It will give them 3 but not 4 the entire series. It is an option you have, but I'm not sure that DK is the same team. They're not playing against the same type of team. So, should try to go for this Drake. That's also one of the things that I think is most interesting about this current T1 roster is we don't really know what their identity is yet, right? And we spent so much time with the same roster that was just honing a very specific playstyle that they were able to just continuously iterate upon. And I feel like right now we're still kind of in limbo. Like, what does this team want to be? What do they want to play towards? How do they want to play? In this game, play for late game. You have Ornn, you have Azir. I think even the Fairy is quite of a late game threat.
Even
you get
the
resets.
Jhin, like
fine.
with the current builds, you know, where you go like IE third. I've been seeing that a lot. It feels like he actually does have a decent amount of damage. He's not always just running around dropping his bullets doing nothing.
It's not just Mosquito Jhin.
Actually does a healthy amount of damage, I'd say, in the current iteration of the game, with the current build that we see very often. So I don't mind it. You know, I think they do have a lot of threats later on, and especially you're going up into Lethality. Varus also has decent late game damage, but isn't like the most scaly kind of guy. A little 1v1 here. Cleanse does come out. And that's Fishing for Cleanse version 2.
This time it works though. Aiming also doesn't get hit by the bouncing grenade, so nice. Nice done there. Because now Barrel can with his ult just force a flash out of Guma. He needs to be careful. Yeah, I do think that, I forgot which patch it was exactly, but there's a patch like, I want to say 5, 6 patches ago where they changed Lethality Varus, and I do think he's much more of a threat now. Is Faker just going to get his turret and leave, and the game is basically even. And what makes this game really interesting to me is that, as mentioned, I give T1 the edge in scaling. I also think that the range with the Jhin and the Azir in particular is really nice, but the front to back for DK is also still great. And the amount of team fight AoE damage they have between the Taliyah, the Rumble, is kind of crazy. And trying to play even Ornn into Taliyah, I think is actually so annoying. Because whenever you ult, if you're doing it too close, right, you can just block it either with the W or with the E. See how DK can play around that, but clearly either team is saying, we skill. Just relax. Just chill.
Yeah. Both of them just sitting around. Neither team going for the Chemtech Drake either. It felt like a little bit of a standoff, a bit of a stalemate over that Drake, where both teams were setting up vision around it, but nobody got a clear advantage, so they were both like, well, we don't want to take a risk on it, so we'll just leave it.
Risk-averse gaming in my LCK.
Yeah, very different from the first series, which was, well, risk enjoyers.
Well, they were just risk ignorers. Risk isn't real, Valdez.
Yeah.
As an early TP, maybe they'll just take the TP and let you go for the turret. We'll see. Looks like they're still posturing. Might be looking for a TP angle here.
Yeah, I think it's going to go onto that control ward right there. He's getting his bar ready, but still a bit of time, so he'll be able to push a wave in first. Still doesn't have to, as you mentioned before. There's the wall. Lucid in next to the Rift Herald as Doran gonna get stunned up. And there's the smite going to Lucid. They get it. A nice ult comes in from Doran. The follow up a little bit late, but now Lucid in a rough spot as down will go Showmaker, down will go Lucid. And now the ult goes in on Aiming, who actually does survive for quite a while on Xiu. Doing a decent job of zoning away. T1 can't quite put the nail in the coffin, but they did get a couple of kills and win the fight at least.
I also don't think I'm not sure if DK got the eye. Maybe they did in the end.
I don't think so.
If Lucid doesn't hit that wall slam on Tikaria, that fight is a complete disaster. T1 actually playing really nicely with the range there. Coming in from multiple angles. Yes, Doran dies, but he's kind of the ideal target to go down anyway. And there you can see, confirmed, not actually going to see that eye picked up. So really big win for T1. They get bunch of kills. They're able to get the mid lane turret as well. As I want to take another look. So this is a little earlier. If they already have the Rumble here when the wall comes through, I think this fight is a bust. But the barrel ult misses. And then the flash from Doran is really nice. And that slam right there, only reason this fight is even remotely close. Because Aiming gets caught by that, it's just immediately game over. Yeah. Still ends up getting effectively taken out of the fight. Still big win for T1. There also wasn't a great way because of the fact that they've used so many resources on Doran to actually get on top of Guma, who was unthreatened there. T1 is just saying, well, you can have the dragon, you don't really care. You're going to get the full outer ring of turrets with Faker picking up yet another.
Infernal Solo coming through, and definitely very good with scaling. Probably our best Soul. So we're in this one for the long haul. It's still a relatively even game state, but T1 definitely took a big step into the lead after that fight. So, gotta like their chances, you know, with their scaling comp, with Infernal Soul on the Rift. It feels like they are in control of this game right now. Now, there's still threats on the side of DK, obviously, but gotta like their position here. Feels pretty good for them at this point in time.
Do agree. We'll see. Knowing DK, we are going to get a crazy Otacon setup as Beryl goes in.
Just baiting out the ult, you know. Just a normal day in the life for Beryl. And now we got, the big impale! Gets him over the wall as well! And that's the end of Owner. And T1, they were in a good spot, but now they're losing 2 as big damage comes out. And the flick on a finger into the ult from aiming. It is massive for DK, and right before the Otacon spawns.
Oh, according to Beryl's plans, I can hear Atlas yell. He's not even in low bar! As Beryl sets up a tasty bait, and guess what? They fall for it, as this should never, ever hit the mark. Although Lucy's gonna take it.
Don't even just throw it away! There's no chance you're stealing that as Jin. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, if the wave was pushed up, or they didn't have Talia or Rumble, that might work. As, of course you go in on this, because it's Beryl, and you're like, Beryl, why are you here? But then that knockback, the cone, the action cone, and then the ultimate from Lucid, immediate toaster on top, and just a moment of weakness, costing T1 so much, and then Showmaker, just to ensure that there is no salvaging. I want to hear it.
야, 니코.
Saying Nico.
야, 이거 뿌리면 빠를 수 있어. 라피. 노플. 이거 없어?
No flash. Like, it feels like initially it wasn't his idea to bait them, but he called it so well.
No. We're retconning it. All planned, Velvet.
It might have been in his head. He just didn't say it, right? But actually, his calls afterwards were so clean. Like, he knew exactly that the Nefiri didn't have flash. He knew exactly that they were going to win the fight from the moment he got over the wall. So, credit to him. I was actually impressed by the way he called that. So, you know, for all of our memes, he is still the LoL master for a reason.
Oh.
Classic Beryl.
Classic Beryl was.
Here's a replay. I guess Faker just died. Or maybe they got his flash. Yeah.
Got flash, yeah. That's big, though. Aiming still doesn't have his flash for now, so it would have been a much juicier target. As the Otacon, we do see T1. Their wave play was obviously very good. Not playing into Baron, so they can just sit here, kind of let it be. As we do see Doran about a level behind, but has now hit level 13. But it's really 14, 15 that I'm always looking towards, just making sure your teammates also get the benefit. As we do get the TP, and I think that's enough for them.
Yeah, they get Doran's TP. Faker took a bit of damage somewhere, but yeah, I mean, they don't have Baron, so it's kind of what Ox was talking about on the space, where it's like, well, you get Voracious out of Con, and you don't do anything with it. So you don't have to, you know, flip the objective. Now, DK getting it because they won the fight obviously is good, but they don't get a huge amount of value out of the Otacon buff itself other than that TP. So, you know, it's marginal, but it's still good for DK.
It's fine.
It's
okay.
Fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's all right.
Third item for aiming.
It is what it is.
Yup. I don't really have a catchphrase like that. I feel like you and Ox, when you call, it's just catchphrases.
Yeah, like that's how he casts.
Yeah, that's
back
just being
and forth.
repeated back and forth.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think me and Wolf can really claim the phrase "it is what it is," though. You know, that's just.
No, I know.
That's a global one. So now we're fighting over these Infernal Drakes. Otacon buff is gone. No Baron on the Rift yet. So Doran kind of just has to group up, which is fine, but it does potentially delay his level 14. Whew, is what you were talking about.
Free levels for aiming here. Or sorry, free items. He has more levels. He's at 13.
He's level 3.
Should be looking at getting Cyrilda's next, which is going to make his damage even more threatening. And you can see Banana Brush control, they're scared to actually go in on Lucid. And they should be, as this might be a make-or-break fight, right? Baron is spawning in about 50 seconds, and T1 calling the bluff, saying if you just fully commit to this dragon, getting an inner is nice. This isn't Soul Point. It looks like T1 is just going to take that, and I think this is fine.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. It doesn't feel amazing, but you shore up a little bit of your gold deficit, and also you didn't want to push into that because you didn't have any vision control. You didn't have any control over the pit, so you just say, well, we'll take the next best thing, which is the mid turret, right? It's not a... It is what it is.
I'm also not the biggest enjoyer of the Collector. I've actually been really enjoying the RFC second. Just because it means that you do get so much more mobile and like your effective range goes up so much. Shield does take those away from Owner. Very rude, very mean. 2 item spikes now been hit, hard to hit across the board for DK, except for Aiming, who as mentioned is sitting on an extra one. And this game still very much up in the air, which is how we like it. Well, this is all going according to plan.
Yes. Not down to earth, this one. Very much up in the air. It's floating,
well, it could be,
like a balloon.
You can be both up in the air and down to earth.
Yes, technically, but not literally.
Not literally, no, but metaphorically with how those two work out, which is weird. I feel like they should be mutually exclusive.
Should be. They are, literally.
Well, literally.
But not figuratively.
Yes. Yeah, but that's just not consistent. Why aren't they?
That's just the way the English language works.
Fair point.
There's no consistency, really.
Yeah,
kind of make it up as you go.
It's a very silly language.
Blame Mox for that.
Unlike Dutch, which, as we all know, is very serious language.
Doran's kind of just being run down by a guy who has Leandries.
There are a lot of people on his way.
It's not a good feel. And I don't know if Doran has an answer other than
trying to TP
away. And he should get out. Yep, there you go. So they got his TP again, just this time in a different way.
That is big, though. There is a TP for Showmaker. Shields is slowly becoming available. If you have double TP, the sideline pressure that DK can go for is kind of crazy. Showmaker can also really easily rotate over to ensure that he is part of a play. Doran, yeah, still level 14 has been hit. That's something.
He's able to catch the wave. He's trying to hit 15. He's pretty close.
His upgrade yet.
Yeah.
Would like to see that be done.
Maybe when he groups up, you know, when they feel like they have to fight, which might just be in 2 minutes, because this has been a very risk-averse game.
Probably Faker? Faker first?
Yeah.
He's the sole AP source.
A good idea.
Makes the most sense.
Otherwise, I mean...
It's not Jin. I
you
know
going
that.
For the collector, or what are we doing here?
Giving it to Owner is fun. There you go.
I mean,
does make the most sense.
Yeah, but not over Faker. I guess Owner is at least the one guy who's decently
He's
fed.
big. Yeah,
so.
yeah, that will make sense.
Fair
but
enough.
again, the itemization for DK, I think, is not really leaning too much either way, honestly.
Yeah, they're on the fence, which is also not down to earth or up in the air. It's kind of in between.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you can be, well, the problem is that down to earth you can just combine with a lot of the other things. Because on the fence and up in the air are actually, they're pretty close in meaning.
Well, in figurative meaning, but not literal meaning.
Not literally. We're talking
Which is what I'm talking about.
Okay, but if we're talking literally, there's no... It's so obvious. There's no conversation to
I mean, down to earth and like on the ground, that could literally be the same.
Well, yeah, but that's just not interesting. What's the point of talking about it?
I'm just saying, that's it.
Well, I know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it, yeah.
When locations are the same, they are the same.
Yeah, I was just pointing out that, you know, up in the air and down to earth are very different.
No, that's fair.
Before, that's how this all started. Faker just, okay. Little disengage cone.
Getting a little feisty for Grump there.
Yeah.
Gonna be in any trouble as Doran has a level 15. Upgrade has come through for Owner, and are we trading Soul Point for Baron, which is what T1 won, or are we flipping the game on another fight?
I'd say a trade is more likely in
3
this
items
game set
for Guma,
state.
by the way. All void for Showmaker. That's huge.
Doggos.
That's a big bleed between the Serpent's Fang and
Yeah, look at his health.
finished
on the right.
items. Like, that's a lot of damage. He's also a full level behind.
Little turret comes up here. T1 trying to control the area. They will be able to.
Ooh, tension, Valdez. The range for T1, we talked about it earlier. You can see it in action here. Sums available for basically everyone.
Yeah, T1, just go Baron. Just say,
They're
okay,
going. Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, they're going.
either you fight us on Baron, or we'll take it. Because they do have a lot of damage with the Azir, with the Nefiri.
Calling the bluff.
Yeah.
But T1 have a ward on Dragon, so they know there's not an individual member doing Drake, and
Yeah.
no one on DK is really that good at soloing it, except aiming, but he can't really walk over.
Yeah, but DK, they know that T1 aren't going to take the risk of starting it at this point in time.
There's so much AoE damage is the problem. If you're in the pit and you get toasted, or Showmaker gets on top of you,
Or maybe they will
you
just
up
start
as
it.
well.
Oh, okay, well they started it and then they didn't. So they're trying to turn onto a Leona, not the best idea, but Beryl does get extremely low, as now Doran also not the target here. Getting onto that back line as Huge disappears! The damage was insane! As he just gets crit down. Beryl also in trouble here. Amy taking a bunch of damage as now the engage comes in from Keria, and Owner is going insane mode on this back line. Incredible play from Owner in that fight. And DK, they tried to call the bluff and they got stomped down.
Xiu thinks he's tanky, and with these items, it makes a little bit of sense, but instead he just gets one-tapped. I think it was Guma with the auto, and the fight starts off because I think it was aiming, getting a really big Q on multiple members. And it's again the flank. There's no way Lucid can actually do this, right? Yeah, I was about to say, he just doesn't have the damage. So that's going to be Baron. Off of an amazing team fight here for T1. And we take another look. So the fight starts, right? Look at Beryl, take some damage. Big Q there means that Keria, Guma, and Faker look a little bit low, but then here Xiu just not ready. Look at that fourth shot. The bleed from Owner plus the fourth shot.
Yeah.
He doesn't get his ultimate off, and that's something that they really needed, and now they're in a really awkward position. Keria finds the engage. Aiming this time around doesn't get the flash off. Had it available, if he flashes out, I think the fight's still cooked, but maybe it was playable. The only upside for DK is that they do not give the Dragon yet, but I don't think they can actually fight this, right? They're just going to watch it be taken, and DK looks like T1 are fighting just a little bit too much. T1 just biding their time. Still has less kills, by the way, than DK do.
Well, just throwing in a Pop Blossom just to try to survive, but he's going to die anyway. Nice little pick from DK. Going to take out the Nico, and Beryl doesn't get rooted either. Big seismic goes in! As all of a sudden, yeah, he goes in. I'm not sure about that one. Owner just avoids the Impale. And it's a trade. Now, I feel like this is still good for DK, even though the end of that was rough. They did take out one of the guys that had Baron and stop the push.
He'll take it.
Now we're fighting. We're looking for Guma. He's in a bit of trouble, but he does flash away. He does an incredible amount of damage at this point in time. And sticking around is DK. They're committing.
DK?
They're committing to this one, but now the Jhin is opened up. But the Jhin is low. They're trying to just run at the Jhin. It's not exactly working either. Okay, they do take him down. Xiu, though, going 1v2 on the top side. Eventually, he does die, but Owner trying to go 1v3. He takes out one, and the dogs are soaking up so much damage, but Showmaker just trade it back. And now, it's kind of an even fight. Doran has to frontline. The TP! Oh, Keria does come over, and that'll be the end of that. As both of them get taken down, and T1 win the fight eventually.
I think that's good for DK.
Yeah.
Because throughout that whole sequence, not a turd was taken.
Yeah.
Definitely feels a little questionable. So it starts with the pick and carry. This is clean. This is great gameplay. Beryl ensures, locks down, takes the cone over. An action cone. You know, otherwise he definitely would have gone for that. Knowing Beryl.
Yeah.
And if the re-engage comes through, Lucid doesn't hit the mark. Owner, again, has been just completely going crazy. And then here, they try to hard force. They get Guma's flash. And then because he's Jhin and he's just so fast, He runs away. They're still frontline here for T1, so obviously they go for the fight. It's more so just the sheer insanity of DK to be like, if we trade even relatively evenly, which they end up doing a decent job of, worth. You know, they don't get too much value from their Baron. The only thing I do want to mention is I think they really traded down in summoner spells because Showmaker used the TP there. They used a lot of really high value flashes. And DK or T1 still got a lead off of it, but it means that without inhibs being taken, still think T1's favored. I think DK are gonna have to fight in
close game though.
Uphill battle. But this is a banger, Val.
This is good. This is what we wanted.
Yeah.
We expected a bit more from our first series, but now maybe it's leaked over into our second series, which we also expected a lot from. Today is a good day to be an LCK fan.
Void Staff now for Shiu as well. I'm no longer worried about Doran surviving. They really, their itemization has been very on point. And as mentioned, I think that since the changes, Lethality Vera's late game is actually disgusting. Like, you do so much damage if you hit a squishy.
Yeah.
He will have to, because they are outranged outside of that. And now T1, full ornaments across the board.
The damage dealt definitely
go.
tells the story that you were trying to say, that you were trying to tell. Just gonna ult aiming
they're
here.
falling for it.
And they're going pretty deep for the Varus as the ult comes in and aiming goes incredibly low, does get taken out, but now Owner is so deep behind enemy lines, this ult back on a barrel, but still does go down. But they took out Showmaker amongst the chaos, and this is a great opportunity for T1 to potentially end the game. Shiu gets taken down by Faker, and that'll be the end. A double kill as Faker does dive the turret. And now they're looking for, they don't quite have the wave, but they're clearing it, and I think the death timers at 35 minutes should be long enough.
They will be. Doran on a tank, Guma on Jin. The T1 going to get themselves a big win here in this series. And great one to start, back and forth here. T1 though, once they got control, once that fight came through, once Shiu ended up dying, didn't really ever feel like T1 was gonna relent. And relentless they were. As game number one, yeah, that man right there, he's earned the zoom in, because that Neferi performance was...
That's how Neferi is supposed to look every game. That's what we expected when she first hit the scene and we knew she was broken and was going to be top tier. We expected games like this, and finally, you know, we've seen players have good games, but that one felt like pure Neferi.
It's been Raptor and then Lucid are the only ones that have looked like Owner. But Owner is obviously... in that game, just a little bit way too much to deal with. And the early fights from DK were good, but they couldn't quite hit critical mass. Didn't find the early objective stacking. And the team fighting from, but T1 did come through with Veldus. We are playing Fearless. We are playing a best of 3, so DK are going to go to blue side. I do think this is a lot of high value picks for T1 that have been taken away. So we'll see what we're going to see in game number 2. But look, that's the gold graph that I want.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see.
It was a very close one, back and forth until the very end, where T1 did find a way to put the nail in the coffin in the top lane. Well done on that last team fight, as we're hoping for the T1 victory. As a 10-plus year fan has joined us here in the studio, probably not the only one. 1-0 is T1. We'll be right back.
있거든. 모르는 정면에서 공만 빨아줘. 나에서 볼게 여기서 볼게.
할래?
오케이. 살려. 볼게.
나 가는 중이야. 딸 보자. 고고고고 와봐.
나 막다 있어.
와봐.
딜대. 살려. 나 죽었다. 이렇게 하면 써볼래? 2초. 아니 돼. 살려 잡았어. 뒤에 좋아.
봐봐. 안 끝이다.
해줘. 나 더블
아주 시간 하나.
끝나기 다 웨이브. 좀 멀긴 하다.
The sea
Well, as Chronicler said, Doran on tanks, Guma on Jin, T1 win. Game number 1 here against D+. They did it the tough way. We took a look at that gold graph, look at like a little bit more like a KT roller coaster game here.
Baker on Azir, Keria on Nico, and yet the one who saved the game and carried the game was Owner on the Fury. It wasn't about the other players on their comfort champs. Owner turned that game around. We had a lot of LCK games over like the LCK in its entire history, but also recently where the team would get ahead, snowball some objectives, and we'd have this boring macro game where they put the vision forward, clear out vision of the opponent, set up for objectives, no mistakes we made. It'd be pretty low fighting, like low team fight game, macro wins. And I was kind of tired of it, but today's series, yesterday's series, the series on Sunday, kind of making me miss it a little bit. I miss the good old days of a little classic LCK, because we've had some throws. We have had some throws.
Got a lot of scrapping, and I think ultimately T1 did manage to hold out until the point where like the ornaments came in, and they're playing into a bunch of squishier targets on the other side, and they have Neferi and Jin who got a lot of value. But it wasn't clear-cut that they were going to win this game. I think there was a lot of fights where the execution was a bit off. But, you know, a lot of back and forth, but they managed to hold out for when they felt stronger and they could find a favorable fight for them.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here. The first one, down at Otacon, where, again, the scrapping was real.
I mean, Beryl, like, the cast were kind of joking about Beryl, like, why is he making this decision? Why is he backing? Like, why is he doing like this? Why is T1 pop blossoming solo onto a Leona? Is the real question I have to ask, because now without that ultimate, how are you going to win fights? Or also, if you're caught on the edge of a pit because you got blast coned in, how are you going to win the fight?
Yeah, this is kind of seeing the value as well of like the Skarner Rumble, where you just hold people over the equalizer and roast them. And then here, Aiming actually saved his ult, not using on the first 2 targets, they pick up the Azir. Super favorable, and they can just turn this straight into the Otacon. So I think a little bit of overconfidence from T1, going on the wrong targets, trying to prioritize Beryl here, really backfiring.
Yeah, I mean, you're next to a blast cone. I think that's one of those things you don't necessarily account for. And in T1's defense as well, as it just gets a little bit messier towards the end as Guma tries to salvage the play with an ult, but wasn't going to work out. Good punish. You know, you don't necessarily end up in a bad spot trying to solo ult a Leona if you can kill the Leona. If you secure that kill, you go into the fight 5v4. Sure, your support doesn't have an ultimate, but they don't have a support at all. I can see the thought process there, but it was very disjointed, a little bit haphazard by T1, and it put D+ into a fantastic position.
It did, but you know what they don't have? The Oya! Oba! Ah! Of Nico, as we take a look at highlight number 2 here. They did not like that one at all.
I have to say, you're probably not going to be a voice actor after this.
Oh! Yeah, I think Ona played this fight really well. You see Shibu coming in for a flank. So initially in the main fight, both tanks get focused down, but the Rumble's coming in. Ona has this flank angle on the flanker, tracks him, jumps onto the Rumble, and look how quickly Shibu ends up getting bursted here. Doesn't even get a chance to equalize her. He goes down, and then immediately they're on the back foot, because initially they traded a lot of Beryl's health, but took out Doran. You see the wall comes out from Showmaker to stop his ult, but Ona ended up getting the reset, comes in, finds his ult with the Pop Blossom onto the Varus, and gets the Leona as well. Just beautifully played by this Neferi.
And I think Ox hit really all the big technical parts of this fight, but for me it's just another, like if you zoom all the way out, it's another reality of T1, even when their players are in poor form, even when the team isn't looking as coordinated as usual, it's on these objectives, and specifically around Barons, where T1 have made decisive calls that are correct and are game-winning for them, even from massive deficits. T1 still have that in. The shot calling is still crisp enough where it matters most that you can forgive some of those early skirmishes that went awry.
Yeah, I mean, when we think about some of the teams that have had some struggles, what they are missing is that big voice. When we look at KT, we're saying, who is that team that can step up? When we look at DNF, who is that voice that can step up? We know who that voice is on T1. They're able to make comebacks like this here.
Yeah, I think we've seen teams like DRX is a great example of a team who've able to get themselves in positions where they have a lead and then it falls apart. You can see issues with the shot calling. And T1 really, they've always kind of been the opposite, where no matter what state the game is, there's always a level of confidence that they're able to find a play that can turn it around.
All right, how about that for game number 1? And we're not done yet. T1 still need to close it on out, or will D+ battle back? Let's find out.
Thank you, Spacers. for that wonderful breakdown as we're getting ready here for game number 2. And the D plus Kia fans begging for a win. And they might just get it here, you know, from the blue side. The draft is going to look a lot differently here in game number 2. I think D plus have a fighting chance.
Oh my god!
What is happening?
It's back!
Bombardillo, Chihuahuadillo. Tum 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 tum.
Siwoo. Okay, that's good.
Wait. Shorolera. Honestly, pretty good. Well done.
I think it was...
What's the monkey banana one?
I think it was barrel. Because it's banana instead of barrelana, I assume.
Barrelana. That's good. I like that.
Mood still seems good over at DK.
I think it's always good.
They are always vibing until they actually lose.
Yeah.
So we'll see. They're on blue side now, and as mentioned, I do think T1 invested a lot. That was basically a picture-perfect draft for them. Doran, though, admirable performance. And this is what I want out of Doran, right? And it's not just Ornn that he can do it on. Even on a lot of other champions, we've seen him do it. And I was a bit of a Doran defender leading up to the season, and so far he hasn't paid me back yet, and I would like that to happen only domestically. Just want to make that very clear. Domestic only. I don't want to get into
a domestic Doran defender.
Domestic Doran defender, absolutely.
Yeah.
As we...
Triple D.
We'll be seeing... I want to say... What am I going to take away as well? Maybe just continue with the banning of Xin. Because you do, like, you can pick it, first pick it. So maybe DK leave it open and just, or okay, first picking it.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
The Doran Scion
it's
ban.
Warranted. It's warranted. It makes sense. Doran did very, very well in the tank versus carry matchup against Xiu. Because that's his strength. That's where he thrives.
Yeah, so they banned Xin Zhao and they gave Gwen. Xiu looks very happy about that. Now, what are we picking into Gwen? I don't know if it's a tank, because it's not going to go well.
I don't... Yeah, you can't really pick any of them. So it's the carry versus carry matchup. Now, I do think... Oh, so it's Padapim, and then aiming is the banana monkey?
Can't really see it. It's still...
We're watching it on the prompter. It's hard.
Yeah, can you zoom in onto the top 2 ones? Top left 2 ones?
So this is a matchup that I think is down to skill. I think that Jace, when played perfect, is stronger, but Grasp Gwen is just kind of out of this world.
Haram
Oh,
Bananini.
Yeah, because his name is Haram.
Yeah. And then Burr.
Yeah, it's Berber Padapim, because it's barrel.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay. We did it. We figured it out.
Ooh, is it an owner Lilia angle? Might be. Might be if it doesn't get picked away. Aiming has looked... Is he the only one that's looked good on Misfortune? I kind of want to say that he has been.
Yeah, I think so.
No one else has really been able to make it work.
Got to figure it out.
MF also a great combo with the Yone, so denying that is going to feel good as well. Are we really not? Are we going to cut through the jungle pool? Because Showmaker, yeah, I was about to say Showmaker can pick Ahri here. Either Ahri or Aurora would make sense. I think that anything that can deal well with the Yone is fine. It's also... I'm a little surprised at the Yone priority, because as far as our best Yones go, I don't think either of these two players should be in consideration.
Yeah.
I know Faker is supposed to get a skin for it soon, but I'm just... I don't see it. When you pair it, though, with the Sejuani, I think you're going to be feeling a lot better. No pickup for Lucid here, unless they want to flex Gwen to jungle, which can be done, and I think is actually on this patch still a thing you can do, but I don't think that's actually going to happen. And Owner was the shining light, or has been really the shining light. Faker in last game, not so hot. I think Faker over the season again has been fine. Been the other big consistent carry for T1. As Poppy taken away does make a ton of sense. Would also be a great jungler to pick up here. Can't wait for Lucid to go full Canyon and just slam that Trundle. Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't sound like a good idea, but
no,
we do know that Lucid can play pretty much anything. Like, I don't think this is an Ivern angle, but he's played that a lot.
It might be Viego. Viego or Lee, but I think Lee is a champion at the moment.
Yeah, not really. I like the Viego. Maybe it gets banned here.
I think a Viego ban is valid. Viego also is one of the champions that can get rid of the, you know, just ult out of the Sejuani. Maybe the Pantheon instead, which is another combo that when it comes to the mid-jungle 2v2 is very threatening. So what is the pickup going to be here for Guma next? Into the MF. Ferris and Jin obviously already out.
Ziggs banned away.
I kind of like that. The Ziggs would have been something that made a lot of sense here. Unless they dive into like Senna Cho territory.
Maybe this is the support Nidalee angle. The Rakan hover is fake. No, it's not fake. Okay. So maybe Guma just going to play Xayah?
Could be, yeah. But I don't love that. I think that this isn't... It's not going to be a full-fledged dive composition. Right? If there was a Vi on the enemy team, I think it makes sense. But like, if Gwen's on top of you... Yeah, Viego is the complete number. If Gwen's on top of you, you ulting does not really do anything. Right? It
buys you a little time.
It buys you a little time, but I don't think it's...
If her mist is down, you know, maybe.
Maybe. Any CC... Well, Rel. I'm trying to check. It hasn't been taken on the board. Yeah.
Beryl?
It's Beryl. It's... The composition from DK basically... It tells you what it does on the... It's very straightforward, right? It's a early game skirmishing and snowballing comp. It has a great late game win condition in the Gwen, but Gwen really at this point is in any point of the game win condition. And if they get to mid to late game team fights without really any substantial lead, I think they will struggle. I do think that the matchups are a lot better. Last time T1 had a neutralizing matchup in bot lane that they actually played really well, was even winning early, right? Guma and Carrier looked good. Carrier out of lane not so much, but in lane he was fine. And then in top lane you had Doran on the tank. Now you have Doran and Carry versus Carry, and Xayah Rakan into Rel and MF is not a great matchup. I don't think you're going to have the best of time as Bengi.
That's expensive.
a little oopsie there happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it's expensive, so it's fine. You know, it's not going to get any damage because of how much it is worth.
That's Beryl Alistair, I assume?
Yes. She didn't go to school. Should be preparing for the college entrance exams, but instead, she came to the games, get the win with the loss, and then 2 wins in a row. I think we have a pretty good shot, at least in this game.
If they don't win with this composition, it was just not going to happen, right? This is peak DK for T1. Still think they have a great composition, a lot of comfort. Looking at the Yone, though. We'll have to see how the execution is.
Let's see how he does in that mid lane. Here's game number 2.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we go. Into game number 2. We got a little setup up in the top side, but doesn't look like anything much will happen. Beryl gonna get a ward. GG.
For who? The ward?
For DK, they won because they got the first gold.
I see, even after all these years, you have not lost your Korean solo queue attitude, Velvet.
Yes.
And I love that. That's how it goes.
It changes you as a person.
Permanently.
There's no going back.
Oh, wow. So, Conqueror Gwen and Doran also going for phase rush. So the phase rush makes sense because you don't win the longer trades against Gwen.
Yeah.
But Chiu going for the Conqueror instead of the Grasp is kind of crazy. Not something we've seen often recently. It's really been just Grasp. Here we go.
Yeah. Nice little trades back and forth, but at the end of the day, it's still Rakan, so I mean, Carry doesn't really care about that. He can just heal up.
PTA MF is also not that fun to face early on. Showmaker obviously should be able to bully Faker as long as he can dodge these Q3s. Faker's just going to use them to try and soften up the wave. As last game, Doran actually having a really, really good time. Into Shiu, starting off strong early here as well. As Pariah on the wave. Obviously, makes sense, right? You're a skill up. So first few levels, we think it makes sense for the Jace. As ooh, that Q3 not hitting for Faker there.
Yeah, I mean that lane, as we've already mentioned, not going to be a fun one for him. And yeah, I mean Showmaker knows how to play it out. It's pretty simple, you know, just auto, press W, and then auto. And you'll get Electrocute procs. It's great for trading. And she's going on into this one, but he's going to hold the wave in a good spot, at least.
They do know roughly where the ward is. We'll see if they can play around it. Maybe set up a play onto Doran. But with Phase Rush, I think he's substantially harder to lock down. And Owner is also in the area. I think you feel relatively confident in your 2v2 if you're T1. Melee form plus... Oh, aiming area?
They're going to take a huge amount of damage. Aiming just sidestepping out of that one. Vivero goes in on the feathers. And now Guma just walking forward into them. And he's got the most health. He is the most dangerous person, so takes a very good trade. The Q does miss the Gleaming Quill from the Rakan, but it's still a good situation here for the T1 bot lane.
But is it as good as getting double Scuttle? I don't know. I don't think so. We're not going for this, right? T1, we're just going to let them have it. Very good. Good call. Showmaker missing. They should have gone for that. So, Owner not having the best of time early on, as is to be expected with his mid lane matchup the way it is. Shiu actually going to have his TP. Doesn't complete his back. I thought it was going to be forced to TP back early, but looks like he will still be able to catch the wave. And bot lane, Aiming says, I don't like laning against these guys. I am going to buy a call and not care.
Yeah.
And guess what?
Fine.
So did Guma.
Yeah. That's just the way it goes. You get a call, you go top. You start farming it out. We already saw that these two teams were relatively risk-averse. They are not investing in very risky things.
I love me some jungle tracking. So we actually saw question mark ping there on Lucid as he was backing. Because he did actually get the bot crap and did a clear of his bot side already, which is why he's had such a big CS lead. Let's pick up a Phage on his first buy, which Phage is not the best component. I don't think you're necessarily super excited. As Lucid pinging towards Owner his Raptors, but doesn't look like he'll actually make the trip over. This is bot lane. Still looking good for Doran. See if level 6 can make a difference here for Shiu.
Yeah. Doran definitely not the first person I think of when I think about Jace, but Jace in current form, and Doran has played his fair share of the champ. Like, and if you're a top laner in the LCK and you don't know how to play Jace, that's a problem. Maybe you don't belong as a top laner in the LCK. So, you know, I think that Doran going for the trade, saying, okay, you want the Gwen, I'll take the Jace. I think he's going to be just fine and will be able to hold his own. I say that as now Shiu going in with the needles. Let's see who does win the trade. As flash on in, one more auto would have done it. But Doran holds on to his flash and does live in the trade.
Big win for Doran. Doesn't lose his nerve. Shiu invests a lot, but doesn't actually get the kill. A little bit more damage could have done it. Both of them looking like they will be backing, but Doran cancels his. Shiu does complete his. Does now get the haunting, guys, but going to be an opportunity here for Owner down the line to try and take down this Gwen, who now is flashless. So we do have a grub for Dragon trade. Not riveting, but it sets up for an exciting mid-game, surely.
Does it? I mean, game one, we had a lot of this.
I'm hoping that if I say it will happen. And generally that's not...
That's the opposite of the way it goes.
Well, that's...
Here at the LCK.
I have no impact. We know that's how it works, right? I can,
that's what you think, yeah.
No, I can say it, and it won't or it will happen, but my words have no...
But if you said it, and then the opposite happens, then obviously you had an effect on it. That's just how curses work.
All right. All right.
Just like, you know, if you're a top laner in the LCK and you don't know how to play Jace, if you're an LCK caster and you don't believe in curses.
Are you really an LCK caster?
Yeah, you know, like, I feel like you've been here for long enough. You should get it by now. You don't think so?
Still no. And unlike your predictions, this is not a bit. This is really what I believe.
Okay. We'll see how that works out for you. Shu kind of getting ganked here. Did not expect this. And now, with no flash available, it's just an easy kill setup for T1. First blood goes over to the Jace as well. It's basically perfect for them.
An OTP for Shu. Really nice timing there from Owner. Actually getting the full value out of that missing summoner there for the Gwen. That's going to be... Gold lead is going to go up to what, like... almost 1,000 here with the plate and this wave going into the turret. And this was a first pick for Shu. That's a really big deal. Doran back with a vengeance here today on this Jace. Because yes, Owner was the one that took the gank, but without that initial setup, Shu investing his flash, that plays it nearly as easy. A little tempo ult.
Yeah. Get a nice back in here. That's just fine. But yeah, you know, it's the setup, but also Owner once again on the prowl.
Oh, look at this wave state.
Yeah.
It's so unplayable. Was always going to push in. And you see as well, Lucid was literally on his way to try and help him to fix it. So Shu getting justifiably punished for his transgressions. Just play a little bit slower, give up a few creeps, wait for... Because if Lucid's there, I don't know if it saves you, but at least you might get something out of it. Maybe a summoner. Owner was pretty aggressively...
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Here we go again. Okay, never mind. Here we don't go. Thought about going.
I'm not sure what happened there.
Here we thought about going.
See the question mark ping as well.
Yeah, I mean, pushing the wave, and it's a Yone, not a Sejuani with ult. So, a lot less gank impact.
These early... Oh, wait, we haven't had any early fights, though, which is what I think DK is going to be looking for. As far, haven't really seen any of that. Big lead individually for the top lane. If they don't start using this Viego and Ahri, this composition is going to fall a little flat, and a lot of what made the plus so far to watch thus far has been how explosive they were. Not really seeing a whole lot of that at the moment.
Yeah, you know, I talked about a couple of the guys who did vote for T1 in their predictions. I feel like Atlas specifically always goes for T1 because he knows that regardless of the situation, DK kind of don't have a good matchup into this team. I'm not sure why it is, but they just don't often get wins against T1. I'm not sure what the streak is at, but I do know that T1 generally has their number. And it's coming into this one, you know, on paper, in terms of tier list.
Oh, again?
DK should be on top, but that's not the case tonight. And Siwu in a bit of trouble. A lot is going to miss onto the Gwen, but will it matter? Looks like yes, it absolutely will. Owner does get away though, and it's still, it's gonna chunk him out, and Doran does take a turret shot once again, but...
Oh, you'll take that though, that's grubs.
Good, yeah,
that's gonna be 6 grubs for DK, thanks to Shiru surviving that one. This time, even without the flash, is able to dodge. Owner was also spotted, not getting quite caught off guard. Still gonna maintain the gold lead for Doran, obviously. That's not gonna be fixed that easily, but the game state for DK, at least towards the top half of the map, not in as much shambles as that 1v1 matchup. You know what the thing is with both Doran and Gwen? It feels like it used to be that, well, Gwen's early was weak and then she would scale insanely well. And then Jace was kind of the opposite. I know that right now, obviously, the matchup is being won by Doran. We've seen it the other way around as well. I feel like neither of them really, like, Gwen, her early is now insanely good, and her late is slightly worse, but still broken. And then Jace is just also feels like, because of the amount of extra health he gets, which with this build won't be as pronounced, but it feels like it's so hard to punish him reliably.
Yeah, it really does feel like that's part of the reason why these two picks are so prevalent in our LCK meta.
They're always good.
They're always good. They're reliable. You know, it's like Xin Zhao or Azir. It's like the favorite picks of the LCK. And they all have that thing in common. That they can do everything, essentially. 1v1 here. Charm just come down on a Faker, but still going to take a good trade. A lot missing there for Showmaker. And it's Chemtech Soul. We hadn't had one tonight.
I have no copium on the Chemtech Soul. Yeah, for DK, I guess it's okay. I don't know.
We'll trade here, but yeah, I mean, with Phase Rush and Youmu's, like, Doran can always take huge trades and just never be punished.
Yeah, there's no shot. Particularly when Gwen is behind. And DK
Not to mention,
just...
they're just hovering his lane the entire game. Like, nothing's happening, but T1 are just getting so much value out of threatening the bottom lane.
I love this as a plan, because this is what you do when you're playing against less experienced players. Because this is something that just doesn't happen in challengers, where you just go after them again and again and again and again, and it works so much better than it does on a lot of the more experienced players. This time at least, reinforcements are here. Lucid is waiting in fog. Oh, he's still outside of the vision.
Wow.
That ward did get spotted, but they are... Yeah, there you go. They're like, I don't really trust it. It would have been a disaster had they gone in with the knowledge that the Viego is there.
Yeah. Does feel like... eventually, if you do it too many times, you know, you do it once, shame on you. Do it twice, shame on me. But... yeah, it doesn't really seem like that was going to work as many times, especially into the Gwen that has ult. I mean, I guess she used it on the wave, but...
Unless?
This time might be the charm, but Barrel's still here. So he's just hovering forever. It just feels like Barrel has decided he knows this strat. Maybe Shu doesn't, but Barrel does.
I was like, hands off my rookie, stop bully. You know when everyone in Twitch is like yelling stop bully when a top laner gets dove for the 4th time in a row? That's Barrel.
I
like,
protect
Carrier,
my young guy.
Carrier, hands off. Okay, we're not doing this. And Carrier uses old Twitch. I don't think it's gonna matter. We'll be up when the next fight breaks out.
In this game, for sure. It's just the classic LCK that Wolf was talking about. It's what you like to see. We're talking about Korean solo queue, but also in the LCK, this is what I was born in, you know. Especially 2017, coming back, this was the meta. Sit around and get one kill, and
watch it happen.
Yeah, we do have Doran trying to greed for the turret. He will get it, and now Owner comes down. Not going to hit the ult though. Smite onto Shu when we got TPs coming in from both sides, but Shu should be the first to go down eventually. As looks like he's still going to be alive, actually. They don't get him. She was just on the edge of this one. Faker wants something. As finally Owner says, okay, I'll take out the Gwen.
Oh, the resets.
So yeah, here comes the resets. Faker does try to go in, but it's a little bit too little and too late. And Lucid gets that first reset. Aiming comes on over. It's a kill for him. And Carrier as well is going to be caught up in the mess. They give that kill over to Lucid, who is now very much enjoying his lead.
And if Shiu has a little bit more mana there, that play isn't even close. He didn't have mana for ult. If he could get the needles off on either Doran or later on, that would have been a blowout. But T1 keep investing into this we gotta murder Shiu again. And this time, DK is ready, as I was about to say. Aiming is gonna keep strutting, but doesn't actually find it. This is not enough. The game state, I think, is still fine for T1. They're still sitting on 2 dragons. But this is a necessity for DK. If they didn't get this fight, I think it would have been in shambles. As a really nice sidestep there and then the chase. But again, he doesn't have his mana for the ult. He has the needles available. Could have used them to great value either of the times here. And eventually he goes down. But at that point, Doran's been taken out of the fight. And Faker and Owner take so long that the reinforcements are there. And Carrier, just let them go. Let them go. At that point, when Viego start resetting, get out of there.
It's you again, the target. But he's got backup, and he has mana now. So
it's the power of friendship, Veldis.
Gotta be careful. The whole team is surrounding their top laner.
Don't worry, we got you.
And they have the gold leads, whereas Shu does not. So it kind of makes sense. If you want him to be part of this game, you have to enable him to be part of the game. You got to get him assists, maybe kills, at least some farm. Otherwise, it's 4v5. And DK, they have more presence here on this objective. They'll take down the Rift Heralds. And they do have a gold lead. You know, that side lane with the top lane, specifically Xiu, he is very far behind. And we have seen what Zeus is able to do with the very fed Jace. Is Doran going to be able to do the same? Yes, Zeus's entire team was also in a pretty good spot in that game. But Doran up 2k gold. It's on him now to potentially help out the team, dig themselves out of the very tiny hole that they're in. Little Root comes in on aiming. He's in some trouble. Has to use the cleanse just in an awkward spot.
Big mistake from aiming there, because they were setting up to get some damage here in the mid lane turret and then run straight back. He does have a good amount of healing, so the Raptors are going to be a tasty treat. Does mean that DK needs to retake control of this Dragon Pit and Barrel. Oh, there's a Giga Cone, Valdez.
Oh no.
What?
If it's used for action, if it's used for action, I'm okay with it. And there he goes. And, well, he's going to create space. As now Ingo's carrying him with affection. Wombo combo comes out from DK. They only get the chase, but he was the guy. He was the one guy who had to live. And instead, the rest of the low health members will be cleaned up here by DK. As Faker, the last remaining survivor. It's just going to be a clean 5-for-0 ace as the Mega Cone comes in. And it wasn't the Mega Cone. It was just standing in front of Beryl and giving him a 4-man ult. That was the main problem, Chronicler.
You know, in a horror movie when you're like, don't go into the house, don't go. Why are we standing in front of Arel? Well, there's a misfortune, just looking behind, like, rubbing the hands together, because that was one of the, that engage was given. If it was like a Giga Cone caught off guard,
yeah, exactly.
Magnet, no, they tried to catch Barrel off guard. They did not catch Barrel off guard.
I'll go.
So I assume what the call there is they get some CC down him, and then Carrier will try to go in with the charm and just CC chain him, and that'll be the end of it. But even if you do that, like, unless you get onto aiming immediately, that's not quite enough as I don't know.
Barrel?
That's fine, it's Barrel.
Yeah, I guess they're baiting Guma. I don't know. It worked. Whatever that was. Guma just dying on the right side. And now, follow up here from Lucid, who is 4-0-5. 100% kill participation for him.
I don't think getting the dragon was worth it, Valdez. I'm just going to make that call right now.
I think the Chemtech Soul, I mean, they might not even get it. Aiming, nice dodge. Doesn't have his cleanse, but he will flash and get out of there. And Barrel's right there to set up for the team. Faker just a half-hearted ult just to do a bit of damage. Doran trying to go in, trying to flash for the kill. And yes, he will get it. But is it worth it? Might take down Barrel as well, but Shield comes in and Barrel will secure the kill.
Like little stab and a little whoop. Gets the kill there. I know it's not the main reason that T1 is losing, was just one really good fight. But I know he's the GOAT. But Faker on Yone just never does it for me. Guma just walking in here as well is just adding insult to injury. But for me, this really is just a run-off effect from that earlier fight. Everything that happens from here on out, unless T1 get the craziest turn that I've seen in a good amount of time, is, I can't believe Showmaker didn't even get punished there. That's so rude.
I was watching that this time around.
Yeah, limit testing there for DK, as they often do.
I mean, he hopped in front of the Faker ult. That was nice. But then after that, he didn't have to dive the turret.
No, but he did.
He wanted to send a message.
That's DK. T1, despite some attempted heroics from Owner and Doran having a good early game, and the continued attention towards Xiu paying off. Xiu's still behind. That did happen. The rest of the map is that's like,
yeah,
that's like 9k gold. Oh, but
it is quite the lead.
Yeah, it's fine. It's like 8k. No biggie.
I'd say DK are really enjoying themselves here. Maybe they lost game 1 to give Showmaker a chance to hit 2,000 kills against T1.
He's getting closer.
I think he's 5 away at this point. Nice dodge on the ult here. Showmaker did take a bunch of damage anyway, but he's still 2 levels up on Faker. It's like a level and a half, maybe a bit more. And DK, I mean, this doesn't feel like game one where it was kind of anybody's game, and you know, it felt like DK maybe could come back. This one is just DK very much in the lead, very much in control in Omega Fed mid jungle duo, and I don't think they're gonna pull a KT. Aiming's like, no, Barrel, come back.
Yes, there is no similarities between DK and KT.
Yes, absolutely not. Okay, trying to bait this fight, I guess. As Barrel goes in, he's going to catch 3 once again, and the front line just dies. I mean,
it's Hail Mary.
T1 were not really ready for that fight, it felt like. And it's just going to be an easy cleanup for them. Lucid on the Omega Fed Viego. Not much they can do against that.
I think they thought they were ready, but they were not.
Yeah.
So game 3, fellas, we're getting it.
We're getting a game 3. Woo! It's actually happening.
Let's go.
And
I liked game 1 more than game 2, fellas. I have to be real honest with you.
Yeah. This one started off good.
It started off with great tension building, and then there was the one scene that just took out all the tension, and now we're just like, what?
Now it's just a Marvel movie.
We thought we were going for like cool atmospheric horror, and then it just turns into like, here's the monster. It's not scary at all. It's just gonna waddle around.
And you know exactly how it's going to end because you've seen this type of movie a million times.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Well, they're going to get the first Chemtech Drake for their team. We'll take another look at this team fight.
Is it a team fight? Try to turn onto Lucid. A lot of resources used, but he isn't even going for the collector build. Like, he's Cleaver second. He's actually quite tanky. Wallets, a little bit too heavy in this one. Lucid just gets the reset all over the place. Barrow hasn't died. That's what kind of game.
How is that even possible?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's Barrel's biggest problem. He's a KDA player.
Yeah,
right?
He doesn't go in enough, I think. he should definitely just in more, I think.
This is one of those games where Shiu afterwards, you know, you go to alt chat and you say, better top one.
Top tip. Yeah. I mean, he might end up with a gold lead by the end of the game.
Just hit him with the top diff so that if you queue into them again.
I mean, for sure, mental advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, we're just going all in on Nidoran, who tries to flash but dies instead. And it's a 7th kill for Lucid, but they found Siwoo. And it should be a withdrawal here, but the needles are coming out, as is the miss. This Gwen is actually doing quite a lot, but does eventually lose the 1v2. And it's just a withdrawal, so DK not really caring too much about you in this case.
Trying to think of analogies, fellas. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
What's your favorite horror movie? Do you have one? Like the genre?
Not particularly.
That makes sense.
Hereditary was pretty good. Guma just going to get ulted here once again as he gets flipped back by the Barrel. As T1 really on their last legs here. Faker desperately trying to do a bit of damage. No double up there, but it's still a Yone that is not able to do enough. They're too far behind. The wallets are so heavy. It's just a mid inhibitor. So the game won't end here. Aiming is just trying to bait this game to end, I think. As he flashes away, now just one shot away, not able to take a Guma. But he certainly did bait the fight.
5 seconds on the Otacon buff, DK. Maybe leave?
No. TPN. All right, well now they don't have the Otacon buff. Lucid?
We do need to leave, guys.
I mean, T1 identified that's gone, and...
Oh, maybe the horror movie is that DK somehow loses this game and we're just going to be caught off guard by the twist?
No. Well, no. Just, yeah, not quite going to happen. They're just blocking everything and knowing exactly where Faker's going to come back to. See you making back some of that gold that he lost earlier on. And Owner as well will be a sacrifice here on the left side for the team. As there you go, he does gain a gold lead by the end of the game. Keria just trying to catch the wave here. And a little desperation. He knows the game is over, but he'll be able to delay just a little bit as she was in their base. just catching the bot wave at the same time. DK having a bit of fun at the end.
DK gonna bring us to a game number 3. It was a lot of comfort in the draft, and the game was actually quite close until it wasn't. And then from that point on, it was a beatdown. Very different from game number 1. As are we?
Yes.
Yes. Gotta crank up that shield, KDA.
Yeah. Gotta play for that KDA. They get another kill at the end. B plus Kia with a very dominant game 2 victory. You know, we expected this to go to 3. Especially after DK lost game 1 and retook the blue side here. And now we're going to go into game 3 of Fearless, where DK should be very strong, but they will have to move over to the red side. Curious to see how it all does come to an end.
I'm just noticing. Lucid on tank, DK lose. Owner on tank, T1 lose.
Yeah.
I'm just...
Tank junglers are fake.
I was putting it out there. Maybe for these 2 teams.
So Lucid's going to play Maokai.
Oh, God. It's going to be like Maokai. Oh, Poppy is...
Maybe Poppy.
Poppy's a carry. Poppy's tank.
It's like an aggressive
But she's
tank.
not a... Yeah, she's not really a tank.
Yeah.
Tanky. Oh, God. Yeah, that'll... I'll do it.
Yeah.
Aiming is I'm ready to say it. Aiming is our only actually good MF. Actually makes the pick looks good.
Yeah. He's very good at it. Quite obviously. He's...
yeah.
Great ults. Obviously good setup from Beryl as well, so can't take that away from him. But yeah, given over the Beryl, and Beryl makes them pay for it, as they are going to tie up the series. And T1 have to go back to the drawing board. They will move over to the blue side for game number 3. We'll see if they have a good chance there, or if DK takes it down after the break.
그러니까. 오 뭐야 이거? 오 뭐야? 야야야 뭐야 이거?
이리는데? 나 2, 3초, 2, 3초. 사람 해줄게. 야, 미니언 오그로 다 걸렸어, 우리.
아 끝나겠네. 오케이. 리퍼 오면 끝날 거. 나 텔네? 소금은 날 거.
아, 20초.
되지 않아? 도엔도 있는데. 하자.
영유.
한 번 더 싸워.
할만해.
연애 노플이야.
나네 노플 노공이야, 연애 노플 노공.
다야 뭐 노스페 노공.
다야도 노플 노공이야.
당 이길 듯.
다야 공한 3초 정도 남을 듯.
아리 풀메오? 아리 풀메오? 확인했어. 풀메오 가자. 확인했어. 가자. 들어와. 이플. 얍! 맞췄어. 나이스.
Not guaranteed. Viper's so far away, though. Yeah, as his ult at least. Jose is going to find Calyx up 2 levels, and the rest of the team is just getting in onto Calyx so quickly. King and also getting incredibly low. Calyx is just out of the fight. He's not even part of this game. As in the rest of them go, Peanut lives for so long and gets the knock-up, dodges the shot blast, and it's a triple kill to Zeka. Penta angle coming on in, making a quadra. We're just going to get into another Penta today. Zeka picks it up again.
That's all right, there are a lot of flowers to be picked here, and oh, the Deer Creeks, their strategy was to just grab all the flowers as never mind. Oh my god, the KT blender just nothing DNF could do.
Can't wait to see how DNF is going to fight their way back into this one because they are really. I got nothing.
Yeah.
오케이 나이스.
나 어그로맨이야. 나 어그로맨이야.
오케이 어그로맨 좋아.
앞에 미드 보자. 다운 봐줘.
As Kellen's going to come on over, he finds Owner, the headbutt brings him out, but it's Gamushi that's the target, and they come in from every angle. Faker teleports into his dad, and now T1 are scattering. They have nowhere to go. The charm lands from Vikla. Owner's trying to safeguard his way out, but it's more like dangerous guard.
야 럼블 공격 한번 쓰자. 나도 쓸만하겠다.
네, 맞아.
야 뒤에 잘 맞췄고.
Follow suit on that one. Beryl continuing to do what he wants as Aining is impaled, lasts for a very long time, and now Bulldog also in trouble. Duda goes in, and it's Sheer that's actually the main damage as he flashes forward and barbecues the whole team. There's a Quadra. He's looking for a Penta as he goes all in.
바로 펜타야.
Oh no!
You are really like a chocolate chip.
Yeah. Connie actually like made a chocolate chip. As Dura, that was a sick pole flash to find two of them, and Chovy on the flank angle. They do get the strangle bonds out, but now the three-man knockup from Keen, and they're all in the Peanut Gallery and just pops down. Down goes Zeri, and Arula landing a whole bunch of us. A much better performance by him. A dominant comeback here for D plus Kia. They tie things up 1-1 against T1. And we got the update. There are no subs. Gentlemen, what'd you think of that last game?
Yeah, I mean, D+1, so I didn't think there were so many players. So that one was kind of...
That's true. I saw the draft. I thought it was a pretty big gap for T1. They also had Doran on the Jace, not on the Gwen side of the matchup this time, which then T1 played through a lot. It was a slow game. It was very low kills, macro lead. It was exactly the type of game that I said I missed and I really wanted. And I was feeling like right before Doran decided to try to get a turret, that it was just going to continue to be that way. And that T1 were going to hold on to that advantage, set up for objectives, keep that macro lead, keep the vision, and just win the game. I was like, wow, it looks like a clean 2-0. Even though I didn't predict them, I was like, wow, T1 really surprised me. Clean gameplay. And then...
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts was, you know, Faker, he's not on that stable Azir that we know he's so good on. Moved on the Yone, didn't have the best performance. Doran obviously did well in lane on the Jace, but couldn't really translate. And then the weirdest one to me was, like, we've seen Sejuani on a big loss streak now. Big loss streak, sorry. And Ona, who had that pop-off Neferi performance, gets put on Sejuani duty. And I feel like they're not playing to their strengths at the moment.
which is Owner. Let's take a look at that first highlight here where all the macro goes to waste just because they want
I want that turret. I want it real bad. Oh, I didn't get it.
Ah, shoot.
Unlucky. Okay, he does ultimately get it, but it comes at a heavy price because T1 also, he wouldn't have made this play if he didn't know that obviously his mid laner could TP in and the Owner was nearby. Shiu survives, and then the disaster happens because Faker's TP'd in super deep, and he's playing Yone, and this is not his best champion. He's not in the best position either, and Showmaker just makes the follow-up charm here super easy. Faker is not able to get to Shiu, not able to catch Barrel here, and is, again, just isolate himself in a really rough spot, has to snap back, and then the Viego resets start to come through. The one way I think T1 could lose this game for the position they had is obviously bad team fighting, but we weren't necessarily going to see that. But it's just spreading yourself too thin and opening yourself up to the extreme volatile nature of D+'s comp and the Viego resets. Like, the only way you throw this one away, you have such a tight control, a tight clench on the entire map, and then Doran's like, you guys got me if I go for this turret, right? And then it all falls apart like a house of cards.
The thing is, if they just let Doran die, it's not that big of a deal, but you can't gracefully lose a fight against Viego Ahri. Once someone drops, they have that momentum, they have the resets on the ultimates, they will keep finding more targets. If they had cut Doran loose, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. We wouldn't have highlighted it. But because they tried to save him, they lost more members, and it became a big factor and a big turning point in the game.
The old I think I can mentality there. And you saw at the very end of the highlight, 15 minutes in, that's when the feat of warfare was finally claimed. So T1 were firmly in control at that point. And to see when D+ took firm control, well, that's when T1 walked right in front of Rel, and Rel did what Rel does.
When you have Rel Misfortune, the key thing is to Rel ult and Misfortune ult at the same time. That requires everyone to be in range of the Rel ultimate. Now watch closely here. Everybody, except Faker, groups up right in front of the Rel. What does he do? Magnet Storms. What does Aiming do? Bullet time. I think T1 really over-indexing on what is just a Chemtech Dragon. It's Chemtech Soul. And trying to look for an engage there haphazardly right into the waiting arms of Barrel. We saw the comms from Barrel as well. Like, his actual call out when he saw it, he was just like, go, 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 as soon as he saw it. He almost was shocked that they lined up like that.
Also, like, I feel like you could have gotten a good ult like that, and you could have burned through the frontliners on T1, gotten the resets from Viego Ahri, and won the fight, and that would have been more something we would have praised D+ for. But the fact that the Jace was in that combo, and like Guma only ulted when he was at like 20% HP, that isn't really excusable. Like, those two being caught in the ultimate, that's really on them. I think, you know, that is still potentially a fight that D+ could have won, but the manner in which they won it was a big misplay from T1.
Yeah, Keria on the Rakan almost got the engage there, but turned around with the split-second thinking by Barrel. It's been a pretty good series so far. You see how each team wants to play. T1 in control in this one, battle back in game number 1. D+, we got to see their early game prowess. What do you want to see here in game number 3, Wolf, from a macro sense, given the fact that last week we had a lot of upsets and a lopsided game. So far this week we've had a lot of lopsided games. This one are two teams that feel like are pretty equally gathered here.
I want to see Faker on a champion that has side lane pressure, because I feel like Doran, when he's put in that position, isn't able to set up the same way. Like, when Faker has to teleport in and try to save, it gets a little bit trickier, I think, than when it's, when Faker's the one who's making the call, I'm going deep, you guys may need to be ready to set up for this, that type of T1 mentality. If he's just on Victor, I'm worried. You know, I feel like they might even take the Victor away from him. So I don't know what's going to happen here draft-wise, because both of these drafts suited T1. Now in Fearless, I don't know what they've got left in game 3.
Yeah, I think for me, for T1, I think you should really be setting up Owner to be able to make plays, be more of a carry than sticking him on Sejuani duty. He's been so impactful, but also for both teams, I think making sure you have a draft that can hold up in team fights, because both games, we've kind of seen one team have the lead, and then it's came down to those critical team fights around objectives.
Important matches here as we end the first round. D+ Kia and T1, who will take it? Let's find out.
Thanks, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown of game number 2. It really was just a couple of big team fights that DK won, and the game just fell out of the hands of T1. And DK, you know, like any good team here at the LCK, you give them an inch, you give them enough of a lead, and they will take the game by storm. It's a very happy...
It's back!
Yes, the DK brain rot. We all enjoy that.
That artwork is crazy, by the way. You know what animated this, right?
Attack on Titan.
Oh, look at you. I'm so proud of you, Valdez.
Yes.
That's
I
amazing.
know about the one with the giants that look like that.
Very cool.
Yeah. T1, they had side selection. They got blue in the first game, and they'll get it for game 3. And that could be the turning point, the difference maker in this series.
This is an important series. Win here would catapult DK to a real battle for second with Honma Life. Because I think right now, unless they're able to actually win here, people will still very much consider them, and me included, and I'm a known DK fan, to be pretty far off where Hanwha is, particularly when Hanwha is playing well, is Mbessa taken away. I think that's valid. I need to see that Victor ban on DK's side. I think that the casters kind of hit the highlight. I think Faker has not had a good series so far. And that Victor is pure comfort as they ban Cyan instead. I don't know about that one. I don't see it as a Victor will remain open. So they must have a, it's going to be like a Kali or something. Like they must have a, because you know this is coming. This is a complete no-brainer. Victor, maybe that's what Faker needs in this series. Thus far has been underperforming together with many members on his team.
Showmaker always looks like he's crafting up something, but right now especially.
He's scheming.
He is scheming. Jax mid? No, it's not Jax mid. Might be Jax, though. Poppy, I definitely do like.
You can just slam Poppy here and really put it wherever. As that is Silas for Showmaker. Paired with an aggressive jungler for Lucid would make a ton of sense. DK have really enjoyed picking early AD carries, so maybe we'll see like, I was going to say like an early Ashe lock-in or something, but instead, this can go still to barrel, can even go to Shiu, but right now it's just looking like Showmaker and Lucid say, let's brawl. Let's punch some people in the face.
They're always having a good time, those DK players. Big smiles on their faces during this one. You were asking for the owner Lilia. And it's gonna happen now.
Don't love it here. So that's nice at least. That's something.
Renekton. He got some buffs.
Yeah, we talked about those.
Yeah.
Shia, what is he playing? If you're, I don't know why we're banning Mbessa when you're picking Renekton though. That feels like a wasted ban to me.
I just don't even think that Mbessa is that.
I think Shiu's Mbessa is insane. I think he's one of the best Mbessas we have. I don't think if you're going to pick Renekton, maybe they didn't want to be forced into the Renekton. It's going to be Shiu's Aatrox instead. Pick that he has looked good on, and this top side for DK right now already looking kind of crazy. Really, really strong, and again, very heavy on the brawl. And the reason why I'm not super excited about that Lilia is because Victor Lilia as a 2v2 the first couple of levels, even up until like you actually start involving other teammates, that is just not very convincing. Merc value for both Lucid and Showmaker is going to be off the charts. As is it like aiming Zeri? We're banning Kate.
Yeah,
I could see it.
I mean, Kai'Sa's still available. Don't forget about her. So if
that would,
if aiming gets Kai'Sa here in game 3, I think that T1 made a mistake somewhere. Like he is the Kai'Sa guy. I don't think you should give him Kai'Sa.
I agree.
Senna. I mean, it is Guma Keria, so fair enough. And Jin was played. Varus was also played, as was MF. So in terms of long-range stuff that could punish a Kai'Sa.
There it is. There's the ban. I do like owner on a carry, so I will hold off judgment as... Obviously, we're going to pick an AD carry here, and then we're going to not reveal... Well, I think the problem with Zeri is it does mean that you have actually no range at all whatsoever, even a little bit.
Into Renekton and Lilia.
Yeah, I think Ashe makes a lot more sense. I think Ashe has a ton of different modes. As you get fed, you can really do a lot of carrying with your damage, but you always provide great utility. And again, DK, as we would expect from them, we don't know where the puppy's going. Can be Lucid, but they can like slam an Ivern last second here as well. What is the bot lane for T1 going to be?
Lucian. We've seen Lucian Braum already. Will it just be Lucian Braum from T1's bottom lane?
Braum blind. That...
I mean, at least you're still playing into a decent amount of low range, you know?
It's yeah, I'm talking about a lane matchup. I think Braum always gets value into these picks. It might also, again, be the Poppy for Barrel. We're not quite sure what the actual lock-in is going to be here.
Well, with Bengi behind Lucid, with the book out, I think it's going to be support Poppy. Let's see. What do we got? Final pick here.
Like, Pantheon's still open. But so I'm not surprised by this. I do think playing the Pantheon into the Braum is going to feel quite rough. I like it into Lilia, though. Having a guaranteed way to set up. And yeah, one of my favorite moments of the open mics is Lucid being like, oh, I don't know, I've never really played Pantheon and Barrel, telling him just pick it or you should retire. And I was like, well, I'll lock it in.
Got him.
And then he had a great game. But 2v2, absolutely disgusting here. DK is going to rely on that. If this composition falls behind against the one at T1, it doesn't do anything. And even then, the Braum is going to have a ton of value. And there is a saying, I think originally that we used to say in Benelux League, was the worse the player, the better the Braum. And normally that doesn't go for Carrier. But with this series so far, maybe Braum is just what he needs. Maybe that's the angle.
It's a great lane. It's quite reliable.
It's good into the enemy team.
I forget who it was. Was it Palu who was playing it? And he was just putting the door in the wrong direction multiple times in a row, and me and Ox were just losing our minds. Like, why are you picking Braum if you can't put the door up in the right direction? I think Carrier's got that under control. I'll just say that. As long as he can do that, I think he's in a good spot. And I think it's great into, again, another pick that doesn't do very well into Braum with the final pick Pantheon for Lucid. So we'll see. I mean, if DK fall behind, I'm not really sure what they're going to do. Because
Nothing,
I think they just lose. Okay, well, we're ready. Let's hop on the roof for game number 3.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game number 3. All right, they're opting into a level 1 against Braum. But it's just 5-point start here for T1, so DK are able to bully him a little bit.
Oh. We are seeing the wards that are being placed. But nothing too crazy thus far. We have Shield going for Grasp, Aatrox. So it does lean into that rune setup again here. Showmaker just playing the standard page. Faker going for Grasp as well, playing ranged into melee. And then Guma, oh, that is a PTA. That is really going all in, most likely on just actually weaving it out of the fights. And it's not an easy game to play for Lucian. The cleanse very necessary, because you are playing it to Poppy, and then free champions with hard CC.
Yeah. But if he avoids it, they're all very low range.
Very true.
If they're winning a fight and Guma's on the chase, I feel like this Lucian gets huge value. But if he is behind and he's getting targeted and, everybody's throwing their hard CC into him, then he doesn't really do anything.
I really thought that with that Victor, that T1 was kind of leaning towards we have an insurance policy in bot lane as well. And then instead they also all in. So like both DK and T1 are like, if we don't fall behind early, our comp is amazing. No downsides.
Yeah.
Great engage. I think engage for T1 is actually a little bit lackluster, but their poke is a lot better, right? With the Victor and the Lucian and they have a lot of upfront burst. DK obviously have so much CC and so many people that they can just kind of throw into the middle of the enemy team. But really, either of these two, like, think about trying to play a Renekton or a Lucian when you're behind. Like, how that feels.
I mean, we've seen it many times before.
Yeah.
Especially as teams were struggling to adapt and they were still picking Lucian in spots where he wasn't good, but they were just saying, well, this is what we know how to play. I think this was like end of last year, or just last year as a whole. We used to see like a bit of Lucian here and there, and it was like, ooh, it doesn't feel good. And it oftentimes just fell behind and lost. And it never looks good when it's in that spot. This draft here from DK kind of reminds me of I don't know if you remember that final that DK was up against T1, and they drafted Cassid and Renekton. It was like game 3, and then they just threw this really weird comp.
They blinded Cassidin. I remember that, because we were all like, you can't do that, and they lost.
But they stomped the first 2 games, so we were like, well, maybe you can do that. And then they got stomped. And then they won game 3. So 4, rather.
Okay, so do you feel about either team's draft like that?
Yeah, it feels like DK drafted a similar comp. Like, no range.
This is way better.
If we lose early, we just lose the game.
Yeah, okay, but this is, I feel like in this scenario, this one makes a lot more sense to me than that one did. Blind Cassid is not.
That one did not make any sense, so I'm glad that this one makes a little bit more sense than that. As long as you're above 0, you know, it's not very hard to do that. Because that one made 0 sense.
So this one, this is also a cohesive comp.
Yeah.
Like, it's all in, but so is T1's. T1 have a little bit more ways back into the game because you can actually do a really good job punishing overextensions from DK with the Victor, the Sleep, and the Braum. But yeah, early game is going to be king here. So early objective's going to be huge, as well as these fights. Showmaker, not quite having the necessary mana to pick up here, or money rather, to pick up his Catalyst. Faker, I'm still very surprised they didn't ban this. Here
the Victor.
Here in this, I mean, it's such a no-brainer.
To be fair, Xin Zhao is just so strong. And it's owner Xin Zhao, right? Instead, you get owner on Lilia with... Yeah, it's good.
Just let Kalista through.
All right, no stun comes through.
Like, just let Kalista through, pick Ash Poppy.
Yeah. I agree.
Playable.
Yeah. But after banning Kalista and Vi, it's like, well, do we ban Victor?
Then this
or...
This is
It's kind of like they got themselves into that spot. But yeah, I do agree. I'm not sure that the Kalista ban priority needs to be that high, but a lot of our teams are still buying into that. So it is the way it is.
Buying into the myth of Kalista.
I mean, when it gets ahead, when it gets any kind of lead, you just take over games. And I'm sure there's a lot of scrims where it's like, well, they got Kalista and we just lost early, so we just lose the game. And
yeah.
Maybe it just feels a little bit too, once it gets ahead, like there's just such a high chance that you lose the game that they just don't want to deal with that. That they'd rather deal with something that's a little bit easier to come back against.
We are naturally risk-averse, so that makes sense.
Indeed. I do like also that T1 are taking inspiration from Bro's drafting with the Lucian Braum here in Game 3.
When is the world's Bro skin for Braum coming? You know, it's just Bro.
Braum? B-R-O-U-M.
Yes.
Braum. Stand behind Braum.
You can see it, right?
And they try to do the dragon, but they're definitely sniffed out here.
It's really mean, because T1 pretended they were handshaking by starting a Grubby, and then Lucid's like, okay, then I can start. And then, guess what? They lied.
They lied. And the dragon goes to T1. Right? Or no, that was the Scuttle Crab. I thought he actually was doing the dragon that whole time. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, dragon early is actually still a big threat. Showmaker caught into yet another back, does have his Catalyst now. Darkseal picks up as well. But it's looking good for T1 early. They're finding these laning leads. The one item spike across the board for really any of these champions is kind of crazy. For Faker, I'd argue it's the least impressive. Because Victor really does need more time before he actually becomes a big menace.
Faker understanding the value of just straight up ruby crystals. 2 of them early.
Just health.
He says, I just need to not die. And eventually, I will be the biggest threat on the Rift. But for now, let's just farm it out. Chovy it up. And sit back and not die. Meanwhile, Carrier's ganking Showmaker. I don't think this is an actual gank, but he is pushing him out. Just bring Faker into more action after buying 2 ruby crystals.
It's more of a figurative gank.
Yeah, it's not literal.
It's the concept of the gank, though.
Yeah, I take everything very literally, as you might have found out after game 1. The concept of a gank. I mean, Faker's up 23 CS, and that helps zone away Showmaker. Like, the wave was in a great spot for Faker after Showmaker backed. So, yes, Silas gets behind ranged champions that can poke him out a bit. But it's still a pretty hefty lead here for Faker here in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Also the bot lane.
This was a counter pick that was attempted, didn't quite end up working out. And Tier 1 looking very sharp here thus far in the early laning phase. DK, the laning phases for them have been rather muted.
Well, they're not going to commit to it. Arrow also just going to hit Keria, who says lol.
I actually think that's really fair, because Guma wasted his ult, so then aiming has to as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Onto Braum.
Well, they got the cleanse from aiming, so winning.
Yeah, no, it's a trade-up, but, you know, I don't know about that calling amidst the minion wave. Not the end of the world. We'll be up soon.
Yeah, it's just a good angle for engage Braum, which we know that Keria loves, so. He goes in, engages, and Guma just has to follow up on it.
Thus far, T1 is passing the test of, are you winning early? Very good. If you're a T1 fan.
It's not a gigantic lead, but it's definitely something to recognize.
This is a real LCK game.
It deserves recognition, this lead.
Yes.
But it's not one where you say, whoa, that's crazy. It's just like, oh yeah, it exists.
All right, fellas.
I acknowledge its existence.
Fellas, we have plenty of time. No Drake has been taken. We're 10 minutes in. Fellas, give me your scale of recognition.
The scale of recognition?
Okay, yeah, so when it comes to leads, right? So the lowest level lead is, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's basically an even game.
Basically E. Okay, basically E.
That's still a lead, though, where we'll be like, okay, one team is ahead, but it's basically even. Yeah. That's like the lowest level.
Okay. What's next?
The next, I think, is what we mentioned already, where it's like, we acknowledge it exists, but it's not gigantic.
It's a nice lead.
It's like, okay, T1 are in the lead.
Does it actually mean something yet? A little bit.
I feel like it's getting larger as we're talking.
It is
like
growing.
Every lane is winning.
Yeah.
Like mid's winning. Faker got ahead there. Bot's winning pretty sizably.
They are looking to set up for Dragon as well.
The Aatrox also picked into Renekton. Also losing.
Yeah.
Just like the Silas. So
clearly DK did not pick this for lane and was thinking that it was going to be a better time in the skirmishes. We haven't had any skirmishes yet. I don't know if we're getting any, because Dragon is just going to be given up.
I'm not sure what led them to believe that there would be action in this game. You know?
Well, you have to create your own destiny, Veldas. You have to be the one that creates the action.
That's true.
Which they're not doing.
You have to earn recognition, you know?
Well, last time the game was close, and then DK won a 5-0. I don't feel like that's happening this time around, though. Drake is taken. Steadily T1 just building upon these leads. I know Lucid's in the area, but he really wants the base. Sitting on his first item. There we go. Sunlit Sky done.
Played here for Faker. Just getting farther and farther ahead. He has the largest lead right now. It's becoming more than just recognizable.
We have a recognizable lead.
Yeah.
What's next? Do we just go to big lead straight?
No, I think it's just like a solid lead. You know?
Solid.
They're solidly in the lead.
Yeah.
This is where we get to the layer where it's like, okay, if you're Genji and Hama Life Esports up against any kind of like middling or low team, it's just over.
Yeah.
This is like the Wolf level of lead. As we got an arrow just gonna flash it, and now the Braum is in so much trouble as he's stunned 100-0. I mean, there was nothing he could do. Faker had to flash it though after being on target. So a nice arrow, a nice gank here from DK as they maneuver up and they create their own destiny.
They do. Oh, Guma, he doesn't know! Guma! Oh, he's fine. Okay. I already thought Barrel was gonna flash over and slam into the wall, but
I don't know. They didn't see him either.
Yeah.
Doing a strong, fooling us once again.
So now T1 has been demoted from a close to solid lead to just a recognizable lead.
Yeah. They were getting close to tier 3, but now they're like back at tier 2.
All right.
Especially because, you know, Grubs went over to DK again.
They're giving up a good amount of mid resources as well.
Yeah.
DK is, so lead now slowly getting bigger again. So we have solid lead, which for Gen G and Humble Life is all they need.
That's, you can nickname that the Wolf lead because that's where this season these kind of coins, like, well, at 12 minutes, if they have that lead, the game's over.
All right.
And that doesn't normally happen a lot, I feel like, in the LCK, but in this meta specifically, it just feels like once those teams specifically get that lead,
okay,
it's just like the game is over, even at 12 minutes.
All right. Contextualize that.
And then the next one is like just a big lead, right? They've got a big lead. That's where the majority of your teams will win. Like, I'd say probably top 7. Maybe not top 8.
And then we get to
like unlosable.
Massive. Then we get to unlosable.
Yeah.
And at what point do you truly trust if you're a DK or KT fan? What lead? Where on the scale do we?
Oh, the arrow's insane! Aiming Zash! I should not have called for the Zeri when he can play Ashe like this. And he is the one setting up all these plays. 2 assists now for the man. He has made both the kills happen. He's got a big smile on his face too. It's not really the aiming feel, you know, where he's farming and he's getting a bunch of gold. He's the gold king. No, he's just the Ashe arrow demon.
Back-to-back plays off the back of Aiming's aiming.
And you know what? Now we've demoted again. We're on tier 1. It's basically even.
That's my favorite state of the game. Basically even? That's the dream.
Yeah, like T1 are still in the lead, but it's basically even. Let's see it. Pings it, sends it out.
No notes. I love that Lucid also ults here, because we have actually have Carrier roaming up as well, and Showmaker does obviously use a lot of burst as...
That was sick, right? That's what he said.
Ice cold. It was basically even.
Or as G-Sun would say, that was pretty bussin', right? If I try to translate like G-Sun.
Yeah. I don't think anyone can. I think she stands alone. Oh,
it's just you never expected. Very fast, but you can't get away from that amount of CC. Knocked into the wall, but Carrier comes on over, helping him out of it. He's holding the door, and now they've gone very deep for this one. We got the Dominus, the buff level 11 one, taking away the damage. And there goes Shiwu, who just got baited into this one by his team. And now Beryl, well, he's dead. The only question is who's going to get the kill. He's very fast, but Lilia's faster. And eventually, yeah, the bowling ball hits him in the face. That's a nice kill for Owner. Another arrow. No way. No, 3 for 3. And this time, doesn't look like Showmaker's going to be able to kill him as he's full health with a Roa and another Ruby Crystal. But still, he hit it.
As that play from Beryl and Lucid starting to give any DK fans some troubling flashbacks to what happened in the Gen G series. Not enough to bring T1 to a big lead, but back to a solid lead. Those were some heavy resources invested. As we take a look here, Owner actually doesn't get knocked into the wall until after he already gets his CC off, right? So it delays for so long, and then when Shiu shows up, they're not ready for Guma to also be there. That's 2 kills being given over effectively for free, which means that T1 now going to be feeling better again. But as long as neither team builds up a substantial lead, I think these fights are going to keep looking this messy, as we have a lot of good souls still on the table. This Dragon, I do think, with how the positioning from T1 is going to go over, because it looks like Aiming is setting up a bait. Showmaker is in the area with Flash. Is Guma going to fall for it?
I mean, Aiming might die anyway. Showmaker comes in, he's like, oh, well, I can't do much now. It's Infernal Soul.
Oh, yes, please. Either of these teams with Infernal Soul? Turret is just going to go, though. Like, DK are now sending Showmaker over. That turret is gone.
Yeah, we don't have any feats of warfare yet, so these turrets, that's the first turret going over to T1. They're getting one step closer, and they get the objective as well, so they will be able to pick up the feats. As the arrow's so close again, still gonna go for it here is Beryl, but that is a Victor. And Beryl gonna get stunned up here anyway. They don't quite have the damage with only Victor.
Yeah, they were looking for a play with Lucid there. He was actually sitting in the brush waiting to ult down to bot lane. If the arrow hits or if Beryl gets the stun into the wall, Neither of those things happen, and this is a very beefy Victor, beefed up with Grasp and Roa. T1 starting to further build upon that lead as I think Barrel wanted to go for some classic Barrel shenanigans, instead just gets found out. And another attempt at trying to punish Shiu here.
Yeah, I mean, Barrel's hanging by his rookie once again. Just feels like, as well, like Shiu up against Faker in the 1v1, that's never going to be a fun time. So I'm not sure about this lane assignment.
Yeah, particularly with this setup, once he gets, like maybe it gets better once he gets clear. The problem is that Aatrox is just not that good into people that stack all the health, right? Because his damage doesn't quite work that way until he can get a lot of trades off, but into Faker, there's so much sustain that is going to come through for the Victor that doesn't quite work out in T1. If this mid lane turret falls, and the Herald will ensure that it will, DK is rapidly losing control of the map.
Yep, Perry gonna put this one into the turrets, and he's gonna go for a little drive, looking for that bottom turret, which is pretty low. I think he's got it with this driving so far.
That's one.
All right, he's able to make the turn. There you go. Big hit in the bottom lane as well, and now Siu half health. He's got to back away. Arrow gonna miss Doran here, so aiming very good at hitting the long range ones, but the short range right in front of you ones, not as good.
It's a different skill set, though. That's
yeah. And yeah, I mean, DK, they're suffering at a substantial deficit.
TP!
Oh, TP. They got to make something happen is what I was about to say. They got to make plays, otherwise they just lose. And they will be able to find Faker here with a Pantheon ultimate and a TP. And there you go. Siu gonna pick up the kill.
Oh, that's a heavy investment. You see T1 is learning from their mistakes last game, just saying, okay, Faker, you're dead. We're just gonna leave you be. It's okay. We're not gonna overinvest. If that was on the side of Otacon, that might be the turn that DK was looking for. Instead, it's just a nice kill. It puts Shiu in a bit of a better position, but not going to be enough to really change this game that is still heavily leaning towards T1.
I love how in the midst of the action, we're just seeing if Shiu can hit all the CS. Jonah Strong pleased enough with that one. This turret eventually goes down, and T1 will increase their lead. We'll see where it goes from there. Next objective to fight over will be the Infernal Drake.
Ooh, second item done for Owner, Faker, and Guma. Doran should be close, looking like he's going to go for Campak Chainsword, which is really good into what DK have. So, no-brainer there. I don't think Shiu's close. Showmaker maybe, but if you don't have that second item, might have to forfeit the fight for this third dragon. Very, very late in the game, by the way. And if either team just stays even and we go delayed, it becomes interesting. Victor seems like he should reign supreme. Obviously, Doran with the buffs, as we've been told many times by all, is going to be,
you know,
a monster.
Ox, he texted me at the beginning of the game. He's like, Showmaker's a knower. He picked Silas so that he can steal Renekton's buff ult. That's the angle.
Yeah, well, Doran is also going for a build where he doesn't get insta-popped as Renekton, so maybe he will get value out of that. But
Doran at least better at building the champ than Zeus is.
You know, Zeus has, I saw like 5 Renekton games and he went that build every single time. So clearly that's what...
Including the Hex Drinker and the Warden's Mail?
No, just the
okay.
Specifically Edge of Night and Surreal does. I saw a couple of Yumas.
Imagine what he could do with a real build.
He just likes his lethality builds. That's who he is. This was a counter pick, by the way, in top. Shiu.
Yeah.
Just putting it out there. Talk shot. Does have 2 available. Does he want to use it on the dragon? Or as I think they can just say, hey, it's gone. Let's leave it be. Looks like that's the call. 2 items are just not done.
Yeah. Just didn't feel like they could fight at this point in time, so.
They're just slowly, gracefully losing. Is DK and T1 says, that's great.
That's not a winning strat.
No.
You got to plan to win. Ox and I talked about this a lot yesterday. You got to have a plan to win. Edgar talked about it too. He's like, we plan to win.
Okay.
DK right now, it doesn't seem like they have a plan to do anything.
Well, I'm sure they do. It's at some point, Lucid will ult in, Showmaker will TP, and then we pray Shield gets resets.
They just do it every time Showmaker's TP comes off cooldown. They're like, all right, we're ready.
I'm not joking. That is the plan.
Well, that's not a good one.
Well,
I don't like that plan.
They need different angles because you're playing into Braum Victor. So you do really want to try and find multiple avenues of attack so that you have Shio on one end, Showmaker on the other.
You told me this was better than the casting draft. I'm not seeing the angles.
Well, I thought the laning matchups were going to go better because they counterpicked. And they clearly did not.
Literally they did, but figuratively, I think maybe they had a different message for us.
Maybe the real draft lesson is...
What did they mean by this?
I don't know. I've given up a long time ago.
I mean, it's not gigantic leads, but as we talked about in the draft, if you get behind with this comp, it's very hard to control the skirmishes. You don't have vision control, you don't have map control.
It's definitely...
You're playing into a lot of disengage.
Yeah, worse for DK as well.
Yeah.
We'll see. They're still looking. And the team fights from DK have been something that they've been able to rely on. We even saw it in the previous game. That was Beryl given an opportunity as well, though, by T1. And they seem very hesitant. And you know what neither team should do right now?
Otacon.
Don't
do it. Don't fall for it. It's voracious as well. In this low game.
In this economy.
Of 5 kills in 25 minutes.
It's not worth it.
What's going to happen is, even if you get it, you know, DK might just give it up. I think Shu's just dead here. I don't know. Guma has a ton of damage, but he's very fast. He's going to dodge the Q, so yeah, actually he's not dead. But, yeah.
Back to the wave.
What would happen is you do the Otacon, and even if you do get it, I mean, I guess now with the Baron available, you can try to use it. So not a bad timing, I suppose. But it's still an objective that you're probably just going to get baited into and die on instead. So got to be very careful.
2 items done for the entirety of Summoner's Rift, with exception of Beryl. How many control wards have you brought? You don't have an item yet.
Yeah, this is not an item. It's 25 minutes into the game.
I have not been keeping track. But I'm
where's the item?
Oh, that's the flash. That's big. No flash on Faker.
Yeah, and they didn't even have to use a flash to get it. Just kind of walks into them.
He was walking there.
Yeah. I'm walking here.
Yeah,
come on.
Glad you really made sure that everyone got the joke.
Yeah. Well, maybe Faker was just trying to make action happen. If I'm DK as well, I'd say maybe T1 just make a mistake eventually.
Well, if you just keep trading waves back and forth, I think the DK comp is harder to execute when we get to the later stage of the game, but they do have, again, a critical mass of, if Beryl slams someone into the wall, and like Showmaker dives on, Lucid dives on, Shiu dives on, and Shiu then starts resetting, it's playable. If not too many people get caught,
It's like a very jank Viego comp.
Yeah.
It's like a fearless feel.
It really is. Well, you need a third item for aiming, though. That's what they're looking towards right now. Aiming needs IE, because otherwise you just don't have the damage. And I think T1, on their end, are going to be really aggressively trying to look for fights before that is there. And you can feel this game balancing. Just one fight for DK wouldn't be enough, but Barrow might have to flash.
I mean, he just walks away. Doran, though, he is behind enemy lines. He wants to make the fight happen. And, I mean, they're trying to engage on a Renekton that is actually quite tanky. But now the stolen Renekton ultimate Showmaker are going to show us who the real Renekton is. And, yeah, I mean, Doran goes for the angle. It looked like a team call.
Yeah, it must have
been. But it was way too aggressive.
What did they actually use, though? It's 2 ults for DK. And it's the ult from Guma and Doran, and T1's response is at... Oh, I think they made the read that DK would go for Dragon. DK, they're not seeing this coming at all.
He's just going to check the brush. Lucius is dead, and that's the jungler of DK off the map now. Yeah, now you can do Otacon. Now it's pretty safe.
They're going to do Nash.
Yeah, they can do Nash, actually. That's much better. And...
Oh, there's... Yeah, you saw Aining was trying to play. She was going to look for a back and TP in. I don't know if they have the time. They need to try and stop this, though. And they do have a lot of AoE damage.
I mean, Showmaker might just send it in with the Renekton ultimate, or they're just going to give it away.
Oh,
they just give it up.
I think you have to send it there. You might lose the game off of it, but I don't think you can just give them Baron and Otacon.
Well, you can just lose the game off of not doing anything as well. And I do have news for you, though. Beryl did, in fact, pick up his first item a minute ago.
Yeah, he got that McKills. I saw that.
Yeah.
Would have been good if he had that when Lucy died.
Well, at least he had vision. He had control of the map with his control wards. And now T1, they have a very big lead.
Are they going to try and die? Like, are they going to die Faker? Yes.
Out of combo. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but also just even the arm guard alone. Huh. Not the game 3 I was hoping for.
You don't like the 6 kills in 30 minutes?
6 kills in 29 minutes, Valdez.
Yeah, again, I mean, DK got behind, they lost their lanes, and then they were like, And T1 were like, well, we don't have to do anything. Like, there's no onus on us to do anything in this game. We have Victor, and we have Lucian Braum. Like, you're never attacking our carries, ever. It's just not going to happen. And now, greeting for the Gromp, we've seen this before. This time it's not going to backfire.
Nice sidestep by Beryl. DK just want to hold on to their inhibs at all costs, because if they completely lose control of the map, I don't think they're ever getting it back. So now their game plan, I think, just becomes stall indefinitely and hope that the item lead at some point isn't that relevant anymore. It's kind of what I'm
I mean, you need like another 15 minutes for that.
I know.
I don't know if that's going to happen in this game. T1 shouldn't let it happen. And now the engage Braum actually not bad. Coming on in, nice amount of poke damage onto all the DK members. They have to back off of the turret, and Owner's looking for more. Still got a minute on the Otacon buff, by the way.
And Baron.
And Baron. They actually synced it up very nicely. And there's no reason for them to ever back away. And just, even if they get a withdrawal, like, who cares? This is 200 gold. Just TP back in. So they're taking bot lane. They're taking mid lane. And DK eventually, we've said this, eventually, at some point, they do have to fight. Otherwise, they will just lose. You don't want to pull a Jin Air. Like, this is actually the Jin Air strat, where you sit back and lose.
They kind of have been doing the Jin Air. I think we've passed the point where you can pull it back. So the good thing for DK, you know, when I start saying stuff like that, that it's not the good angle for DK is that because they got that dragon, they can now chill for like the next 5 minutes, which will not be enough to bridge this 8.4k gold lead.
There's a lot of gold on the map, okay?
Oh yeah,
DK get one pick
because they got one turret.
One pick
with double
objective bounties.
With double counter pick, by the way.
Yeah. No, T1 are in an unlosable position.
Okay, I wouldn't say that.
I'm gonna say that.
Oh, I don't know about that, Valdez.
I think with this comp and this game state, I think it's unlosable.
I wouldn't go that far. But if they do lose, it's not because of curses. It's because I think that there's always an angle. I was gonna put that out there.
I am not as good at caster cursing as you are, so I wouldn't give myself that much credit. All right, Renekton ultimate stolen. He's gonna look for the angle. They will fight eventually, I believe. Showmaker used it. He's not generating rage, so I don't know why. Okay, they're gonna knock away the Braum, and they find the angle here onto the front line, and it's actually Faker who goes down first, but Doran in the back line ticking away onto everyone. He gets taken out as well. It's 5v3, and Shiu gets the resets. There was an unlosable Chronicler. There was an angle. They take 3 of them down. Showmaker trying to go in onto Owner. And will have it as the max range on the chains, and Carria's killing a turret in the base. He'll just execute to the fountain. The standing gold! The standing gold, the comeback for DK!
Wait, no, but like, because of death timers of Owner and Carria, DK's gonna get soul point. They can actually stall!
We have a game on our hands.
It's Beryl with the ult onto the Braum. No Braum means no frontline, means they remember down. Guma immediately has to flash out.
And you said it, Chronicler, this comp If you can pick one important target, the follow-up is insane.
And the most consistent damage on this comp is Faker. He doesn't get the flash. He doesn't get to use his ultimate. Look at these health bars. Tell me that if Victor doesn't, and even if he just ults. I'm not even asking for a laser. I'm saying just press R.
Just an R button. Just a flash R.
Would have been enough.
Yeah.
Would have been enough. But
true.
instead, DK find a miracle fight. Curses aren't real.
Standing gold.
No game is unlosable.
Standing gold.
Standing gold. And T1, I think you're still in a great position for this game. I would still pick them if I'd had to pick. Free nibs are open. The map is in dire straits for DK, but we're getting a game, Velvet.
DK didn't even get the drain.
I know. Well, they might.
They're definitely going to get it, but they didn't get it yet. So the tempo, you know, they need to spend some time to take this down. T1 might get some position around the Baron.
Oh, they are. Oh, the pigs are going down.
I didn't know I had these powers, Chronicler. I didn't know I was this good at caster cursing. But I have set it up perfectly to get a game on our hands.
You're a great caster, Valdez.
I can see it.
This is all we needed. It's here. It's still a free kick gold lead, but now there's all of a sudden, but one lost fight for DK and the game is over.
I feel like the entire tone of the game as well is shifted. T1 now know that with that big mistake of a team fight, that it's losable. Whereas before, if they didn't make any mistakes, I kind of...
If they didn't make any mistakes, they wouldn't have thought it was losable.
I kind of still stand by my unlosable call.
But DK,
I mean, anything is losable, right? If you make a big enough mistake.
They created their own destiny. Was Beryl going for the play? Was Lucid ulting in? The rest of the team following up?
It just took them 35 minutes.
They were just waiting for the right angle. I guess what?
Eventually
that is not enough because of the lead that T1 built. I think T1 again. Any one fight for them, even if it's only 2 members, I think they can actually look to end, or you get free inhibs, which effectively ends the game. For DK, that's not the case. They got a good amount of standing gold, as Valdez was saying.
They know where Lucid is. He walked over a ward. I mean, at this point, you got to imagine that T1 still have vision control, so I'm kind of surprised that Lucid's going for somewhat of a gamble of a position.
Doesn't matter because he is Pantheon, so as long as they don't collapse onto him.
Yeah.
As mentioned, Showmaker going to look for this in, or...
Just going to start the Baron.
Yeah, they can...
but there is vision of this, so...
Doran sweeps it out, and Showmaker's TP is going to get forced, whether he likes it or not. Shiu as well, looking for a base. I think Death Dance might be done. It's going down quickly, but T1, they get the TP. Is that enough?
Yeah, they're going to get the 1 TP. Shiu still has his. He gets his Death Dance.
Ooh. Good restraint from DK, not actually using both.
Yeah, she was still backing. I feel like maybe they wanted to take the fight after the Baron, but that's not the best angle. Still, it's a very close game. 2 Infernal Drakes for DK. Soul points.
Anyone getting caught at this point by a bowling ball, by a barrel slam, and blown up in seconds. Good vision here as barrel.
He's going backwards at least, and he's just dead! Explodes into a flurry of Infernal Cinders, and now Lucid tries to follow up on it and might just die for the sins of Beryl. And now, T1 5v3, looking for Showmaker, and it should be enough as down he goes. The shutdown comes through, and DK, they gave us hope. We had a game for about 3 minutes, and then it wasn't a game again.
Unlosable, Valdez! You said it yourself! And it starts with Beryl and it ends with Beryl. Tries to look for a play, gets caught. The wave clear is decent. Ult is there for Shiu, but I don't think they can do this.
It doesn't look very likely as Shiu's getting bursted. He does get an insane amount of health back, but eventually it's just too much. The arrow, though, in the face. That's 2 kills! No! Beryl respawns! The game isn't over, guys! It's not over! It's still alive! They were asking for palm comments. Production thought it was over as well. The game is not over.
Beryl? Not again. Not again. Not like this. Wait, is it?
I mean,
Beryl?
I think he's baiting. It's
Yeah.
only Faker.
Yeah. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Okay, just do the Baron.
Well, yeah, they can. Guma and Doran are still dead. They have to.
20 seconds.
They have to try.
Doran doesn't have
and
TP.
It leads into Infernal Soul.
Well, you know, I I thought I was a strong caster cursor, but you are on a different level, sir.
Caster curses aren't real!
I can't believe I even gave myself credit when I'm sitting next to the god himself of caster curses. The second you said it was unlosable,
How does this even happen?
it became losable.
So Shiu obviously gets a ton of cooldowns here. Stays alive for a lot longer than expected. Owner uses his stopwatch. And then Guma just tanks face first into aiming. Barrel shows up. And that's that.
I feel like the idea to collapse on the Ashe wasn't bad. But
they could have
after the fact,
it's the execution.
Yeah. Like the idea itself is fine, but like the just flashing in, immediately getting arrowed and dying is obviously not the right play.
It's suboptimal, Valdez.
It did not work.
If they lose Infernal Soul, Oh, the timing is off.
The timing is off. Aiming. He's feeling it. Palms are sweaty. Mom's
the regular season game.
All right, we're setting up for the Infernal.
Oh, we're not getting the. We're going for the fight. No one is trying to actually get this objective. It's all about the positioning.
All right, let's
Don't
see
know about Shiu.
Who's got the hands? Who's ready? The ult, it's gonna hit Faker away, and now the flank comes through for Shiu, but they don't commit to the fight.
Oh, that's the ult gone from Barrel. That's big. They're gonna try and burst it down. They're gonna try and flip. Doran is spotted.
I don't know if this is gonna work for DK. As now Barrel's going in, and the streak is not low enough. It's not low enough. They want to turn on the Doran now. It's getting real messy. It's getting incredibly messy. Doran's gonna go down, but so does the Drake to the side of T1. Lucid stays alive though. It's a 5v4 and Shiu, he wants to make this fight him. Shiu does a lot, but he holds up the door, and now a massive flame from Owner onto nearly everybody. Isn't enough damage? It's the question. Faker on the right side on the Victor. He might recreate the Chovy moment.
Look at the base.
Oh, the base is in shambles as well. Guma and Faker against aiming.
Oh, they don't have TP. And oh, he still has Baron! He still has Baron!
Still has Baron! It's still alive!
Can they push? It's 30 seconds. It's so... I don't think they can.
No.
Make the right call, Ashe.
Oh my
Guma
god!
stopped his back, I don't know. Oh, this was chaotic.
As Owner saving the game. Without him, this game would have been over. As Lucid is able to get over the wall, it means they don't get the dragon, but they do get the kill. And then the timing here is just off by a little bit. If Lucid is a little closer, then I think they just end it here. Shiu's healing. But then watch this from Owner, the turn back. 4-man sleep.
I was losing my mind when he got that.
And that's what means that the game, not done. But aiming, crucially, is too scary. They don't want to risk it. And that means that the game is still afoot, Valdez.
It's still alive, as you very nicely put it. we thought we used enough bug spray. Showmaker, hey, congratulations. 2,000 kills. 4th mid to do it. He's up against #1. In both the mid category and in just the LCK category.
What a game to hit it in.
Yeah.
My God.
2 kills in that last fight, it looks like. As he was on 1999.
Shiu has skilled into this game, as we saw in that previous fight. Right now, any person makes a mistake, that's it. Anyone gets caught, anyone gets taken down. She ended the fight immediately. You see DK though, they've become deceptively tanky. I think it's a double death stance actually making a big difference. And my God, aiming.
This game is crazy.
Aiming as Ashe game has been completely bonkers. Like
It's
this is
so good.
not an easy game to go deathless in. And if he ever falls, the game is done immediately. Look at the vision control behind T1 here, or behind DK here, by the way. And the problem is DK, they don't have the luxury of having structures defending their base. So they need to be very careful about how they pick their fights. And guess what, Valdez, in 2 minutes, someone is getting an Infernal Soul. I don't know who.
They have to fight over that.
But you can't. Well,
I mean, well, T1 might be able to like end the game or something, depending on the wave states.
Soul for Nexus.
Yeah.
I don't think Barrel falls for that. If there's one guy in the game, I'm like, you can't do it.
You can't get it past the Law Master.
That's why he's the guru.
And Baron's going to spawn
By the way, Peril's level 6. This is a support Poppy with 1 item! He's level 16!
Yeah. Well, he has a lot of control over the vision.
Well, they don't, though.
Well, he's trying his best.
He's trying his hardest.
He's spending as much money as he is physically capable of to contest the vision.
Don't lose. If I would have actually swore if we lost the game over. I don't care who loses, but if anyone at this point loses over Raptors, I would be very upset.
That would be a bit of a problem. I think the coaches would be very upset too.
That would make me curse.
Yeah.
Not in a caster way, just in a normal human being.
Yeah. The casters aren't normal human beings, so it makes sense. It checks out. Does he have death cap? Is what we're looking at here. Yes, he does. That's full build for Faker.
Full item up.
Yeah, Showmaker.
So now it's between aiming and Faker. Who can carry harder and which team can enable their player to play better? Because Guma, yeah, he's also sitting at 6 items. His burst is great, but the sustained damage just doesn't compare. The arrow?
The arrow. And that's a big one. TP coming in. Oh, they got a Pantheon as well. And the Zonius comes in. Can they get there in time to defend him is the question. And now aiming. He's getting slapped. And he's taken out. Down goes aiming. The one guy who could get it done for DK. And they're trying to zone here for Siu. He has incredible amounts of healing, but it's not enough against T1. They get the clean ace, and they will end game 3 in their favor.
And after all of that, Doran finds aiming and cuts him down.
Chops down the aiming tree. And there it is. T1 will take the 2-1 victory over DK tonight. Only 2 of us predicted it. And T1, they are back in the driver's seat. Kuma getting the focus, looking extremely happy after that game illusion.
What a turnaround in this game. I'm not of the game, not in this game, because I don't even know if DK, really would have won.
He looks so tired.
Understandably,
he's like rubbing his eyes and scratching his ear. Like he's. Oh man. Understandable. That was a crazy one. And Doran, as you mentioned, he gets a huge moment here right at the end. He's clutch. But I think this guy, he gets POM. I think Owner deserves it for this best of 3. And
yeah,
Faker,
I need to try to think of. I don't.
You got to make a palm comment after that. There you go. That's the Lucian. Guma always going to hit us with the great celebration. And Carrion, he's thinking about his bedtime. He's like, yep, I did my best. His roam was good. He did his job. Put up the door. He got knocked away the one time where it was a bit dicey. And it ended up being a great pick into what they were dealing with. The Lucian Braum makes its return to the LCK.
And it was an understandable attempt at the very end there from DK. The arrow hits. And if it was a less crazy game, maybe there was a bit more restraint, right? He still will have his W. He'll still have the Zonias as well. But it's the full commitment. What an insane final game.
Wow.
It looked like
this
it wasn't.
This was this game.
Yeah, this did happen.
I thought this was game 2.
If we nitpick for DK, they might look towards those final fights and complain about those, but they should have lost this game here.
We've jumped forward like 20 minutes.
Yeah, which is valid. The game should have already been over at this point when this play comes through and when the next play comes through. For DK, for me, even though they didn't end up winning, the key point is those first 20 minutes. Why is there not more action?
Yeah.
One of the big things that they have struggled with against teams that are better than them. And then when they're actually at the Nexus, they awaken. It's just a little bit too late. And T1, mental resilience as well for a team that's been so up and down these first couple of weeks. To not get tilted by what felt like 2 big throws consecutively, where they were unable to end the game.
No, I mean, T1 to stick it out through this, through the ups and downs, and everybody and their grandmother having a comment and something to say about their team. They come out and they take out a huge team.
God.
And Owner, this is only one of the plays where he deserves it. His Nefiri in game 1 was also bonkers. And he keeps the game alive for T1. They're just like, look at Faker, go to him.
It's on a complete off angle. Guma does the forward. You have Owner throwing down a bowling ball.
Just saying, hit the front, you know? They had to burst down those two. Guma's saying something about his ult. Like, I hit him with the ult. And that he did. He's very happy with the Lucian performance, and I think, you know, deservedly. He wasn't the main character in this one, but he did a good job. Did a good job on the Lucian.
He redeemed himself. I think that dash, and obviously in terms of damage numbers, no shocker in a game this long. 80 carries are going to pull ahead.
Yeah.
Oh.
There was a roller coaster from like that 30-minute mark. It was like 32 minutes where we saw a huge drop off, and then finally to the end.
What a game, Valdez. What a game. My God.
T1 just makes some great games against great teams. They got very close against Gen G, lost game 3. Got very close against DK, won game 3. And it is Owner. This is a no-brainer, I think, for us. I don't really even know who else you would pick.
Yeah, I got no one.
No? Yeah, there's nobody else.
There's nobody.
There's no other choices. There was one choice. It's probably just going to be back-to-back 13 out of 13 palm votes. But we'll see. I don't know. It was a long series, you know? And Owner, huge turnaround on his Lilia. They denied him the Xin Zhao multiple times in a row. But it didn't matter. He had other picks in his pocket, up his sleeve. And did a great job carrying game 1. Did a great job of carrying them in that very crucial moment in one of the last team fights.
Oh, the first series, I was a little worried. We were going backstage, you know, talking to each other.
Yeah.
Man, we expected that to be a back and forth crazy. It's KT Nongshim. Both those teams are a little silly sometimes. And then we came into this one. I wasn't quite ready for the ride.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 and game 2 were relatively slow.
Yeah,
so
and game 2 was also a stomp. And I think that's when DK fans knew it was
They knew. It was going to be great. Well, guys, I'll hand it off to Deer for the POM interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Owner of T1. So D plus Kia is currently at 3rd place. You have defeated them. How do you feel? You know, we were in a place where we felt like we were a little stuck, but coming in prepared and being able to defeat such a strong team makes me very, very happy. And D plus Kia had such a high momentum, and we got to see lots of intense team fights among truly high-level players. So what did you watch out for the most? I believe that D plus Kia does move around Beryl, so I think we really try to focus on Beryl's movements. And we actually tried to focus down the enemy jungle and mid's champions. And I believe that was quite effective in terms of our strategy today. And currently, Nefiri is considered tier 0, and she was open in game 1, so what crossed your mind back then? You know, I think our initial goal was to give the Nefiri away, but I believe that we saw a really good angle to play her based on how the draft was going, so we ended up picking her pretty quickly. So with the Nefiri in game 1, you showed her true potential, so can you teach us how to have a fun game with her? You know, I'm not a perfect Nefiri player, but in the end, I think your team really has to set up for your Nefiri, so your team has to do really well. So in the end, you really need a lot of luck. You got a high roll with your good teammates. And in game 3, you got prio in all lanes, and T1's draft was rated pretty highly. And with how quickly you guys locked Victor in and took Lilia, can you walk us through this decision? I think we definitely prioritized Victor, so we didn't hesitate in picking the Victor. But because for the jungle, I don't think we had a lot of options, but I think Lilia was really the most optimized choice that we had. And the 4-man sweep with Lilia. Let's take a look at this replay. Can you walk us through what happened here? You know, at first, we thought that we had the edge here. But, you know, Doran ended up dying, and then it looked a little flip-floppity. So I was just trying to make sure that, you know, we don't get caught off. So in the end, I think I just had to go in, and I knew that I have to make a play here. So how did you feel when you hit the 4-man ult? You know, I didn't have a ward or anything like that, so I had to predict the ult and went in without fearing anything, and it worked out, and I'm really glad and relieved that it worked. You know, I did mention to my teammates to really look into this team fight. I was just wanting for them to sort of follow up with my movement. And now, your remaining opponents are OK Savings and Brian and DN Freaks. What are your goals? You know, for the rest of round 1, considering how we didn't have a much of a positive result overall, I hope that we can prepare well to finish it up very strong as possible. And that's the end of the interview with Owner, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As it was an explosive game number 3 here between T1 and D+ Kia. T1 get a much-needed win after so many close matches here, and maybe this is the bounce back that they need.
Like, D+ are a good team, and this was a really close battle. They came in clutch in the end, so I think a lot of T1 fans are going to be really happy seeing after some rough weeks, seeing some really, a big bounce back, I think, in this one, but just some crazy plays when it came down to it. Like, this really was a battle to the end of the match.
Just T1 has a certain level of experience that teams dream of. You know, no one has...
I thought you were going to say aura there.
No, I mean, they do have the aura sometimes. Sometimes maybe they should tone it down. But when you have Faker on your roster, you have this team that's been together for so long, you know, 80% of it, you're going to be able to win games that seem unwinnable. You're going to be able to turn team fights that seem unwinnable. You're going to be able to win fights and setups on objectives that seem crazy just because you know each other so well. And so many of these games that go late, T1 just out-experiences the enemy team.
Yeah, that very last play. The arrow hits onto Faker. How many times have we seen
so many times? It's such a T1 win.
Exactly. Games end with Faker getting caught, but was he caught? The team collapses. They're able to make the game-winning play. Thanks to the man that won, POM, Mr. Owner himself, who has been so damn good. A back-to-back 13 out of 13 day, but he deserved it so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's easy to focus on like that big sleep in the last game and the clutch plays he had there, but also the Neferi game, I think, you know, feels a little bit like a lifetime ago since it was in game 1 of the series, but he was so impactful there as well, making huge plays. Yeah, I just think Owner's, like, at this point, he is performing so well, really the best player on T1 right now, and when that sleep happened, I feel like me and everyone else watching was just stunned by it.
I think it's not technically a stun, though. It's a sleep. It's a different CC.
It's weird, you know, because it's a different CC applied to me, because it didn't put me to sleep. But D+ to sleep has stunned me. I don't know how. We'll have to do some investigation. Maybe we should have paused there and asked about that.
Owner, for me, has been the most consistent part of T1. When other parts are struggling, he kind of is the glue that holds them all together. I think in the past, sometimes that's been Faker. Right now, it's 100% Owner. He has great pathing, has great team fights, great objective setups. And that's why I voted for him overall, you know, in this series, despite, you know, there was some amazing micro plays from him, but I think just overarching, most consistent part.
Yeah, I think maybe a close shout out to Doran there at the very end on the Renekton. Had some decent plays, Faker as well, but huge stuff here by Owner. Owner is T1. Chronicler keeps it short and sweet, and I think with performances like that, where it is just in these clutch moments, he's now becoming the guy. I love that.
I feel like everyone talked a lot about, with back-to-back Worlds, people talk about Worlds form Owner. It feels like he's just not switched off from that point, from the most recent Worlds to now. Even LCK Cup, he was so huge for them. It just feels, as you said, like the most consistent piece for the start of this year, and it's still going.
He's just Owner. Let's see what else we have here on the Korean side of the broadcast after that huge victory for T1. When the team is shaken, someone always rises and shines. Pony didn't name him. He's saying someone does it. This time it was Owner.
Well, actually, he voted for him, so if you see at the top of the comment, it says Owner.
It also has his picture right there, so if you're more of a visual learner, you might be able to...
Also, we did see the votes earlier, and all of them were for Owner, so I don't think it's... I could figure his Owner.
Yeah, if you need help, also the voter was Pony. You can see him there on the left side. Anyway, Cloud Templar also said Owner's Lullaby just cured my 50-year insomnia. That's wild, considering Cloud Templar is not 50 years old.
Yeah. A lot of impact from this lullaby, I feel, beyond just the typical, it puts four people to sleep, but a little knock-on effect for viewers.
And I'm pretty sure Cloud Templar in real life runs Cleanse, so I'm not sure.
Let's see the final the final comment that we have here from the Korean side of the broadcast. Maybe we have two more. I'm not 100% sure. Because, again, plays worthy of being celebrated here by Owner throughout. Do we have one more?
I think that's it. Cloud Templar is usually last.
All right. Let's take a look at
everyone else
big
was
play.
still stunned by the sleep.
I wanted to talk about some of the vision stuff here because, I've talked about it throughout the earlier segments about how this is the boring but my favorite. Like, to me, this is what peak League of Legends is. And this is a T1 move, right? You have both objectives up, and they're both really critical. You don't have to start them. You don't have to give D+ an in. You can instead just choke out vision, play hyper-aggressive on sides, and you can prevent D+ from actually making any calls, making any choices, right? And when you play around deep vision, when you play around the fact that D+ just don't know at any moment that you could be doing these objectives, they have to check. Somebody has to go in. And with the position of the D+ players, it's only Lucid who can go in. He's relatively safe on the Pantheon, right? But at this point in time, like, what do you do? How do you play a situation out as D+? Like, there is no correct play. There is no move that doesn't result in losing. And if like, the waves come through and give vision there and you have to start clearing those, then T1 can keep pushing those through and rinse and repeat. And yes, it's quite boring, but I feel like it's the most efficient way to get to these game states where we don't throw games, we don't have these huge swings of gold before the late game. Yes, there were some crazy fights later, but it was D+ finding those angles, earning it back, rather than T1 just forcing a fight they didn't need to.
I also think it's great to see moments like this with the vision toggles perspective. Jonas Strong often does a great job of toggling in the game, but a lot of the time when we're watching as viewers or us as analysts, we're seeing the spectator view with both sides enabled. And you kind of take it for granted, but from the player's perspective, it's so different playing when you're being choked out of vision, so hard to make these decisions, and you end up walking up, and from our perspective, you're like, oh, that was so silly, why would you walk up there? And it's like, you don't have a choice, you're forced into this, you have so limited information, and it makes every decision so much harder.
You could just sit back and watch the Baron go over in the kill feed, and you're like, oh, I guess that's what was going on. I thought maybe they were, but...
Yeah, I think the tough part for D+ Key is, the way in that case is maybe a hawk shot from Ashe, but you can't really point at aiming and being like, you should have done that. Think about all the Ashe arrows that he was landing. He was the main source of damage from the AD side, and it just, in that quick split-second moment, T1 set up the trap. Lucid falls right into it.
It also has a cooldown, Yeah, I'm sure they were using that one, and blue trinkets, and that's kind of we see a lot of that. I think T1 are so good around the Barons because they'll force TPs out. They'll use everything as a resource with the way they play it. They'll force fork shots, they'll force blue trinkets, TPs, and just whittle away, and it may take a lot of time, but eventually you're caught in a moment like that where you have nothing left.
Yeah, and D+ also, the casters were kind of criticizing how they're sitting back, but they found their angle in as well. Like, it's that type of patient play where you wait for the perfect moment, the one chance you're going to have, that Showmaker flank, maybe he's able to make it happen. That arrow that aiming is constantly fishing for, those are the types of plays I want to see, instead of just auto-sending it, which I think a lot of our teams opt into the auto-send. Like, maybe this is kind of okay, let's find out. Like, D+ were 100% sure they could have won that fight to get back into the game.
Yeah, think about that. That's what T1 did when they tried to auto-send the victory, then all of a sudden, Base is safe, only one Nexus down, they're able to hold. That's why we got such a great game here. As we take a look at the standings after Friday's matches, it is T1 moving up the standings and solidifying their spot now into the western side. Top 5 for them so far.
And I think this is significant because before this, HLE and D+ had only lost to Gen G. Now D+ have also lost to T1. And a lot of the wins they have been against our eastern teams. So I feel like their spot, even though they were up in the standings, was a little tentative. I think everyone kind of is on the perspective that Gen G's number 1, HLE is second, but I feel like this 3rd to even 6th is a little, maybe even, it's quite messy, I think is the point I'm trying to make. And I think we'll see by the end of the round robin, things get solidified a bit more, but maybe D+ could end up dropping below Nongshim and T1 if things continue in this direction.
Well, this match was a banger worthy of a Saturday showdown. But actually, the Saturday showdown is tomorrow. We have the DN Automotive Freaks looking for their first series win against the BNK Fear X squad that is kind of sliding the opposite way. All of us came into this week thinking this was going to be a clear BNK Fear X win, and maybe not so much. Some of those parts not firing off the way that it needs to, and you got 2 great 80 carries there on the bottom side of the map. That will be explosive. Then we have DRX versus Gen G, Wolf.
I mean, DRX also coming off that tough loss against KT earlier in the week. I favored them. I predicted them. I thought KT is on the downturn. DRX looking a little bit more stable, but they got 2-0 there, made a lot of tough macro decisions. That match against Gen G is going to be a real rough one for them.
Huge day of games today and an even bigger one tomorrow. Thank you all so much for spending your day with us here at the LCK. We'll see you tomorrow for more action.
DMFX 오늘은 첫승 신고하고 싶었을 텐데 다음 주로 미룰 수밖에 없게 됐습니다.
그러니까 이게 일단 이기면 분위기 반전이 어떻게 될지 모른다는 겁니다.
그렇습니다.
눈을 뜰 수가 없나요? 이게 돌격입니까? 폭풍이 부를 겁니까? 디아블 강점이 연타로 나오고 있습니다. 어떻게든 내가 살기 위해서 상대를 그 아래 심연으로 꺾어 내려야 됩니다.
Makes me stronger.